Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The fire was blazing in the building and a rescuer was carrying a man out among the rubble. The protagonist frowned, trying with all his might and trying to hold on until the last. He caught his foot on the rubble and lost his balance. The man dropped the wounded man and fell to the floor, dropping the radio. The protagonist tried to crawl to the radio. When he picked it up, it only wheezed, unable to catch a signal, and the fireman immediately cursed. He looked at it with anxiety and said loudly that he had somehow gone down from the 17th floor to here. The protagonist tried to get up from his knees and said that he could not give up like that. But then a piece of the wall broke off on him. A huge piece of debris immediately fell on him, crushing his legs and most likely causing crush syndrome. The protagonist immediately lost consciousness from pain shock. Earlier, the rescue team outside tried to put out the fire and reach Soo-hyuk and convey that going there now is madness, and he himself will now be in danger. One of the hero's comrades took him by the shoulder and said with concern that support would soon arrive and that it was worth waiting a little longer. But he slapped his hand away and asked in confusion what he was talking about and asked if they had heard that there were people left there. He began to put on a gas mask and ordered to stay there and said that he was going to go alone, hearing the screams of his comrades behind him. Now the man was in the middle of a smoke-filled building and was trying to catch his breath with his legs pressed against his chest. He was shaking with pain and anxiety and he immediately said that it could not end like this. Looking at his legs, the hero immediately mentioned them. The rescuer took off his gas and smoke protection gas mask. He looked down and said that this is exactly why it was worth increasing the group. The hero looked at the victim, who was lying unconscious. Apparently, the civilian was already dead. The protagonist gritted his teeth and shook, apologizing several times. He looked at the cylinder indicator and thought about the oxygen being at 0 and assumed that he would die of suffocation or be crushed by the building. The rescuer looked at the fire and thought. He froze for a moment and said meaningfully. The hero lowered his head and thought about how 10 years of working as a firefighter allowed him to save many, but also many could not be saved and immediately wondered if they felt the same. The man imagined many people trapped in the fire and thought about the fear of dying without the ability to resist. He looked up with regret and said that if he suddenly had another chance to save them again. But then the blonde shook his head and thought about how this was not so and what if he was reborn. The building began to collapse and the hero thought about how he would not have become a firefighter then. But then the next moment someone called him very loudly, forcing him to open his eyes. He opened his eyes a little wider and thought about who it could be because the guys couldn't get there. And then a hand suddenly rose up. Someone hit him on the head with a powerful blow and called him names. The fireman turned around abruptly with alarm and exclaimed in confusion. The man in the blue helmet immediately began to scold him, clenching his fist and said that he needed to come to his senses because this was not training. He remembered with surprise, holding his head and called him by name while thinking about what was happening. And while Sancti was shouting at him with all his might, explaining the situation, he thought about the fact that he was pinned down by the collapsed ceiling and then came to his senses, wondering about his interlocutor. The fireman in the blue helmet continued to shout and asked if he was even listening to him, while the hero was thinking about the fact that he died 9 years ago. The protagonist immediately came to his senses and stupidly said that he heard. He immediately moved after him thinking about the fact that the body is on reflexes, while he put on a gas mask said not to slow down and follow him and they do not have time now, and they need to break through now. Soo-hyuk looked at his old friend and thought that this was very familiar. But then the radio sounded and from it came the announcement that currently in the department store 5 people were saved and the operators hoped to quickly pull off the operation. The hero grabbed his gas smoke mask and remembered this incident with horror. It was his first mission 10 years ago where there was a fire in a large shopping center. Water was gushing from the fire hoses in an incident where all the nearest fire departments were sent and where fortunately most people were safely evacuated, but 2 children on the 7th floor were not saved. He immediately remembered the portraits of 2 girls with black ribbons. Then the rescue team and parents stood in suits at the funeral. Then the hero with a heavy heart and tears in his eyes looked at the wreaths and thought that even if this was a dream, it would be good, and if at least here he could save everyone. The protagonist, putting on his gear, thought that he needed to give it his all. The boss turned around, asking if everything was okay with him, but Soo-hyuk said that everything was fine. The man in the blue helmet said that he was in such shock, as if he had lost his soul, and that he needed to pull himself together and follow him, to which he immediately agreed. Sancti raised his axe to hit the door and said that, as he had already said, their task was to find the people remaining on the 7th floor. Therefore, the old man raised his axe and told his henchman that if he saw anything, he needed to report it immediately. The blow of the axe finally split the handle. The man in the blue helmet was finally able to break through the door and kicked it down. He stopped with an axe in his hands and said that he was entering. They ran up after the order to stay close and follow. The hero tried to catch his breath while running and wondered why it was so hard for him if this was a dream and his whole body seemed not to be his. He frowned and thought that even so he could not give up and asked to wait a little longer, and this time he would definitely save them. And then a notification popped up that all the people needed to be saved, and on the 7th floor the victims were eagerly awaiting his help, namely 2 people, and there was very little time left. The protagonist, looking at this, was completely dumbfounded and exclaimed questioningly. The system announced experience and skill as a reward, as well as the rank of a novice firefighter. The hero froze and looked at this, speechless, and then wondered what the hell this was. Then a notification popped up with information about a fire axe. He looked at it with wild surprise and thought that this was a quest. Already the young guy looking at this wondered what kind of experience and reward this was and thought that this was not a game. Soo-hyuk looked ahead with anxiety and thought about what at such a moment. But then Sang-tae loudly called out to his subordinate, thereby bringing him to his senses. They ran out onto the platform of the upper floor and were going to look around. The hero frowned and ran and thought that he had to quickly find them in such a huge space. They quickly looked around the area, and the novice fireman thought that this happened almost 10 years ago, and he no longer remembers, and they must have hidden somewhere in a place that is not so easy to find. The protagonist stopped, frowning and looking around, and thought that he needed to be calmer, because he was no longer the young brat he was 10 years ago. Looking at the chief's back, he thought that this man was a veteran, but in the end even he couldn't save the children, and this time he should trust his feelings. And then, while Sang-tae was about to give the order, he rushed past, stunning him. The man in the blue helmet immediately asked him what he was doing, and then the veteran ran after him, asking what kind of antics he was doing and asked if he had been taught this at the fire school. And then the hero grabbed him by the shoulders after asking if searching for people was a joke for him and loudly addressed him. He looked at him with great anxiety and said that he knew what he was thinking about him now, but the protagonist, full of determination, asked him to trust him. Then the senior rescuer addressed him with great anxiety. Soo-hyuk immediately ran away under the noise, and then the veteran fell into a stupor, wondering since when they started calling him Hyam. The hero ran, observing his surroundings through the visor and thinking that things were bad. He managed to run into the clothing department and thought that the heat and smoke were getting in the way. The guy frowned, looking around and thinking that his endurance was also falling and that sleep was creating a feeling that this was reality. While his comrades were running around behind him, he thought that there was no more time to drag it out and wondered where they were. But then something important caught his eye, giving him a hint. There was a child's shoe lying on the floor near the nightstand. The hero immediately realized this by looking at it. He tried to call his boss with wild anxiety, and then the guy found it and personally said that the children should be somewhere here, after which the veteran asked if he was sure. The reincarnated one pointed his finger at the shoe and said that there were children's shoes there. He immediately jumped over the counter, surprising the mentor. The protagonist quickly began to open the lockers, and there he found 2 little girls shouting about it. And then the man in the blue helmet was very surprised. And the hero did not waste time and took the radio, reported that 2 people were found on the 7th floor, small children, breathing, but now unconscious. The veteran was very surprised to hear that. He immediately began to save and wondered how this could be. Looking at his actions, he thought about how the guy who just came on his first mission could behave like this. At that moment, Soo-hyuk put an oxygen mask on the girl, and the mentor thought that disobedience would definitely be punished, but if not for him, the rescuers might not have time to find them. The veteran, looking at this, immediately wondered with alarm who this was. But then his thoughts were interrupted again, putting him into a stupor by loudly calling and handing over the child, to which immediately after he said that he would take the second and go down with him. Taking one of the girls in his arms, Sang-tae looked at him and said nothing meaningfully, and then he became determined and agreed. They immediately jumped up and said that they needed to leave the fire site. The stairs were heavily smoked. The man in the blue mask ran a little ahead. But then the protagonist became very worried because his legs had completely stopped holding him and he was suffocating. The hero held on with all his might and thought that there was still a little bit left to the first floor. But then he suddenly fell to his knee holding the girl. Soo-hyuk squinted one eye in pain and thought that there was no strength in his legs. He rested his hand on the floor and shook, thinking that he needed to hold on a little longer. Seeing this, the veteran stopped. The man extended his hand to his protege. When he grabbed it, he said that he was very skillful at pretending to be skillful. The veteran, with great anxiety in his eyes, ordered him not to give up and that this life now depended on him. The hero turned to his mentor with great surprise. They continued to descend, and then the man in the blue helmet said that they had almost reached it and that they needed to go down. The rescuers were running as fast as they could. The fire exit had already appeared and was within reach. One of them grabbed the handle, and then finally the light appeared from the street where they had carried the children to the medics. The firefighters were actively flooding the building with water while Soo-hyuk and his boss were trying to catch their breath. The hero, lying on the ground, smiled and said loudly that he had saved them and that he had succeeded this time. Sang-tae looked at him with incomprehension, and then he smiled softly at him, exhaling. And then a notification began to appear in front of the protagonist. It said that the quest had been successfully completed. He began to laugh with anxiety on his face. People were actively running around him and were busy with work, while he thought that this was madness. At this time, the system displayed a notification that the quest result was successful and a notification with information about the fire helmet. Somewhere in one of the residential areas of Korea, the sun was shining. The protagonist slowly opened his eyes. He woke up in his apartment full of garbage and did not understand what was happening. Seeing the ceiling in front of him, the guy wondered if the morning would come. He jumped out of bed in horror and sat up. Looking around, the rescuer thought with embarrassment that the Gishiwan in which he lived 10 years ago. The guy immediately ran to the mirror with horror looking at himself. He grabbed his face and suddenly realized that yesterday was not a dream. The sun was shining from the windows, and he continued and said that he really returned to the past. Folding his arms, the hero thought about whether the last 10 years were just an obsession. The dark-haired man confidently looked in front of him and said that he was not sure, and it was clear only that he was still alive and, moreover, he had memories of the future. Soo-hyuk folded his hands behind his head and said that he would first quit his job as a firefighter. He was still lying down and said that he could go crazy and wondered if he would have this unbearable life again. The protagonist stretched and said that he was only 26 and at that age he could do anything and had no regrets. He looked straight ahead with a little anxiety and thought that from now on he would start a new life. But then a status notification appeared. The hero reached out his finger to it and wondered what this annoying thing was. Then he remembered how something similar happened after saving the children in the mall. Then a strange notification appeared, and it said that the quest was completed and the reward had begun. The level was increased to 5 and a small increase in physical abilities. Soo-hyuk also showed up and received the rank of a novice firefighter. He narrowed his eyes and wondered what was going on, after which a notification appeared about a slight decrease in the probability of receiving fire damage. A window appeared, which said that the skill of sensing danger of the first level was acquired. The guy stretched out his hand in front of himself and said that he had received a level increase and a skill, and then wondered what had changed in his body and that he definitely felt less tired. He looked closely at his palm with anxiety and said that the higher his level is, the stronger he will be and the skills will appear, and then meaningfully remained silent. But then the reincarnated jumped out of bed and said with displeasure that he had already decided that he was quitting and needed to think about how to improve his life. Looking around, he immediately thought about what to start with. The hero looked at his notes and suggested that he should remember the lottery ticket numbers. There was the most ordinary everyday bustle on the street. The protagonist bought a magazine and said that he knew nothing about investments and stocks and assumed that he lived with complete immersion in work. After walking a little further down the street, he thought that whether it was a lottery ticket or investments, he did not have money for all this. It turned out that the guy had changed his hairstyle a lot and scratched his head and wondered what professions would be the most promising in the future and assumed that it would be nice to get a couple of certificates. Soo-hyuk saw a couple nearby and thought that this was an ordinary life. Filling his head with fantasies and embarrassed, he immediately thought that in this life he would definitely have a relationship. But then a strange feeling suddenly visited him, which changed the color of the environment, and the danger sense skill was activated. The hero clenched his teeth and tried to cover his ears. Passers-by immediately looked at him, and he in turn wondered what it was. And then a building nearby exploded on the top floor. The explosion spread at high speed. The fragments flew straight at people, and the protagonist watched this with alarm. Soo-hyuk watched this with horror and thought that only a gas explosion could cause such a scale. But then the girl bit her fingers and pointed to the scene of the incident and screamed about what was up there. A figure of a man was visible in the place where they pointed. Seeing this, the hero immediately thought that it was a man. He watched this with horror and thought that if he fell from such a height, then there was no chance at all, and there was no time to wait for the rescuers to arrive. The guy got his bearings and turned to the girl and asked her to call 911 quickly, to which she agreed. The protagonist began to run and thought that today he was not on duty, and then a notification appeared in front of him with a choice of the quest of the path of glory and the path of suffering. The window began to blink brighter, and as it turned out, he traveled in time, moving into the past, and he can achieve everything with his memories and experience. The hero looked up carefully and thought that it was happening again. He stood in front of two choice windows and froze. The path of glory offered to ignore those in need of help and prepare for a bright future. The reward would be experience, skills, and the rank would change to an expectedly successful person. And the path of suffering offered to save a person in need of help and get the rank of a hero of the district. After that, a notification came out that you can choose any path, but having made a choice, he will not be able to change it. Looking at this, the protagonist thought about how he can get a stable life with guaranteed success, or a harsh life full of suffering as a firefighter. Looking at the building once again, he wondered if this was a joke and said that there was nothing to think about. Seeing a man hanging from the window, the guy thought that if he just pretended that he did not see this, he would be able to live that life. Looking up, the hero thought that then he would have what he wanted so much. But he suddenly took off without changing his expression. And then the kid cursed and continued running and asked about what other choice there was when a person was dying before his eyes. All the windows with notifications remained behind him, and in the end, the option of the path of suffering lit up. The system praised him for his sublime decision and hoped that the chosen path would be full of blessings. Soo-hyuk ran towards the people running from the fire and shouted that the fireman was speaking, urgent evacuation. Gritting his teeth, he cursed. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He continued to shout curses. The guy remembered how there were 2 windows in front of him to choose a path. He imagined himself standing by a convertible, how a man cried at his children's funeral, then how a girl waves at him, the smiles of the saved children. In his imagination, he was on a date with a girl, and then he remembered how a man was hanging out of a window. A spark arose from the touch of hands. Wet Soo-hyuk was breathing heavily. He stopped at a flight of stairs and said that this was definitely a path of suffering. Thick smoke was spreading across the floor. The hero thought that it was starting to descend. With difficulty climbing the steps, he thought that although he was only 26, even so, breaking into hell was reckless. Finally, he found a fire hydrant. Taking the hose in his hands, the guy thought that he had definitely gone crazy. He turned the red valve, remembering that this choice definitely spoke of a brilliant and bright future. Soo-hyuk poured water on the fabric of his long sleeve, and then tied it at the back of his head, covering his face, and thought that he simply threw it away. Turning on the water on the hose, he thought he was crazy. A powerful stream rushed forward, while the fireman thought he was crazy. He moved the hose from side to side. Remembering the blue notification, he thought, is this a level up? His physical abilities have definitely improved. Continuing to pour water, Soo-hyuk thought that this way he can push back the smoke and rise. He needs to hold on a little longer. The smoke in front of the guy was moving. There was a sign on the wall that said 16 Fahrenheit. The hose was lying on the stairs. Soo-hyuk directed it forward. A door appeared in front of him. It was open. The hero thought that now it was clear why there was so much smoke. The fire door was open. Flames were bursting out from behind the other door. He opened it and began to put out the fire, thinking that this was like hell. Frowning, the guy thought that no matter how much his abilities improved, a man is nothing in front of fire. He turned off the water in the hose, thinking that another gas explosion and it would be all over. The guy ran into the room, deciding that he needed to act faster. Suddenly, the space around him seemed to turn into a negative. His foot slid along the ground. A bright explosion occurred in front of him. Soo-hyuk staggered back and fell to the floor. Sitting next to the workstations, the hero thought that if it weren't for the skill, he would have definitely been fried. He opened his eyes and remembered what he had felt before and thought that it had happened right before the explosion on the street. The flames were blazing brightly. The hero looked at them in amazement. He jumped up, dodging the tongue of flame. Jumping up, he turned away, repeating that it was hot. The guy waved his hand in front of his face. Suddenly, he saw a man hanging from the window. The system reported that a victim had been found. He thought that he should grab him and run. Holding the man, Soo-hyuk urged him to wake up and asked how he was, but he only moaned. Turning around, the hero cursed in his mind that he was unconscious. He needed to hurry. Suddenly, he felt as if he was pierced by golden lightning. His eyes wide open, the hero thought it was dangerous. Passers-by looked up in excitement. The girl opened her mouth in shock and screamed to look. Soo-hyuk and the victim were flying down under her scream that the man was falling. A huge explosion was heard behind the hero holding onto the rope. People looked at it in fear. The man screamed to the side, and the woman lamented what to do. Glass fragments fell to the ground. The man screamed in amazement to look there. His hand was clutching a white cloth. Soo-hyuk leaned against the wall, trying to hold on. His body was shaking from the tension. He was on one of the upper floors. A scream was heard that a man was hanging. The man pointed his finger, saying that a man was hanging. The woman next to him screamed. Soo-hyuk held the victim, hanging on the rope. He was very tense. 10 minutes ago, he was trying to bring the man to his senses. Suddenly he froze, feeling the effect of the skill. The pipe on the ceiling was red hot. The hero was sitting with his back to it. He was tensely thinking that there was a gas leak somewhere. Looking around, the guy thought that if this continued there would be another explosion. He quickly ran into the room, thinking that then there was only one thing left. He opened the door of the fire hydrant. Unwinding the hose, he thought that there was no time. He tied it to the support and ran, thinking that he needed to go faster. Swiftly, he grabbed the unconscious man and ran on. Without thinking, he jumped out of the window. He looked down, holding the man. A bright flame of the explosion burst out of the window. With an effort, he grabbed the hose. He knitted his eyebrows from the tension, and stretching, he rested his feet on the wall. The hand clutching the rope was shaking. Soo-hyuk thought that it would soon break. His foot touched the glass. The guy kicked it until it cracked. He continued to smash the glass, mentally begging. The crack spread further, and the hero mentally hurried it to break. He frowned deeply. Pushing off, he flew back with a scream and mentally begged. The glass shattered from his foot. Soo-hyuk flew into the room with the man, thinking that it worked. Having fallen, he hit the floor, and lying on his back, he was breathing heavily. "I wish they would come faster." Words were heard in the car that there was a fire in Sinildong 20, presumably due to a gas explosion. The fire truck was stuck in a traffic jam. The man said that they needed to get to the scene immediately. A fireman in a blue helmet shouted angrily, asking why they were moving at a snail's pace. Leaning out the window, he angrily shouted to move the cars off the side lane. In the fire truck, locked in the thick of the cars, a cry was heard that this was an emergency. Black smoke was rising from the burning building. The firefighters ran out of the car. The captain ordered them to quickly get ready to enter. One of the onlookers pointed his finger and ordered them to disperse. These were firefighters. The woman screamed in admiration. The fireman next to him was surprised. He looked at the smoke-filled high-rise, asking what happened. Why were people looking at him like that? The fireman in the blue helmet shouted, asking why he was frozen. Hurry up. The rescue team ran into the building. Soo-hyuk was lying on the floor next to the victim. He winced from the pain in his trembling hand. Suddenly, his gaze became surprised. A blue notification window appeared that the quest had been successfully completed. The system reported that experience points had been received and that he had reached level 6. Soo-hyuk closed his eyes, engulfed in a glow. He saw a message about changing the rank of district hero. His physical abilities had been significantly improved. Wincing from the bright glow, he said that he understood. The system reported that the life detection skill had been received. The guy surrounded by the glow angrily shouted that he already understood. Let him disappear already. He squeezed his injured hand. Squeezing his wrist, he angrily shouted, "Shouldn't stats be restored when you level up?" He's asking. Sitting on the floor, he fell silent. Looking at the unconscious man, he said that it didn't matter, but everything was fine. Smiling slightly, he told the saved man to know that he was lucky. Leaning on his knee, the guy stood up. He grabbed the man by the arm, saying that it was not over yet. The hero thought that there had been 3 explosions so far. It was too early to say that they were safe. They needed to get out of the building. The hero went out into the smoke-filled stairwell and thought that this was a disgusting emergency staircase. Slowly descending, he thought that he had no strength. Breathing heavily, the fireman walked forward and thought that although his physical abilities had improved, this time was definitely the limit. He put the man down on the floor. Vague voices were heard, while the guy was thinking, why is it like this every day? Closing his eyes, he lifted the man back up. Soo-hyuk was sitting on the floor with a happy smile when he heard that they found survivors, 2 people. Looking at the fireman in the blue helmet, he thought that this is what people feel when they are saved, safety and relief. The fireman promised that they will get them out of there. The weather was clear above the city. The man tapped his finger on his desk. The protagonist stood in front of the man with a guilty look. Soo-hyuk lowered his confused gaze. The chief asked that he was off duty and went on business and accidentally saved a person. The protagonist answered that everything was correct. The chief rested his face on his fist, looking at the guy with a serious look. The captain of the 3rd rescue team, Go Hanseon. He asked that he thinks that he is some kind of hero or something. The captain pointed his finger at the monitor screen, asking that it was him. The young man leaned towards the monitor, after which he widened his eyes in surprise. An open tab with a video about a fire was visible on the monitor. People were shouting that there was an explosion. The video showed the main character hanging out of a window with a man in his arms. A passerby said that they should look because there was a man hanging there, asking that he was trying to save another. The main character looked at the video in shock. Under the video, people's comments were visible, saying that he was a very brave guy, trying to save him with one hand. Many comments were visible where people respected this guy. A slight blush appeared on the main character's face. The captain looked angrily at the guy, asking why he was grinning and what good he had done, noting that the fireman was saved by firefighters from another brigade. Hanseon poked the documents into the guy's chest. He said that all the media had already spread the word that he was a fireman and that his superiors had been nagging him since the morning. Hanseon sighed heavily, adjusting his tie. He asked where all this had come from, noting that it was not for him to hear all this. The man looked at the main character with displeasure, saying that no matter what, he would take full responsibility. The protagonist furiously frowned, looking at the boss. The boss said that he had nothing to do with this, so if any problems arose, he should be responsible himself. Soo-hyuk reluctantly agreed with the boss, wondering what kind of saving a person was this. The boss waved his hand at the guy, saying what kind of saving a person was this. The protagonist wondered whether to drag him in and quit. The door to the office slammed loudly. Sancti was standing near the wall, looking at the dissatisfied protagonist. The main character thought that he had worked with this boss for 10 years. The brown-haired man called out to the main character. He looked at him worriedly, asked if everything was okay with him. The young guy looked away, clutching his head, saying as he saw it. The fireman asked what they told him at the hospital. The young man started to twist his arm, saying that he had some minor abrasions and burns and seemed to have a dislocated left shoulder, adding that he was fine and just felt a little stiff. The man looked at his comrade with excitement. He remembered how he looked at what was happening in confusion, thinking that when he saw him yesterday, absolutely exactly. Firefighters were carrying a man out in front of Sancti. Medics were telling the patient to come to his senses. The protagonist was lying unconscious on a gurney. Medics told them to move him faster. Sancti noted that there was not a single healthy spot on his body. The protagonist smirked contentedly, noting that this is what a young body means. The man wondered where this monster came from. Then he grabbed the guy's hand. Soo-hyuk said that it may seem unbelievable, but he slept well, woke up. The man said that it was good, if so, he needed to see something. The protagonist shouted that this hand still hurt. The fireman crossed his arms over his chest, looking menacingly at the guy. He asked why he continued to act like this. Soo-hyuk asked how exactly. The brown-haired man looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, asking that he seriously did not understand and thought that he would be praised for ignoring all the rules, even if he saved a person. The main character looked at his swollen hand, asking what he watched the video, noting that in any case, everything ended well. The fireman put his hands on his hips, saying that it was good that everything ended well, but he would never do something like that. Sancti looked at the guy seriously, asking that there was really no other way. The protagonist lowered his gaze to the floor, noting that if he had not done this, they would only be able to talk in the afterlife in a decade or two. The man frowned, perplexed, after which he sighed heavily, clutching his head. He noted that he was a seriously crazy guy and would be walking around with him for now, asking if he understood everything. The protagonist reluctantly agreed. The man raised one eyebrow, looking at the guy intently. Sancti said that they had sorted it out, and now he continued to call him his Hyung. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides. Sancti asked what he knew, how many years were between them. The protagonist said that he knew, asking what was wrong with that. The man said that they had passed, and let him do what he wanted. The guys turned their attention to the side. An alarm sounded that there was fire number 1. The guys looked at each other in horror. Then they abruptly ran down the corridor. The man ran out with a confused look, saying that he had not washed off the shampoo. 2 guys ran in front of the fireman. The brown-haired man ran after the guys, wondering what the hell and what these 2 monsters were. Sancti sat in the car, looking back at the guy. The brunette asked that they came. Sancti asked where Kangshik was. The brown-haired man ran into the car, saying that he came. A fire truck was driving down the road. The firefighter shouted that the 3rd rescue team was leaving. The man grabbed the radio, asking for a report on the situation. The operator said that in Shinildong 20 department store, there was an accident in the underground parking lot. The man slightly opened his mouth. The operator said that the victim hit by the car had already been taken to the hospital, and the driver was reportedly stuck in the wrecked car. A system window appeared in the air, saying that all the survivors stuck in the underground parking lot needed to be rescued. Difficulty low, reward experience, skill. The operator stated that he was currently unconscious and needed to go to the scene to clarify the details. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the system window, noting that it was a parking lot accident and perhaps nothing memorable. The protagonist frowned, thinking that everything had ended well without casualties and that the rescue difficulty was also not high. A fire truck was rushing along the road. Soo-hyuk thought that it would be better to finish quickly, noting that leveling up was so cool. The protagonist looked at the system window with a grin, noting that when leveling up he felt significant changes in his body and that it was very fun, and thought that he would soon get used to using skills. A system window with skills, danger sense, life detection appeared in front of the protagonist. Soo-hyuk wondered what it was, and when life detection appeared in the protagonist's memories, he was in a burning room. He skillfully dodged the fire. Soo-hyuk wondered what it was then, the sense of danger, and if it were not for this skill, he would hardly have survived. The main character stood with his back, looking ahead. The young guy closed his eyes and grinned sarcastically. He thought that if suddenly, that he could just quit, but it was very interesting what would happen if he continued to level up. The brunette turned his attention to the main character. The fireman frowned with displeasure. Fire trucks were rushing along the street road. There appeared employees who shouted that they had arrived at the scene. They were approaching the car and shouting that they needed to move faster, after which one of them stopped and asked what was the condition of the victim. The wanderer looked at the man behind the wheel and said that it seemed that he had passed out from shock, was stuck in the car, and there was no way to get him out. The squad immediately began to work. The commander asked if the others heard. "We need to prepare the tel mode." The others prepared and said that they understood everything. They were preparing a hydraulic tel mode. While the guy was setting it up, he thought it was great. Fortunately, he worried for nothing. It was not a difficult situation this time if they rescued him quickly. Suddenly someone shouted at him. The young man turned around and asked what was going on. Young-woo Hyun came up to him and told him to come in. The young man continued working and asked again what he was told. He snatched the pipe from his hands. Then he picked it up and said did he really not hear, told him to step aside and called him an idiot. Then he leaned over and said that if he ignores the rules and regulations, does things his own way, he does not need someone like him, so he can leave. The guy was very surprised and asked again. He did not understand why he was being kicked out and why they were treating him like that. The thing is that 10 years ago they came up to him and asked how work was going and how things were. He answered that everything was fine. After which the man came closer and said that it is necessary to monitor health. After all, physical abilities are important in such work. Saving people is of course good, but first you need to take care of yourself, and asked if he understood. The young man jumped up and agreed, said that he was grateful to him for worrying about him. After which the brunette came closer and asked if there were any difficulties in the work. The answer was that there were none. Thanks to him he was able to adapt. Jingwoo Hyung smiled and told him to continue in the same spirit and everything will be fine. If suddenly any questions arise, then you can ask him at any time. And now the guys were working on saving a person from a car. They announced that hydraulic compression is ready, and the guy thought that in his past life he was never told that he hated him. He just watched from the side at everything that was happening and thought that it was like a completely different person. Then the rescue team asked if everyone was ready. They needed to open the damaged door on the driver's side. After which they began to unclench it and shouted that they needed to hold it tighter. The main character stood aside and thought that it wasn't that he was shocked, but he just couldn't stand idle right now. So he spun around behind their backs and watched what was going on. But at some point he was nudged with an elbow and pushed back. The guy grabbed his cheek and didn't understand what had just happened. Finally, access to the car was opened. They shouted that they needed to provide space near the seat, and they continued working. At that point they were almost finished. When the door was opened, they announced that the hydraulic cylinder had been successfully installed. They ordered to bring the stretcher here. The guys decided to get the man out of the car for now and announced that they needed to lift him up to the count of 3, and most importantly, carefully with the legs. And then they counted down and pulled him out of the car. And when they lifted the man in their arms, they turned to the young man and asked why he was hanging there. He should come quickly and help move him. Finally, he jumped up and thought that he had frozen without knowing it. For some time they shouted that the bleeding was stronger than expected. It was necessary to apply a hemostatic. It seemed to be working. And when the ambulance arrived, the rescuers loaded the man into it. Then the car jumped up and drove out of the parking lot. They watched all this from the side. Then they exhaled and heard people in the background discussing that thank God there was nothing serious. The first time they saw something like this and it was cool. Their commander turned around and said that everyone had tried hard. They needed to finish here quickly and go home to rest. The guys were happy and said that they had tried great. Everyone stood to the side and discussed their successful work. But the main character approached his colleague and said that it was a good job. But surprisingly, he simply turned away and ignored him. Because of this, the guy was left alone in the middle of the parking lot and wondered if this person had any reason to hate him. Then he grabbed the back of his head and thought that it was good that this time everything ended without incident. And so he just continued to stand there. Suddenly, something dawned on him, and he turned around and thought why the quest completion window was not appearing. He immediately wondered if something had happened. The quest window was still hanging above him. There were some additional conditions that the main characters did not know about. They had to save all the survivors. There were victims of an accident in the underground parking lot and they were waiting to be rescued. Time was running out. They had to save everyone in need of help. The difficulty of the rescue was low, and the reward was experience and skill. Meanwhile, his colleagues were leaving there and discussing that they were similar. The injuries weren't that serious. They were worried when they saw that the front part of the car was crumpled, and when they returned, they would immediately go get the head. They didn't have time to properly wash off the shampoo. It was disgusting. And another said that this is exactly why you need to take a shower and wash your hair separately. Suddenly, a comrade caught up with them and asked where the kid was. Then he turned around and called him. He watched as the guy was hanging around there alone in the parking lot and shouted that he was told to stay close to him. Why did he stop? But the main character looked at them in horror and asked if the commander was sure that there was only one survivor, because his mission said that he needed to save all the survivors, not just one person. At the end, a card appeared with information about hydraulic compression. Also lives a hydraulic expander. This is a device that uses pressure to expand gaps or crush objects, especially at the sites of car accidents. Along with hydraulic cutters, the expanding force is about 20 tons and the compression force is about 5 tons. The young man looked at the tasks again and again and realized that there was a need to save not a survivor, but survivors. Then he imagined an accident and thought that after the accident, the victim of the collision was taken away by ambulance before they arrived, and only the driver, the culprit of the accident, was declared as a person subject to rescue. But then he continued to look at the task and thought that even if so, the quest window definitely hints that there is more than one person here, which means that somewhere here is someone else in. Then he turned around and shouted that he thought they should still look around again. Obviously, something is being released. His colleagues asked what else this meant. For them it was absurd. Even one of them said that before and after providing assistance everything had already been examined. Nothing was found, but the main character continued to look for something and immediately received a question, why bother at all? Others stood nearby and said that they should just leave him. They do not need a guy who spoils teamwork. And another came up and said that this is their junior colleague. It is a little rude, and what if there are really victims? This question even outraged him a little. And the young man himself was sitting near the car in the meantime and asked what they will do if they return and the person dies. The man could not stand it. Grabbed him games was that there is no need to pretend that they get along well, and let him not call him by an abbreviated name. Rescue teams do not improvise, but act confidently and according to the rules. He was literally furious and shouted that he really thinks that he is so good as to act, ignoring the commander, procedures, and orders. The guy looked at him with frightened eyes and shouted that he does not ignore anyone if they give him a little time. But he was interrupted and shouted that this is exactly it, now he is just ignoring them. Another comrade began to stop him and said that first he needs to calm down. Soo-hyuk all this time just listened that he had just transferred and immediately began to act for some of his own reasons, ruined the entire atmosphere in the team. The man did not stop and ordered him to get into the car and said that this was an order. But the same colleague came up to him and said that he only wanted to get a little time. He was asked the question, did not he hear, this is an order, he needs to get into the car right now. The guy could not stand it and shouted that he could not leave. Obviously there was something here. He thought that he could not tell them about the quest, although in his head there was information about the sense of danger and the life discovered, which at the same time were inconsistent. Then the main character realized that he had completely forgotten about the recently acquired skill. The guys decided to leave, and on the way they were stopped by their comrades, who were angry and said that this guy still does not obey. Soo-hyuk at that moment activated a new skill and thought that there was nowhere to go, activated the search for survivors, and there was one person. Around him, impulses appeared that began to explore the entire space. The whole team looked at this and did not even know how to react, including strangers who were just watching. Immediately in the head of the young men appeared a map of underground parking. It seemed to work, but did not know how to use it exactly, but it worked. After which he closed his eyes and thought that he felt the heartbeat of people nearby, began to count them. After some time, he counted as many as 13 people. In total he feels 13 people in a radius of 10 meters using life detection. Then he opened his eyes and began to look around. In front of him stood a whole crowd. On the other hand, now there are 12 people here. And then the main character tensed up and shouted as he thought, there is a survivor here somewhere. They were still trying to persuade him to get into the car and shouted that they were returning. So he asked the question, is it really true that his words are not perceived at all? The guy couldn't take it anymore and shouted that if he didn't act quickly, the man would be in danger. He was sure that he was somewhere here, he needed to find him faster. He continued to get angry and just came closer and closer to him. Soo-hyuk remembered how he asked him to trust him last time and thought that his look was the same as then, after which he turned around and ran. And the man exhaled and said that they had definitely checked everything before, but he looked at the others and said that maybe this man was right after all, and they had missed something, so they needed to check this area again. The others looked at him in surprise, but generally agreed. So the guys immediately jumped up and shouted that they needed to get down to business if everyone understood everything. After that, they began to examine every corner, every pipe in the parking lot. The main character even climbed into the ventilation shaft. There was no one there. Another suddenly noticed a cat. She was just walking past the cars. Soo-hyuk was sure that he was about to find someone, so he examined everything around very carefully. And his colleague was walking behind him, mentally cursing him and thinking that he should just try to say that there was nothing. He was waiting for the moment when he would fail. When the team gathered together, they immediately asked if they had found anything, but there was still nothing. The guys started discussing it among themselves, but no one had any news. And finally, this became a reason to get even more angry, and the man said that they now had to explain what the hell he had done here. The guy turned around and shouted that it was impossible. While he was saying that there definitely had to be a person nearby, the guards approached them. The men looked around the street and now came and said that they had searched at the exit and had found nothing, not even any hints. The tow truck had already arrived. They asked if they could start clearing the area. They were told that their work here was finished, but the young man asked them to wait, said that he could not just leave. Suddenly the commander interrupted him and said to stop. The train was over, enough, now it was time to go back. He turned around and didn't even know what to answer, and the other one said that they had to leave quickly and they would talk to him later. Then another colleague came up to the guy, said that they had done everything they could and it was time to go. At that moment, the guards heard from the tow truck driver that the front was too dented, he wouldn't be able to join. They told him that the manager asked him to sort it out quickly and suggested that he hook it to the trunk and take it away from here. The guys immediately understood what was going on. They turned around and wondered if there was anyone there. Then they grabbed the trunk and started hitting it. They kept knocking for a while and asking if there was anyone there, asking for an answer. Finally, Soo-hyuk leaned against the trunk and heard some sounds from there. Everyone was surprised because they definitely heard something. It seemed like there was a person inside. Jingwoo-hyun also turned around, and at first he couldn't believe his ears, and then he heard that he had to carry the telly and unclasp it. He was shocked. I didn't understand how that was possible. At that moment they ran up to him and asked why he was hanging. And the people who were standing there couldn't believe what they saw. They immediately started to open the trunk of the car. It didn't work right away, but at some point it finally started to open. Everyone tried very hard. They believed that there was someone there. And then a miracle happened. The trunk opened. There was a smell of blood that struck everyone, and not only. Inside lay a tied-up girl. Another victim was found. Everyone was surprised by what they saw, immediately asked for an ambulance on the radio to save the girl. Others stood aside and did not believe their eyes, shouted that a girl of about 10 years old was found in the trunk of the crashed car, asked to immediately call an ambulance. Then the commander turned around and shouted that they needed to bring a first aid kit and a hemostatic agent. Meanwhile, the main character took her out of the trunk and said that now everything is fine, soon to meet with her mother. In the background they discussed that in any case it is true. It will be necessary to conduct an investigation regarding the driver, but it is obvious that these injuries are not the consequences of an accident. The girl was badly beaten and covered in blood, after which she was put on a stretcher, and a second later their colleague appeared there with a first aid kit who ran and thought about this guy. His shock knew no bounds, and his thoughts were only about who is this. That same evening, the guys held a meeting at the fire station. They gathered in the main office. Suddenly, an employee came in and said that something unpleasant had happened several times that day. A colleague approached him and asked if it was a wrong call again, but in response he heard that it was not even a wrong call, but a false one. The man took off his helmet and said that they did not have enough people even for emergency calls, and sometimes they had to drive around on pranks. It was a member of the rescue team 3, Lee Ian. Then he noticed the guys who were sitting there despite the end of their shift, noted this and asked why they were still here. Did something really happen at the scene? One of the guys, without looking up, said no, the operation was successful. A comrade came up and asked what then. In response the guys remained silent. And then another team member approached him, who said that the driver turned out to be a kidnapper, who had a child in the trunk. The man was very surprised by what he heard. He immediately started asking if the child was really okay. If she was okay, they told him that they sent her to the hospital. If they had been a little late, something irreparable could have happened. The rescuers meanwhile continued to just sit silently. Suddenly the captain came up to the main character and told him to come to him for a second. He raised his head and agreed. The man took him aside and said that the child he had saved was a lot. He looked him in the eyes and said that he had been told that the girl was okay. This news was simply the best thing that had happened to the main character that day. He was literally jumping for joy and thought that thank God he had been able to save her. What a relief. After which they patted him on the shoulder and said that there were some small problems with how he had found her, but overall he was still a good man, and in response to this he simply thanked the Almighty for saving the baby. The rest of the team also heard the commander tell him to continue in the same spirit. Just listen to what they were telling him. True, Jingwoo, with whom they hooked up there, was still sitting and just keeping quiet. For some time in the office they discussed that everyone had tried hard, they could go home and have a good rest. They thanked him, and noted that they should thank the young man. They asked for a month. Everything seemed calm. The guy was walking down the street and thinking how cold he was, of course, in such a thin jacket. He asked when it got so cold, and thought that he would get his salary and immediately go buy clothes. Then he raised his head and thought where the hell was that guy, and he was standing there, sitting him down. He smiled and asked how long they had been waiting for him. The brown-haired man turned around and thought that he had finally arrived. He almost died of cold. In response he heard only apologies and said that first they needed to go inside. There the guys decided to have a drink. They ordered food and discussed that they did not know how many years had passed, but everyone was getting ready for work, so they had not seen each other for a long time. After which the comrade raised his glass and said that probably a year or two had passed. In response he heard who knows. The main character smiled and thought that if you count the time from his past life, then about 5 years had passed. Then he looked at his friend and thought that they were over 30 with their heads in work. And so the evening passed in conversation. At some point, the guys were already very drunk and began to discuss that Soo-hyuk became famous, jumped out of the window, just like Spider-Man. He embarrassedly asked if his friend had really seen it, and in response he heard that of course, how could he have missed it? After which the friend raised his hand and shouted that his heart was beating so hard while he was watching, and this video was taken up on the internet. Then he said that in such moments you just want to say that this man is a firefighter from God. But for some reason the young man got angry and asked again, said that if he was called there to carry some bullshit. Then the friend said that in any case he was very glad that Soo-hyuk is okay, and then finally calmed down. But his friend, on the contrary, was a little upset and said, does he really understand how scared he was, because he could get seriously injured. So the next time he risks himself, it is better to remember that the people around him are very worried about him. The young man heard this and remembered something unpleasant, because survivors are not the only ones who need to be saved at the scene of an accident. For example, at his own funeral, he saw what a grief it was for his friend and friends. He thought that he needed to save himself because he is also a family member, a colleague and a friend, that he must protect them. Then he looked at his best friend and thought that his death could become an eternal grief for them, as it turned out, and from that moment on he decided to act more carefully. When the guys dispersed, his friend called out to him. Then he turned around and heard that he needed to return carefully. The guy replied that he told him that he could spend the night at his place because it was a long way from home. But Seung-woo replied that he was crazy, they should sleep together in his honest apartment, it was better to go home by taxi. Then he waved his hand and said that he wished him a good trip, it was good that they met today. And by the way, Christmas is coming soon, and the young man is single, is he going to get married at work or something? And when he was getting into the car, he said that in general, it is better to try for yourself, so do not lose hope, and asked if he understood him. Suddenly the main character stopped him. Then he laughed and said that in the future this guy will become bald, you should take better care of your hair, otherwise it is already noticeable. I did not get the joke at all. Then he began to shout, how could he even know this? But Soo-hyuk just ran away and in the end said that he could definitely tell him about it. Some time passed, everything was calm. The guy was running down the street, it seems he was late somewhere. He was running as fast as he could. He was breathing actively, it was clearly hard for him. A lot of trips were made 1 week before this, and you have completed about 10 quests so far. There were different kinds of rescue, at some point his level rose to 12. Thanks to all these rescues, the sense of danger was raised from the first to the second level, and the detection of life was also raised to the second level. Also, the physical abilities of the young man grew. The outside weighing more than 40 kilograms was no longer an obstacle for him. He jumped and moved faster than the others. And also all the instructions of the boss and instructions on quests were carried out perfectly. The work was going well. He ran and thought that there was no more immature and stupid Soo-hyuk. While running, he thought about it. People from the bus looked at him and thought that this guy ran on par with the bus rather than some professional sprinter, a really fast person. And the young man did not even pay attention to passers-by and continued to move forward. After some time, he arrived at the fire station. He entered the office and greeted everyone. A comrade looked at him and said that their monster Makni, the smallest in the team, had he done this again yesterday. The young man was confused and could not answer anything. Then he laughed and looked at another colleague, but he turned away and pretended not to see him. The guy was still looking at him and wondering why he was ignoring him. Suddenly Kangshik turned his attention to himself and said that he wanted to discuss something. He raised his head and asked what his secret was. He asked again and asked what a secret meant. And the man frowned and said that there was no point in pretending. Isn't it crazy that there is such a newbie? It's suspicious no matter how you look at it. Then he came even closer and said that he probably had some kind of superpowers, or a spider bit him on the way. The guy got scared and asked again. After that, he smiled sarcastically and exhaled. And the man turned around and laughed, said that it was a joke. First he needed to prepare for the duty reception, but if there was something like that, then let him tell him later. The main character looked at this man and thought that in fact they did not spend that much time together. It seems that the guy entered the service recently, but Kangshik soon had to leave due to a serious injury. After some time, the guy sat, looked at the status window and thought that the recent kidnapping incident was not in his memory. What kind of accident in the underground parking lot was this? No matter how much he thought, he could not remember anything. He also thought about this girl and thought that if there was no such incredible skill, then perhaps they could not save that child. There will be many more incidents in the future. When he was rummaging through his memories, preparing for future events, even recording them to remember, and remembered a big forest fire that was about to happen. He imagined it and thought that it was a disaster, that it was not comparable to a regular fire in terms of scale and damage. It was there that his colleague was seriously injured, but now he must definitely prevent it. Therefore, he thought about the fact that he could not remember a specific time, but he definitely needed to do something. Suddenly, the commander approached him and asked what he was doing, some sad young man. Then he looked up and said that he again felt that something was going to happen. And when he said to say what was there, the guy was confused and said that nothing like that. Then he turned away and laughed embarrassedly, said that the weather was good today. Then another colleague approached them and asked what they were talking about. Then he smiled and said that he understood. The commander was also interested in his superpowers, but he waved his hand and said that there was nothing like that, and in response he received a request to tell him what that guy said. The main character was then sitting at the table and thinking that if he said that there would soon be a forest fire, he would immediately be taken for a madman. At that moment, the captain was telling his subordinate that today was somehow calm. The other replied that he hoped that it would be so. True, the guy was sitting at the table and with a penetrating face thought that he simply had to remember what day it happened. While his colleagues were discussing that the previous shift said that they were called to be crucified in the morning, so much has been happening lately, who knows why. Suddenly the man stopped and said that thank God there were no casualties, and the captain replied that this was good, and one could definitely say that without the crazy actions of that guy this would have been impossible. And then he looked at the main character. Kangshik also whispered that someone said that he had been so busy lately because of Suhyuk. And the commander answered him that he was definitely a useful guy. He didn't think. There are times when he looked much more experienced than the boss. And the same man turned around and said that he wondered what this man had been doing before he came to them. That evening, the captain studied his profile and said that there was nothing special about it, just an ordinary guy, and the only thing that was special was that he lost his parents in childhood and grew up in an orphanage. He sat in the office for a long time and studied the information, and now he looked away and said that in other respects, he was a very ordinary person. He frowned and added whether it seemed to his colleague that this guy was plotting something, a feeling as if he was preparing for something. Indeed, the brunette had been sitting at the table all this time and was quite busy. Kangshik scratched his head and said that then things were bad, asked if he had already used all his vacation time. And when the main character heard the commander say that his daughter's birthday was coming soon, he immediately jumped up and thought that it was on the birthday. Why had he forgotten such an important thing? Then he came up and heard them discussing that no matter how busy he was, he needed to spend such a day with his daughter. There was no need to worry. It was better to go to her. They would cover for him. He replied that you never know what could happen. It was better to decide later. The young man immediately shouted at him and thought about the day of the forest fire. Then he came closer and asked if he could find out when his daughter's birthday was. He himself thought that it was that day. The man turned around and asked again in surprise. Then, also surprised, he asked why so suddenly. The guy was confused and tried to think of something, thought that he had been too harsh and needed to get out of it. So he smiled and said that he was just thinking of giving his daughter a gift. His colleagues looked at him and did not even know what the answer was. After which Kangshik exhaled and said what he was talking about, then asked not to ask such a thing so seriously, people might not understand. The brunette was embarrassed and asked if it was true. In response, he heard that he was still pleasantly surprised. Another colleague turned around and said that lately this guy has been listening and not causing trouble. He asked the commander if this was true. He smiled and said that this was true. He had been doing well lately. After which he fell silent, and the colleague began to tell the young man about his daughter and show her a photo. He named the exact date of her birthday. The protagonist frowned and thought that now he remembered for sure the day when the forest fire happened, which he had been trying to remember for so long. This is that day. It so happened that it was his daughter's birthday then, and the man found himself in the very center of the fire. In the evening, he came home and thought about it for a long time. It was already 6 o'clock on the clock. The alarm went off. The guy turned it off. For some time, he sat on the bed and thought that finally this day had come. He could not even sleep at night. After which he headed to work. In the morning, he met a colleague there. He turned around and said that he came to work quite early. The young man himself was already getting ready to leave at that moment, and when asked if he really had to start preparing from the very morning, he replied that he had. After that, he took out a map, started making notes, and thought that the parking lot led to the trail from there and the camp was right here. All this time, he sat at his desk and plotted the route over and over again. Time passed. It was already 1:30, then 3 o'clock, and finally the time approached evening. Suddenly, a fire was declared. The guy jumped up and realized that this was the very call. The whole team tensed up. They had to act quickly. They ran outside, and eventually it happened. He immediately got a quest. It was written there that they had to save a maximum of people. A large forest fire had occurred. The lives of many people were at risk, but saving at least one before it was too late would be a reward and experience. The cars left after some time. Several were prepared at once, and then the entire fire department let go. The radio announced that there was a fire on the mountain, quite a large one, and all the fire departments in the area would come to help. Then he frowned and asked how many survivors needed to be rescued. The commander was very surprised by what he heard. There were currently 32 people waiting for rescue. He asked again why there was such a crowd on this small mountain, and the young man behind him said that it was because of the camp that had opened in the evening. Then he pointed to the map and said that this was the campsite and the trails surrounding it. He turned and shouted that this place was currently engulfed in flames, so it would be difficult to get through. He also began to give instructions and said that they needed to use this road and meet in another place. And the commander at that moment looked at him and thought, was the young man really acting strange because he knew there would be a fire and was preparing in advance? While the cars were moving forward, he sat there and thought, this can't be so, can it? Finally, a forest appeared in the distance. There was a whole crowd of cars. It seemed that fire trucks from the entire area had gathered. The guys went down and started moving, and when they looked up, they saw a terrible sight. Everyone present was in shock. There was an incredible fire in front of them. It was impossible to even walk normally. The flames engulfed the entire area. The guys froze for a second and studied the situation. Then one of them raised his head and said that this was some kind of madness. He had never seen such a big forest fire. And when the commander turned around, he saw that the main character was already getting out his equipment at that moment. Then he raised his hand and said that everyone else should also wake up and get to work. After which he ordered them to take the necessary equipment and get ready. After some time, the whole team gathered near the map. The commander said that at the moment it was confirmed that 32 people needed to be saved. It was expected that everyone was near the campsite. The situation was difficult. Everyone needed to be saved quickly. The guys from the team listened attentively to all his instructions. Meanwhile, the main character turned and looked back, after which he carefully disappeared and left from there. His goal was to get ahead of everyone and save his comrade. So the guy ran along the footpath alone and thought that if he didn't do it, many would die. Meanwhile, the fire was getting stronger and stronger. The fire was spreading everywhere. The main character continued moving along the paths. He was quite determined. When he raised his head, he thought that only he himself, who knew the future, could do this. He was guilty before the others, but there was nothing more precious than life. And so he continued to run. When he reached the next path, he saw that there was no further passage. Then he was surprised and thought that the flames had already reached here. Because of this, he had to stop. For some time, the young man assessed the situation and thought that this was the shortest way to the camp. Any delay jeopardized the safety of the survivors. Then he took out a hand hose and thought whether he could turn around and go back. But then his view changed and the decision was made. He had to go further. Therefore, he activated the watering and went forward. The flame in front of him was slowly dying out. He decided to just jump over, so he pushed off the ground. And a second later he was already flying over the fire and thought that he simply had to save everyone. Quite successfully, Soo-hyuk landed on the ground. Then he got up and ran on, while activating the danger sense skill. Suddenly he noticed something. A burning tree was falling on him. The guy raised his head and screamed. A second later, the trunk fell straight to the ground. Meanwhile, the team was still near the forest. Suddenly, a subordinate ran up to the commander and said that there was news. He came closer and said that he simply could not find Soo-hyuk. Perhaps he had disappeared somewhere. The man turned around and asked how long ago this had happened. And the subordinate hesitated and said that he had not seen him since they arrived here. The commander covered his face with his hand and said that now it was clear why he had been acting quietly for the past few days. Then he looked around and said that the 3rd Brigade should listen carefully. He told the guys that they needed to go look for this idiot, and the two agreed. And the man himself frowned and said that the rescue operation would begin when all members of the 3rd Brigade were assembled. Then he turned around and called him an idiot. When he looked into the distance, he thought, where did this guy go alone? Meanwhile, in the forest, a tree trunk fell right in front of the main character. He sat there and thought that he was just miraculously lucky. A little more and he would have been in big trouble. Then he raised his head and said that if the danger sense had not worked, he would have died. However, at that very second he realized something. With an increase in the skill level and about dangerous moments, you can learn more. Then he grabbed the hose and said that in any case, it does not matter how many skills he has, he is only a man and needs to wake up. At that moment, a fire was blazing around him. The guy tensed up and thought that if he made a mistake, he would be finished. So he ran there and thought that he had to be more careful. Another tree cracked nearby, and the young man turned away with a roar. He began to repeat the feeling of danger that enveloped him from all sides. Then he opened his eyes and tried to collect his thoughts. Everything around was still on fire. He looked and thought that the camp should be somewhere here, but it was not. Then he ran forward and saw something behind him. Because of the fire, he didn't understand where he was and what was around him. Disorientation increased with each passing second, but nevertheless, he wasn't going to give up. He closed his eyes and thought that it would be better to use that skill once. After he opened them, he activated life detection. A serious impulse went in different directions over long distances. Scanning began, and in the distance he saw a group of people. They were firefighters who were bringing survivors out from there. Soo-hyuk continued scanning. He immediately opened his eyes and thought that he had finally found what he was looking for. After some time, the fire was extinguished. The paths became quiet and calm. A team of people followed the firefighters through the forest. One of them raised his head and asked to pay attention to him. Then he looked at him fearfully and asked if it was possible to take a short break and then continue. The man looked at him and said nothing. The people were scared, looked tired, time was running out, but nothing could be done. So he turned and said that he agreed, Then they could rest a little and continue later. While the rescued people were resting, the firefighters gathered to the side and began to discuss the situation. In any case, it would be difficult to get out of there. One of them pointed to the map and said that there were 2 places where it was impossible to get through. Now all the routes that could be used to get down were engulfed in flames. Another scratched his head and asked how far the fire had spread and where was the support group. They also discussed that the radios and phones were not working now, there was no way to get through. Then a colleague came up to them and said that at this rate the flames would catch up with them in 3 hours. The one who was standing with the map thought that there was no time at all, only 3 hours. Then he pointed to the map and said that if we turn here, what about the riverbank? Then he raised his head and said that of course this was not an ideal place, but there was water and gravel all around, the fire would not get through there and it would be possible to avoid dehydration. Another said that now, most likely, this was the best option. The third also agreed. Then they approached the people and said that everyone should set out right now. One of them announced that they had to hold out a little longer, soon everyone would be able to arrive at a safe place, but then someone appeared and stopped them. Another firefighter came out of the forest. It was the main character, who said that he had finally found them. At the end, a card appeared with information about the new equipment. It was a water pump, which was equipped with a container for filling, a belt and hand pumps, as well as all the characteristics for it. The other rescuers looked at him and asked who it was. The young man came closer and said that he was a member of the 3rd rescue team, Soo-hyuk. The survivors also paid attention and asked if the rescuers had finally arrived. Suddenly, a man came up to him and said if he came here to help, then where are the others? The guy raised his head and said that unfortunately, he was the only one who arrived. They asked in surprise what he was talking about, did not understand what was happening, and asked how he got here alone. But the main character came closer and said that he would tell about it later and asked those gathered there, is that all? The man answered him that it was, including all the villagers and even the monks, a total of 32 people. The young man repeated the number and said that it was excellent. Then he turned around and said that from now on they should follow him. But the other rescuers stopped him and said that they wanted to know where he was going to lead them, because they had a plan to go to the river in the south. They explained that there were trees around them, at least the fire would not pursue. And then they added that they could wait for the rescue teams to arrive there. But Soo-hyuk interrupted him and said that he would not go like that. He turned around and said that they could not go there. Everyone was shocked, to put it mildly. The guy also frowned and said that if I looked closely at the map, I could see that this was a lowland. The man did not understand why this was said. Then he raised his head and asked what happened. They immediately took out the map and heard from the young man that they were simply crazy. He came closer and said that now it is a very dangerous place. In response he received a question, why so? Because the fire will not spread there. And then they said that the greatest number of victims in a fire die most obviously because of the flames. Finally, it dawned on them that they were talking about smoke. The smoke will go down, that's right, it will collect exactly there since it is a lowland, and it will not just come out from there because it is surrounded on all sides. Most likely people will simply suffocate in less than an hour. One of the members of the rescue team then thought that he had simply never been in such a situation and therefore even allowed it. Then he looked at the guy and thought, how did he understand? He looks like a rookie. And then he looked at the people and thought that thanks to him it is possible to save everyone whom he almost put in danger. So he came closer and asked where they should go. Then he looked around and said that there are no more safe places on this mountain. At that moment, everyone despaired and thought that they would die here. And the young man then tensed up and said that if they went there, they could survive. And he pointed to one of the roads. The man saw it and asked if they were going there. Then he came closer and asked if the kid had gone crazy. He grabbed him by the clothes, then lifted him above himself and asked if he really wanted them all to go into the fire pit. They immediately pulled him back and asked what kind of fire pit it was, what he was talking about, and he said that he didn't believe him. He grew up here, so he knew the area well. Then he turned around and said that there were only trees and grass there, and the flames would engulf them in an instant. Soo-hyuk then came closer and asked if they really thought he wasn't prepared, it would be better to trust him, and then they would all be able to survive. One of the group members approached another and said that they couldn't do that. That was the area under her jurisdiction. But the commander looked at the guy and thought that he was clearly forcing them, but the look was definitely not without reason. Besides, he was a fireman, so he wouldn't talk nonsense about such a situation, and he couldn't think of another option yet. So he came closer and said that they should believe him. He turned to the others and said that there was no other way out now, they couldn't continue wandering around aimlessly. And then he turned and said that if something went wrong and everyone was in danger, he wouldn't let him get away with it. And he looked at the guy in such a way that it became very scary. They immediately picked up the victims in their arms. They turned around and shouted that, of course, Soo-hyuk had no intention of dying here. Everyone followed the path, the destination was not that far from there, so they had to try. Some time passed. Finally, everyone came to the source of the fire. There was a difficult road in front of them, and suddenly one of the rescuers looked ahead in surprise and thought, "What is this?" The thing is that a week before the fire broke out on this mountain, the young man visited it. He walked along all the paths there and thought that it was definitely here. There was a small river in front of him. He thought that in the past everyone who evacuated to this stream from the camp suffocated from the smoke descending here. Even with improved endurance, he is still a human. Then he looked ahead and thought that he cannot save so many people alone. After which he moved forward along the EV path. He walked and thought that he needed to find a place where he could safely evacuate people. And when he had been walking for a long time, he thought that he could definitely find an exit somewhere here. Then he stopped and realized that he had finally found it. Now the rest of the squad looked at what was ahead and did not understand what it was. The guy literally created another camp, dug a hole and said that here you can hide from the fire. Everyone looked at him in surprise and said that it was not so level here before. And the young man turned around and said that he heard that they were going to build a new recreation area here. He found out about it by accident. He was lucky, so he thought that this was the best place for evacuation. After which he turned away and thought that he actually found it after a long and thorough search. Then the man looked at him and said that there was no guarantee that there would be no smoke here. He turned around and said that this was exactly why he needed help. Then he took a shovel and was immediately asked why he needed to dig. Soo-hyuk immediately stood up and said that he would explain it later and now asked to take a shovel and dig. The rescuers approached him and began to repeat the question of why they suddenly needed to dig the ground so urgently, asking him to explain at least something. But then his commander came up to him and put down the shovel. Then he turned around and said that now it would be better to do as they were asked. He wouldn't just do it for nothing. Then he began to dig and shouted that since they had gone so far, they had nowhere to retreat. And then all the guys started digging a hole. They worked hard for some time. They dug and dug, and finally they dug up some kind of awning. There was fabric stretched under the ground. They managed to lift it and find something there. These were hidden canisters of water, although it was unclear where they were from. Soo-hyuk at that moment turned around and asked everyone to come there and stand in line. And the commander of the rescue team looked at him and wondered if this man had really prepared all this himself. After which they began to hand out to people. Each had to take one canister. They were also given masks. First of all, they were given to the children, receiving great gratitude from them. It was very noble of him. Then the young man looked around and thought that this seemed to be over. Now it would not be difficult to hold out until the rescue teams arrived. He was a little embarrassed by the fact that he had to spend his entire salary on this, but nevertheless, if this helped save everyone, he didn't care. Now he needed to start looking for the remaining survivors. He raised his head and climbed out of the hole. The captain offered him his hand and asked where he was going. The guy frowned and said that for now it was somewhat safe here, so he was going to go look for the remaining survivors. He pulled him out and said that heroism was just pouring out of him. He frowned and said that this time he would go with him. The young man was surprised and thought, what was this? If they went together, he would become the opposite of Ozza. So he ran up and asked if people were no longer needed here. He thought it would be better to stay, but in response he heard that the team here could handle it without him. Then he asked his two subordinates and they agreed to stay alone. Because of this, the man turned around and said that the guy looked like a newbie, but he was definitely hiding something. Aren't two better than one, so he should lead. Soo-hyuk looked at him and said nothing. Then he saw his serious look and thought that he simply had no other choice. He sighed and resigned himself. After that, he agreed and said that he needed to take into account one thing. If they couldn't keep up with him, he would calmly leave him. The man came closer and said that it was funny. He was also confident in his endurance, so not to worry. And then they moved towards the source of the fire. Meanwhile, not far from there, the coma continued to gather on the offensive. A subordinate approached the commander and asked if everything would be okay. The fire, although a little, was flaring up. And he turned and asked if they should really stand and watch this. Then he went forward and shouted that the fire was still spreading. They must hurry. The 3rd Brigade should act quite actively. Behind them was Kangshik, who turned around and thought that he said that he would definitely return home early today. But it seems that now he realized that he would not be able to do this, because the fire was spreading faster and faster everywhere. Then the man mentally apologized to his daughter and thought that it seemed like he would be a little late. At the end, a card for a new item appeared, a respirator that does not allow carbon monoxide and smoke to pass through, does not block heat, so it is usually used for evacuation in emergency situations. At that time, Soo-hyuk and his new assistant were moving through the forest. The man ran after him and thought how this firefighter can run through the mountain at such a speed. He watched this and thought that he was also fully equipped, just incredible endurance. Therefore, he tried to keep up with him and thought that no one had surpassed him in endurance before. Then he looked up and thought that if he wanted to, he would die of fatigue, but he would not fall behind. Finally, they stopped and looked at each other. The man looked at him and asked if the guy had really found something, and he handed him a bottle of water and said that he was doing better than he thought before. He also came closer and said that it was better to rest for a minute. Finally, the firefighter took off his mask. Then he drank some water, while Soo-hyuk thought that he had specially sped up so that he would fall behind. Well, okay, at least he was not in the way. And so he just watched the man drink water. His fellow traveler finished his drink at that moment and said that he had incredible endurance. Was it really innate, or did he do something else? Soo-hyuk smiled and said that he devoted a lot of time to sports. Then he took out the mask again and said that if he had caught his breath, he should continue. In response, he heard who knew that he would take orders from the junior. After which he stood up and asked if he could at least find out where they were heading. The guy turned around and said that they needed to go to the top of the mountain. There were civilians there. So his fellow traveler put on the mask and asked if it was true, said that he had not received any reports. If it was true, then he needed to hurry. And Soo-hyuk looked at him and thought that of course they had not received any reports. But thanks to the memories from his past life, one could conclude that there was someone there. He ran forward and thought that these memories were simply impossible to forget, because right at the top there his colleague was seriously injured, and the team, meanwhile, was just moving in that direction. The guys were climbing and discussing that the path had become more difficult, but what can you do? They still need to go. A picture of children immediately appeared in the man's head, and he explained that this was not about that. No matter how strong he was physically, they did not even know how many people there were. 2 people could not handle it. Then Soo-hyuk reached into his jacket pocket. Then he pulled out a walkie-talkie and said that it would be possible to call for backup. The new colleague looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Then he said in surprise that the walkie-talkie had not been working for a long time. Well, while he was saying that if the walkie-talkie had been working, they would not have suffered here for a long time, the guy just turned it on. The man noticed this and started shouting. Did he really just turn it off before? Where did he come from? In response, he heard that he had a reason for that. And while the rescuer was shouting and getting angry, what the hell reason, Soo-hyuk finally contacted his captain and asked if he could hear him. Of course the commander immediately recognized that voice. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted at that idiot, asked what the hell he had been doing all this time. His scream was heard everywhere, with questions about where he was now. Soo-hyuk barely heard all this and thought that was exactly why he had turned it off before. And then he said that there were locals on the top of the mountain who needed to be rescued. He was now moving towards them, but in any case he would need help. After which the captain shouted that first this guy had run away, and now he had come back and was demanding help. He tried to calm him down, said that it was better to save all the anger for later, and asked if they could move out now. The captain's anger knew no bounds at that moment. They remained silent for some time. Then the man said that he would not forgive him for this time, but nevertheless asked where to go. The young man said that the exact location was unknown, but should be near the top. He was told that everyone understood they were heading in that direction and would see each other there. Soo-hyuk also said that the people from the camp had already been rescued, so he would give them the exact coordinates of where they were now. Everyone was surprised and asked again about this camp. After which the young man added that the people had been evacuated to a safe place, just in case it would be good to send help there, but this surprised literally everyone. And finally, the cherry on the cake, the guy added something else. He picked up the radio and apologized for acting in his own way. The captain remained silent, then said that you need to be more careful and not get into the thick of things. He lowered the radio and said that he understood everything. Then a new assistant came up to him and asked if this man had simply left the team and come here. The guy laughed and was a little embarrassed. Then he jumped up and shouted that he would explain later. Now they had to move because people were in danger. While he was running, the man shouted that the further he went, the more he thought that this was some kind of damn psycho. In response, he heard that he could think whatever he wanted. So the guys ran for some time. They moved through the forest, even though it was getting more and more difficult. The fire was already nearby. One of them noticed that everything was burning there. And then they found themselves in a field. They said that if this continued, it would really be a disaster. Soo-hyuk simply kept silent in response. Then he turned around and asked the other one if he had heard anything about Henry's law. He asked again. And the guy continued walking and said that the law states that major accidents do not happen suddenly, but only after a repetition of small ones. In other words, major disasters happen after disasters and smaller ones. The men didn't understand what was going on at all. It even sounded terrible to him. At that moment, Soo-hyuk stopped and said that this fire could now attract a much larger disaster. The member of the rescue team raised his head and said that, in principle, he was experiencing something like this for the first time in his life. And the young man was now telling him that this was just a harbinger. The very thought of it was terrible. Was this law of his really trustworthy? And the young man turned around and said, who knows, time will tell. Then he went forward and said that the summit should have appeared by now. He thought that he needed to use his skill unnoticed. He pressed the gas mask and activated life detection, immediately created an impulse around them. This impulse went quite far for several meters. In the distance, a team appeared. From there 12 people were quickly moving towards them. and the young man immediately recognized it. It was his team. Then he turned around and thought that the four at the summit were ordinary people. Then he jumped up and shouted that they needed to move there faster. The man ran after him and asked how the young man was able to decide so quickly. He had developed it. And then he frowned and added that if he made a mistake and the road was different, it would be bad. But suddenly he saw something. In front of them was a family screaming and begging for help. The firemen saw this and said that it was simply impossible. They came closer and asked if the boys were injured. The old man replied that there were no injured, but the fire had cut them off from all roads. The guy immediately stroked the baby on the head and said that they had managed to get here, so he shouldn't worry. His grandmother came closer and asked if there were really only 2 of them. The young man looked at her and said that help would arrive soon. There was nothing to worry about. Then he handed them a respirator and said that there was smoke all around, so they needed to put it on quickly. After which he told them that as soon as they were ready, they would immediately begin the descent. The whole crowd went forward, and the man remained behind and could not believe what was happening. There was great surprise in his eyes. He repeated the name of the main character and could not understand how this had happened. Memories and thoughts that there are still many unclear moments popped up in my head, but thanks to this guy, many people were saved and his incredible physical strength is also amazing. The way he runs, despite the heavy equipment, it's not the time to talk about it now, but he is really reliable. And then I looked at how this guy does not hesitate and saves people. After some time, the whole group went down, and the team went up to them. Finally, in the distance, the captain saw a guy who was calling them. He was waving his hand and pointing to his location. Then they transmitted on the radio that he was finally found, and the enraged captain went to him, probably already imagining how he was hitting him in the face. But he asked him to wait a little and said to calm down first, and in response he heard, "Does he really look like a person who can calm down?" When the commander had almost started hitting him, he noticed people and another rescuer behind him. So he decided to let him go and said that first they need to go down and then they will talk. He noticed 4 rescued people, a whole family, and there was another firefighter standing nearby from another unit. So he came closer and said that he would introduce himself later. First he needed to get out of here. The man threw it to him and said that that was what he should do. Then the captain turned around and asked if there were more survivors. They told him no, they had checked everything. Then he looked to the side and said that there were fewer people here than he expected. Asked how many were in the camp. They told him that there were 32 people. The man turned around and asked why so many. They should have sent more people there. The question immediately came, who was there from their team now? The captain frowned and said that there were only a couple of people, and among them was Kangshik. Soo-hyuk heard this and was very surprised. The question immediately came, is there really some kind of problem? The guy hesitated and answered that everything is fine. But in fact, he looked down and thought that his comrade had received a serious injury there when he was descending with the survivors of the Perfect Mountain. But this time he was sent to the camp as support. Was it really because of his actions? The whole team at that moment looked at him and did not understand what was happening. And the young man himself reasoned that if this continues and Oleg can avoid injury, it will be good, but what if with a new one? Therefore, he approached the captain and said that he had a very bad feeling, and he should go there, but in response he was forbidden. The man also turned around and said that he could do it his way only up to this point. Soo-hyuk was not going to give up and turned to the captain again. He noticed that something seemed to be happening. He looked at him and thought that this guy's premonition was impossible to ignore, but why? After which he exhaled and thought that they really needed help there, and for all the time that they acted and as this guy wanted, there were no problems. Maybe he should believe him one more time. Then he turned around and said that he and Soo-hyuk would go towards Kangshik and leave the rest here with him. A member of the other team agreed and said that he understood everything. Then he stopped the main character and asked if he remembered correctly that his name was Soo-hyuk. He came closer and said that he would go with him, but if they were together, he would only become a burden, apologized and said that they needed to be with the other rescuers, and said that everything was fine. Then the guys shook hands and said that next time they could have a drink. The other agreed. Then he raised his hand and said to take good care of all his places there. The guy turned around and agreed. Then he looked at the commander and said that it was time to go forward. He nodded his head and agreed, and immediately both ran there. They moved away from the camp faster and faster, and the remaining rescuers looked and thought that every time they saw and were surprised by this man. Meanwhile, the other team finally reached the camp. There were 4 people who asked what all this was. They were met by the rescuer, who asked that this was probably a support group. After he came up and introduced himself, the guys introduced themselves in response and asked where they got so much equipment from. The man explained that they were brought here by firefighters from their unit, Soo-hyuk, and that he had prepared all this in advance. The men were surprised and asked what they were talking about. But another rescuer ran up to them and shouted that the flames were already here and that they needed to hurry. The firefighter turned around and said that they needed to save themselves then. And at that moment the flames were increasingly taking over the forest. The captain and the main character continued to run through the forest at that moment. Soo-hyuk was practically skidding on the turns and was running as if he was following a navigator. He turned around and shouted that they needed to follow him. The man did not understand what was happening and thought that this guy had completely changed direction. Then he looked at him and thought that he seemed to know exactly where the people were now. Finally, it was heard in the forest that the guys had found them. They ran up to the whole group and called their comrades. Kangshik then turned around and heard a familiar voice. Then he looked at him and asked what he was doing here at all. The guy exhaled and realized that he had found him alive. Then he grabbed his head and asked if anything had happened, if anyone was hurt. It looked strange. To put it mildly, did the colleague even ask what was going on? The commander immediately ran up and asked if everything was okay. Now the fireman was even more surprised, asked why he had even run here, while Soo-hyuk was running around him and examining him for injuries. The chief looked at him and said why, it seemed there weren't enough people here, that's why he came. Then he raised his hand and said that they should try to go down, decided to go ahead and told them to follow him. So the whole team moved forward for some time. Kangshik walked calmly in thought. He felt uneasy because the young man was walking ahead and examining everything around. It was unclear why he was clinging to him. Then it dawned on him that the young man had definitely foreseen this forest fire. He frowned and thought that if not, then his actions defied any logic. Then he decided to turn to him. The guy turned around and asked what was wrong. And the man lowered his head and said that he saw the camp and the equipment. It was obviously all prepared in advance, heard that this was all his doing. Then he came closer and ordered to speak. How did he know about this? Soo-hyuk asked again in surprise. Then he turned away and tried to say something, but then the danger sense skill worked. Right behind them was a huge pile of stones. The protagonist saw it and screamed. The same rescuers turned around and heard the young man screaming to jump to the side. Right behind them was a collapse. Stones were flying there with incredible speed. They shouted that everyone should run to the side and the people ran. But only one of them stumbled, and it was Kangshik. Soo-hyuk ran up to him and extended his hand, asked if everything was okay, and he grabbed his leg and said that most likely he twisted his ankle. The young man shouted to jump on his back and the man agreed, after which he sat him down and realized that he needed to act even faster. The captain also noticed everything that was happening, so he turned around and saw a young guy carrying his colleague on his back. He ran up and screamed, but it was too late. A second later, a collapse appeared in front of him. There was only horror on his face. Sancti immediately jumped up and ran there. He didn't want to believe what was happening. But it was obvious that the guys were buried. Everyone ran up and started asking what happened while the captain was dripping. And Jingwoo stood aside and replayed all the events with horror. It seemed like everyone was running, shouting failure. One of the colleagues stumbled. When he fell, he couldn't even move. His legs seemed to be frozen. He stood in place and thought that he was completely consumed by fear, but this guy. He ran past him and ran to save his comrade. He did what amazed everyone, ordered him to jump on his back. Then he dragged him on himself and didn't even doubt for a second. He immediately rushed to help his comrade. If you imagine this person, he only brings problems. He ruins teamwork at the cost of not following orders, but saves people. And then Jingwoo realized that all this time he was just standing aside and was very jealous of him. And now he stood nearby in shock and listened to the captain swear at him and ask why the hell he let himself be killed. Suddenly another rescuer approached them. He looked up and said that they needed to get out of here quickly. If they were not sleeping now, they could be surrounded by fire. And he added that first they needed to go down and ask for additional help. The captain understood that there was no choice and he had to agree. Then he looked at the fire that was spreading everywhere. After some time, the team finally went down. There was a rescued family who thanked the firefighters, and in response they did not hear that. Thank God they went down without incident. But suddenly the man heard that everyone was being gathered in another place. The team of survivors arrived. The main character's new friend approached the commander and said that they tried hard, but in response he heard that it was better to talk later. He was surprised and asked what happened, but in response he heard that they needed to get back quickly and help. So the guy immediately started approaching the others and asking what happened there. The fireman stopped and said that there was a collapse on the way. Kangshik and Soo-hyuk were buried. Everyone asked in surprise, was that really so? Was that monster really buried? Then they came closer and asked if those two were really left in grief. Then they lowered their heads and said that it simply couldn't be. Meanwhile, up above, in the area of the collapse, it was quiet. But suddenly someone started to crawl out from under the rocks. A hand appeared from there. A guy crawled out, barely breathing. Then he stood up. And then he turned, looked at his comrade and asked if everything was okay. Fortunately, everything was fine. Then he extended his hand and said that they needed to get out. When they both crawled out, there was a fire all around. But nevertheless, they shook themselves off and decided that the others had already descended. Kangshik looked at his comrade and said that thanks to him they remained alive. If he had not closed it with him, he would have died. And the guy told him that he needed to climb on his back. If they remained, they would die inside the ring of flame. The man raised his head in surprise. Soo-hyuk meanwhile told him to climb faster. There was little time left. In response, he heard that his condition was also very bad. Then he got up and said that if he took him with him, they both would not be saved. Therefore, true, the brunette interrupted him and said that what about his daughter? She was waiting for him. And he also said that today was her birthday. Did he really want her to hold his funeral on such a day? Kangshik could not cope with his tears then. And the guy turned around and shouted again that the birthday should be happy. Did he really want to darken it for her for the rest of her life? If not, then let him climb. The comrade looked at him for some time, then climbed in and began to thank him. In response, he heard that it was better for him to hold on tighter. And then the young man with renewed vigor began to skid forward. While he was running, he was shouting that they were almost there, just a little bit left. The colleague was trying to persuade him to let him go all this time, but he was shouting that there was no point in talking nonsense, he could still run anyway. There was fire everywhere in front of them. The man was shouting that there was no point in making him laugh because the guy was already at the limit. But his thoughts at that moment were about the fact that the sense of danger was telling him that there was simply no safe place. So he braked sharply, and then he saw something terrible. Even smoke rose around from his braking distance, and both crashed into trees. The man came to and felt severe pain from the impact. The same guy got up and asked if everything was okay, started to apologize, but he replied that everything was fine. Then he got up and told him to grab on. He was very determined and thought that he simply could not stop now. He needed to get out of the fire by any means necessary. He looked at his colleague and thought that there was no more time to waste. And then he completely lost consciousness. He woke up in the hospital. When he opened his eyes, he was only thinking about Kangshik. Then he practically jumped up and looked around in surprise. He got up and asked what was going on. People nearby saw it and shouted that the firefighters had finally come to their senses and woken up. A nurse came up to him and said that the young man was now in the hospital. Could he remember his name? The brunette asked in surprise what happened. They told him that he was injured on a mission and he was immediately brought here. The man nearby said that this kid had been sleeping for 4 days. He already thought that he would not wake up. His granddaughter asked him not to say that. But the old man nevertheless turned around and said that he heard that this fire caused enormous damage, and that he survived was just a miracle. Then he smiled and added that if it weren't for him, they say, the situation would have been even worse. The question immediately came, who said that? The old man explained that while he was unconscious, many people came to him, even people from above. Judging by their stories, he did something truly outstanding. They brought him gifts and flowers. At that moment, the guy raised his head up and saw the status window. It said that the quest was complete and the quest was almost perfect. The reward was being received. Experience was gained to level up, and so the level was now 14. All his skills and abilities were increased. The chance of getting burned was reduced. Soo-hyuk looked at this and thought that he had risen 2 whole levels at once. But it said almost perfect, which meant there were casualties. He looked out the window and thought that of course there were casualties because everything was burning to the sky. He reasoned and thought that someone had died, trying to save everyone, but it immediately dawned on him. Did Kangshik really die? The young man immediately turned around and asked if there was a person named Kangshik here. The girl replied that there was no such person among the patients. In response, he heard that it was simply impossible. She said that she would check again and let him know. Suddenly someone entered the room and said who else was called a patient here. Soo-hyuk turned around and recognized that voice. In front of him was a colleague, alive and well, who asked how he was doing. The young man immediately jumped up and said that, thank God, he was okay, and the nurse added that he really shouldn't move. The colleague asked about himself and said that it was all thanks to him, and then the captain came in. Soo-hyuk was happy when he saw him, but the man was very angry, came closer and warned that he had already told him not to act like a madman. Then he started screaming, have you really lost your mind? Do you want to die so much? The guy stepped back and asked him to wait, and he clenched his fist and started talking, but the young man interrupted him and said that he was very sorry. The captain seemed ready to listen to him. Then he looked up and said that thank God he looked much better now. Soo-hyuk raised his hand and said that if you forget about the muscle pain, then everything is fine, and the nurse was still trying to put him back in place. Then the young man looked at Kangshik. Then he came closer and asked how they managed to get out. He hesitated a little and remembered that day. When the young man lost consciousness, he tried to bring him to his senses, but nothing worked and he had to act. So he said that the guy tried hard. Then he bandaged his leg and tried to get up. It was very painful, but he had to act quickly, so he lifted him on himself and went forward. While walking, he shouted that he needed to hold on a little longer for the sake of his daughter, and so they walked almost to the very end. The path was difficult and thorny. At some point, other rescuers noticed them. Everyone present was in shock. The guys were alive. With his last strength, Kangshik was dragging his comrade. Of course, as soon as they were seen, they immediately ran to them. They met the guys, although they did not believe that it was true, and so everything ended well in the hospital. The rescuers moved to the corridor and discussed what was happening. The captain intervened and said that his comrade carried him off the mountain despite his leg injury, and he smiled and said that then the firefighters saw them and safely saved them. He also looked at him and added that if he had not given him strength and courage before, he would never have come down from there, so he should thank him for that. The brunette was embarrassed, said that thank God everything worked out, and began to thank him. The captain then looked at him and said that the fire was only put out at dawn when the helicopter arrived. Then he lowered his head and said that there were 3 dead. The young man was upset when he heard that, unfortunately, they were all locals who went for a walk and ended up dying in accidents. Suddenly, someone came up to them and shouted. Soo-hyuk turned around and saw a familiar face there. They were other team members, including new friends who decided to come visit him too. So everyone moved to the restroom and sat down at the table. Ihan smiled and asked how the main character was feeling. He smiled back and said that he was alive. After that, he looked around and said that it was thanks to their prayers. At that moment, Jingwoo was standing behind him and did not know what to do with himself from shame. The guys then looked at each other and said that thank God it happened this way, they were so worried about the two of them. So the guys talked for some time, after which one of them raised his hand and said that they should listen to what this idiot has to say. He looked at him and asked what happened in the end. He heard that he was the one who led everyone out of the camp and saved them. He also added that he had prepared the equipment in advance. The other one turned around and said that he was also interested in how it all turned out. After which there was an awkward pause. The question disappeared into thin air. It was asked to change the mood, but it was also difficult to answer. They even stunned the main character. He raised his hands and simply said that he was training, thinking over the evacuation route and safe places, and he simply prepared the equipment in case of emergencies, and a bunch of other stupid and completely useless excuses. But no one else wanted to delve into this dark story, so they accepted all of this, and even the fact that he was the only one who escaped from his group. The captain, among other things, simply listened to him and said nothing. Suddenly, Jingwoo intervened in the conversation. He came closer and looked at him with sad eyes. Then he lowered his head and began to apologize for everything. The young man jumped and asked again in surprise, and the comrade continued saying that he knew that he did not understand why he behaved like that all this time, but he bowed and said that he was guilty, that he considered him a loser, dragging their group down. Then he frowned and thanked him for saving their mutual comrade. The guy immediately jumped up and asked why he did that. However, the others also stood up and bowed, said that they were also very grateful to him. It was not clear what was wrong with them. The captain intervened in the conversation and said this is how everyone started talking. After which he raised his hand and said that Soo-hyuk in the future should not even think about acting alone and must report to him. Even if it is something strange and defies any logic, he must report. He turned and shouted that he understood. After which they turned to everyone else. The man pointed at him and said that now they need to listen to this guy carefully. It seems that he really does have some abilities. Everyone seemed to agree, but it was quite strange. The captain also exhaled and said that he wanted to say something else. He came closer and said that this time he would be faced with a disciplinary committee. This was the worst news of all. After which the man explained that he had done everything he could, but the department had already known everything before him. Then he folded his arms and said that this time there would be a penalty and it would be difficult to escape. And Soo-hyuk listened and thought that he had foreseen this to some extent. So he turned around and said that there was nothing he could do but accept it. The captain then said that this was precisely why he needed to take part here and handed him a brochure. It was an international firefighting competition where there was a pretty good prize. The chief offered him to take part in the best firefighting competition, which surprised many, including the main character. If you think about these competitions, they are literally the best firefighting competitions. Another name is the toughest firefighters. The competitions are divided into 4 stages and are based on setting time records. The first stage is dragging a fire hose from the car to its destination. The second stage is overcoming obstacles, something like an obstacle race. The third stage is lifting the tower, where they had to work with ladders. The fourth stage is climbing the ladder, where weights were used. Points are awarded for each stage, then they are summed up and the final result is announced. But what was interesting was that the main character was actually offered to participate there. He raised his head and asked why he was chosen. He thought that first the disciplinary committee, now the competition, why? And the captain raised his hand and explained that it was because if he shows himself worthy and gets at least into the top 3 awards, the question immediately came up whether they will really give some new equipment. But the man frowned and said that it would be an unscheduled promotion to the first category. Everyone present was shocked by this news and even asked again. And the man looked at the young man and said that if he reaches the final, he will receive an unscheduled promotion, as well as the opportunity to participate in an international competition, and if he gets into the finalists at the international competition itself. He came closer and said that in the best case scenario it would be possible to somehow resolve the issue with the disciplinary committee. Then he read the back of his head and said that it was because there were a lot of people above who only cared about their reputation. If he could at least stand out and attract attention. He understood what he was getting at, right? Soo-hyuk looked at him and listened carefully, and so the evening came. The young man lay in bed and looked at his phone, thinking that it looked like he had no choice but to participate. Firstly, having just received his place in his country, he could go to the international stage. He continued to lie and thought that there would probably be real monsters there, right? Then he turned over and thought that of course he didn't think he would be much inferior to them, but what other competition? He literally couldn't find a place for himself and was constantly tossing and turning, thinking that he was risking his life to save everyone, and in the end, the disciplinary committee, in any case, was not in the best shape now. He closed his eyes and thought that although he was recovering abnormally quickly, he would only be happy if he was fired. Then he jumped up and thought that it would be a national loss. For some time, the guy thought about what if this does happen, what will remain of all future events. This thought scared him. The guy looked out the window and thought about what will happen to those that only he knows about, those that only he will be able to prevent. He sat and thought about all these numerous disasters, what will happen to them. Then he exhaled and thought that no one could solve this for him. Then someone came up to him and said that Soo-hyuk had completely dropped out of life, asking what he was thinking about. It was his friend who came and said that he seemed to have been warned that stress is bad for hair. The guy jumped up and asked how he knew that he was here. In response, he heard that this was a secret guarded place. The main character looked at his friend and said that he definitely did not tell anyone and asked others not to tell, but he interrupted and said that he knew about everything. Then he frowned and mentioned something else. He immediately grabbed him by the clothes and started shouting that he had already warned this idiot about not being a hero. This time everything was very serious. He got scared and said that he had no choice, he was telling the truth. And his comrade continued shouting that this was nonsense. Did he really think that he didn't know that he, like a madman, flew to meet his death? At this point the main character had nothing to say, after which his comrade let him go and said that it was enough to make people worry. Now when they hear what they say about him, he immediately thinks the worst. The brunette lowered his head and said that it didn't depend on him. And Seung-woo came closer and asked if he really thought that he was the only firefighter in the country. Then he remembered their childhood and youth and said that he always admired him and was proud that he had such a friend. Another thing is his attitude to himself and his body. Then he pointed his finger at him and said that if he dies, do you know that he will have to bury him? Then he stepped back and said that he hated doing it and would not do it. And he added that this is exactly why he was asking him to be careful. And Soo-hyuk continued to insist on how he even found out that he was in the hospital here. The guy stepped back and said that he just saw about a fire on the news, called his unit, and they told him, at first quite coolly. And while he was drinking soda, Soo-hyuk asked him why he came here empty-handed, and now he's stealing his drinks. What if he just exhaled and smiled? Then he turned away and said that it was all because now he didn't need fruits or drinks, so this was basic friendly concern. The main character's head immediately remembered the conversation when his friend told him that he would try for him and deprive him of loneliness. Then he asked really. He interrupted him and answered that everything was right. He found a person who would destroy his status as a loner. Soo-hyuk looked at his friend in bewilderment and exclaimed that he was stupid, he was doing useless things. Seung-woo held the note and shouted, asking, useless, what he needed now was love. The guy sitting on the bed heard him say that he said that he wanted to start a relationship. Did he think that finding the right person was that easy? He remembered the touch of her hands and thought that he had dreamed of something like this in his past life. Imagining himself walking with her and laughing, thinking that he would meet his beloved girl, marry her, have children and live happily ever after. Thinking about this, he instantly became happy. The debris fell into the blazing flames. Soo-hyuk imagined himself falling and thought, at what point did he make a mistake? Seung-woo silently looked at his comrade. Looking at him, he thought that if he had a girlfriend, he would start to take better care of his life. He held out a business card. Soo-hyuk opened his mouth, hearing him say that he tried very hard to get this business card. Let her contact her at least for him. Looking at the white card, the hero said his friend's name, and then took it back, agreeing. Seung-woo turned around, saying that if everything went well, he would have to treat him. He shook his finger, saying that this girl was not really the type to date him. The hero indignantly asked what was wrong with him. The comrade, leaving, waved his hand and replied that he had nothing to look at except his body, and then said goodbye. Soo-hyuk, with a dissatisfied face, thought that he was stupid. As soon as he was discharged, he would show him. The hero looked at the card he was holding. It had a number and the name Choi Yoon-sung written on it. The calendar marked January 1st. Time flew by. The guy sat on the bed and talked to his comrades, who noticed that he had gotten better. While he was in the hospital, his colleagues from the 3rd Rescue Team visited him. Jingwoo looked at the hero with a smile. The awkwardness between them was significantly reduced, so they began to communicate better. Soo-hyuk happily called out to Soo-hyuk when he heard him coming. The man pointed and told his daughter to say hello to the man who saved her dad's life. Hweon bowed and thanked him for saving her father. Soo-hyuk clutched his heart in admiration, thinking that it was so cute. Now he understood why Kangshik adored his daughter. Many men were standing in the room of the stunned hero. Rescuers from other departments came to him. He remembered how the chief pointed at the poster and thought that something had happened. Sancti told him that he would have to participate in the firefighter competition. The doctors stood by the bed and said in amazement that it was incredible. Soo-hyuk thought that perhaps because he reached level 2 at once, the regeneration speed increased significantly, so he was discharged much earlier than planned. The guy clenched his fist resolutely. The clear sky was reflected in the windows of the buildings. Finally, 3 weeks later, he was discharged. The taxi was driving among the cars, and a request was heard to Sinildong. Sitting in the back seat, Soo-hyuk thought that after a long time, he would finally return to Gishiwan. He was surprised when he felt something in his pocket. Taking out a business card, the guy thought that he completely forgot to call when he was in the hospital. With an excited look, he thought, should he call her now? He remembered Singwoo telling him to treat him and thought that although he was at fault in front of him. Then he imagined an angry Sancti asking how he dared to show up to the competition unprepared, and thought that first of all, he needed to focus on the competition. He smiled awkwardly, thinking that it was because he was afraid of the consequences. Clouds were floating in the sky. The hero thought that it was true, he would call her another time. Getting out of the taxi, he thanked the driver. An incoming call from an unknown number appeared on the phone. He carefully held the phone up and answered. The girl on the other end asked, "Is this Mr. Soo-hyuk?" The brunette replied, perplexed, that it was him. He opened his mouth in shock when he heard that her name was Yoon-sung. He awkwardly said hello. The girl was standing in the kitchen, saying that the thing was that Sungwoo had asked for her business card 3 weeks ago, but he had never called her. The worried guy replied that he was a little busy at the time. Passers-by looked at Soo-hyuk, who shouted a denial when he heard that maybe he didn't want to meet her. The girl asked if he had any free time tomorrow. The guy, his mouth open from such initiative, asked again in fear, tomorrow. The guy holding the phone to his ear heard Yoon-sung offer to have lunch together if he had no other business, and replied that he was completely free. He stood in the middle of the sidewalk and said that he understood. Soo-hyuk looked at his phone in shock. He thought shyly that they would meet tomorrow. The sun was shining on the city. Soo-hyuk was walking down the street in a black coat. He was humming, closing his eyes. Looking at his watch, the guy chuckled. He stopped at the building, thinking that it seemed like he was too early. Scratching the back of his head, the hero thought that with him, he felt like a schoolboy who fell in love for the first time. He shouldn't expect anything special. There was a chance that she wouldn't like him. He saw himself in the reflection of a shop window. The girls passing by smiled when he admired himself. Soo-hyuk turned around when they left. Coughing from awkwardness, the guy thought that while there was time, he should take a walk around the area. A shiver shook him, and the guy thought how cold it was. White clouds floated in the sky. Soo-hyuk exhaled. He stood in front of the black doors and encouraged himself. Entering, he looked around when he was greeted. Turning around, he noticed Yoon-sung was sitting at a round table. The cute girl nodded in greeting. Soo-hyuk looked at her in amazement. A sparkling line seemed to stretch between them. There were cups of tea on the table. A greeting was heard. Sitting down, opposite, the hero introduced himself. The girl laughed sweetly and said that she already knew. Looking at her stupidly, he said that he was 27 years old and worked as a fireman. Most likely she knew this too. However, Yoon-sung was surprised and asked, "Is he a fireman?" Soo-hyuk was surprised and asked, "Didn't Sungwoo tell you about it?" The girl answered in surprise that she didn't, and the brunette was perplexed that he didn't know about it. Looking down, he apologized, saying that he should have told her about it earlier. Yoon-sung clarified, what was he apologizing for? Looking down, the hero explained that usually when someone says that they work as a fireman, it can be a bit of a burden on the interlocutor. Yoon-sung looked at him confidently, saying that she didn't think it was that important. Soo-hyuk looked at her in surprise. Then he smiled happily, asking, "Is that true?" Later, the heroes laughed. They sat together in a movie theater. Then they had dinner in a restaurant. Yoon-sung smiled sweetly. Soo-hyuk looked happily awkward. In the evening, they walked down the street. The guy pointed his finger and asked if she saw that building over there. Turning around, he said that he had once saved a person there, and the girl, impressed, said that it was hard to believe. Turning around, she told the embarrassed guy that he was a real celebrity. He opened his mouth when the girl asked what happened that day. He was nicknamed Spider-Man, right? Remembering the jump from the window and hanging from the hose, the hero realized with shock that he couldn't tell her about that incident. They walked further and Soo-hyuk said that it was kind of cold here, maybe they should go to the bookstore and chat there. The girl exclaimed from the change of topic and asked, "Is this fire some kind of classified information or something like that?" The guy turned to his smiling companion. He froze tensely and turned around. A car was driving fast behind him. It seemed that the driver was lying on the steering wheel. Frowning, Soo-hyuk told the girl that the car was driving straight at them. She asked in fear what to do. An information window began to form in front of the guy's eyes. It contained the task to prevent the explosion of a truck. The driver lost consciousness. The truck is out of control and can explode. It is necessary to stop it and save the driver before innocent people get hurt. The hero clenched his teeth, thinking, why now? Yoon-sung pulled his hand, offering to get away from there. The guy touched her shoulder. Looking at her, he decisively ordered her to stay as far away from the car as possible and run to a safe place. He will return to her soon. The girl looked at him in surprise. Rushing forward, Soo-hyuk shouted at the passersby to avoid the car and try not to get hurt. Yoon-sung extended her hand in surprise. The brunette ran forward resolutely. He threw himself right under the car, accompanied by its loud scream. The girl looked at the hero in surprise. He frowned. Soo-hyuk ran along the sidewalk, hearing her calling him. The out-of-control truck was moving forward. The guy rushed towards it, cursing. His hand grabbed the handrail on the cabin. The car quickly dragged him forward. The onlookers looked at it in amazement. Yoon-sung covered her mouth with her palms in shock. Soo-hyuk clenched his teeth from the tension. The companion standing behind him called out to him in fear. Jumping onto the back, he thought, great, he managed to climb in. Looking through the window, he saw the driver. The man was lying on the steering wheel, and the hero thought he was unconscious. The pedal was pressed, and the guy thought that the car was still moving. If this continues, then a collision is inevitable. Swinging open the door, he thought that he should stop it. On the move, the hero climbed inside, and quickly grabbed the steering wheel, thinking that great, now I just need to press the brake. He looked ahead in surprise. The guy's gaze became frightened. The car was rushing straight to the building. Soo-hyuk exclaimed that it was dangerous. Passersby looked at him in shock, exclaiming that he was going to crash. Holding the driver, the guy jumped out of the truck. The next day, the sun was shining on the fire station. The employees worked at the computers. Sancti looked ahead and said that he heard that he saved a person yesterday. What happened there? Was anyone hurt? Soo-hyuk looked down in confusion. The boss exclaimed in surprise, what's wrong with him? Kangshik covered his mouth with his hand and said that he had been acting a little strange since this morning. Maybe he ate something wrong. The man chuckled tensely, wondering if it was him again. Soo-hyuk was sitting in front of the monitor. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The hero remembered how the special services arrived at the scene, how he told the officer everything. The victim was loaded into an ambulance. The man with the baton blew a whistle. The ambulance quickly drove away. Soo-hyuk remained standing next to the girl. Turning around, Yoon-sung asked if he was okay. Did he hurt himself? The hero turned around worriedly and thought that she saw him in such a light, and this was their first date. Looking down, he apologized, surprising the girl. He arched his eyebrows, saying that she must have been very worried about him, and thought to himself that this is why she did not want to date him. Yoon-sung was surprised and silent. Closing her eyes, she said that it was true. Did he at least understand how worried she was? Apparently, she will constantly worry about him. Soo-hyuk looked up in surprise. The girl asked in confusion why he was looking at her like that. Was there something wrong with her face? The brunette replied, no. Looking worriedly at his companion, he asked, is everything okay? Yoon-sung leaned over slightly, peering intently, and said that he almost died, but was acting as if nothing had happened. The hero replied that it was not about that. Looking at him, the brunette asked, does he think that if she saw what he was doing, she would run away in fear? Soo-hyuk said in confusion that her expression. The heroine standing opposite explained that she did not hide that she was surprised and scared, but she had no thought of moving away from him. Looking at the guy, she asked him to take care of her safety while they were dating. With a confident look, Yoon-sung continued that, of course, she should become braver if their communication continues. The hero looked at her worriedly. Sparks seemed to shine around when the girl asked, how about another date? Soo-hyuk looked ahead confusedly, remembering, and thought that yesterday's event was like a dream. He couldn't believe it. A notification appeared on the smartphone screen. The hero picked up the phone. There was a message from Yoon-sung wishing him good luck today. The guy looked at the phone embarrassedly, thinking that it was not a dream. A colleague glanced sideways at the stupidly happy Soo-hyuk, looked at him in confusion, and said that he was definitely a little strange today. Kangshik confirmed. In the rescue building, a request from the boss was heard to keep an eye on him today. White clouds floated across the sky. Someone took a step. Confidently looking ahead, the guy thought that the day of the competition had finally arrived. Looking at the people passing by, he thought that perhaps because it was the weekend, there were so many of them. Then he took a breath. Deciding that he needed to go, he moved forward. With Us was fluttering in the wind. There was something written on the sign at the entrance. Having passed through the gate, the guy was surprised that there were so many of them here. Noticing two men, he thought that not only firefighters and their friends had gathered here. Something caught his attention. Noticing a group in front, he thought that maybe these were the guys from the station. Seeing how they were discussing something, he decided that they were probably here to support their friend. Smiling awkwardly, the blonde realized that he was the only one from the third rescue team, remembered how he offered his colleague to go with him to the competition. He replied that he refused. Then, looking at another, he asked him, but the colleague shook his head, not even listening to him. Sancti approached them and turned to Soo-hyuk. Raising his eyebrows, Sancti asked again about tomorrow's competition. The colleague sitting next to him cleared his throat when he told the hero to try his best, because unfortunately they would not be able to attend since they would be on shift. Someone patted Soo-hyuk on the back, telling him not to worry because he would be presented in the best possible light. Now the hero was shaking with excitement. Then, he imagined how his colleagues would support him, wishing him luck. And then he remembered the girl, thinking that it would be better for Yoon-sung to cheer him up. The hero looked around, wondering if she had arrived. Then he checked his phone screen, not seeing a call from her. Someone turned to Soo-hyuk, asking all the participants of the competition to gather. Awkwardly looking at the organizers, the hero remembered that Yoon-sung had said that she might be late. People began to gather near the tent, and Soo-hyuk thought that he should come too. Someone tensed their muscles, another person showed the muscles on his back. Looking at the other men, he noticed that they were all well coordinated. Putting the microphone to his mouth, the organizer said that the competition would start right after lunch at 1 p.m. Then he raised his hand, saying that as soon as they heard their name. The organizer wanted to say a name. Everyone turned to look at the hero when they heard his name. The guy walked silently past the other people. Someone from the crowd asked if this was the same Spider-Man. Putting his hand to his mouth, the man heard that the hero played a big role in the situation on the mountain and answered that wherever this guy is, something happens. Looking at them sideways, Soo-hyuk thought that it was strange that everyone was looking at him. As he left, he still thought that it would be strange if there were not so many rumors about him. Suddenly, he was surprised by what he saw. Putting the phone to his ear, he asked Yoon-sung if she had arrived, but she asked what she should do. Holding the phone to her face, she replied that she couldn't come because she had absolutely no time. The hero was shocked to hear that she was truly sorry. Allowing it to enter his head, he replied that everything was fine and that nothing could be done if she was busy at work. Then he looked at the screen of his phone. He stood there with his mouth open. Standing with his head down, he thought again that nothing could be done about being busy at work. But he turned around when he heard someone call him by name. The men shook hands. The tall brunette introduced himself as Chulho. Their mutual friend had told them a lot about Soo-hyuk. The hero remembered another firefighter whose hand he had shaken, thinking that Chulho was talking about him. Smiling with his new friend, he noted that the hero had been highly praised, and the latter replied that he didn't think he had done anything to deserve it. Looking straight at the hero, Chulho said that he couldn't believe that he would be competing with such an incredible person. It was a great honor for him. Soo-hyuk looked at his interlocutor in confusion. After that, Chulho waved his hand, saying that they needed to try harder today. Already leaving, Chulho told his friends that the hero was really nothing special, and perhaps their friend had simply exaggerated his merits. Watching them leave, the hero asked if they were trying to provoke him. Bad mood. In front of the participants, the organizer said that the competition was about to begin. Watching one of the rescuers fasten his vest, he told participants number 1 and 2 to get ready. The spectators watched in admiration. The hero looked ahead in surprise, thinking that the competition was already starting. 2 participants bent their knees, hearing the command to get ready. There was a sound, and they rushed forward. The spectators wished the participants good luck. Soo-hyuk, with his mouth open, watched in surprise. Seeing one of the rescuers grab the hose, he realized that there were no weaklings here. The participants rushed to the fire truck. One of them began to screw on the hose, the other unrolled it. Both tried to do it as quickly as possible. The man pressed the red button. The timer showed 1 minute and 59 seconds. Looking at the stopwatch, the organizer announced that the second participant's time was 2 minutes 1 second. Soo-hyuk turned around, hearing that it was soon the turn of another man. Approaching the hero, Chulho asked who he was following. Smiling awkwardly, the hero wondered why he continued to pretend that they had known each other for a long time, and replied that he did, wishing Chulho a great result. Smiling, the man thanked him. Putting his hand on Soo-hyuk's shoulder, the man wished him to give it his all. Then, leaving, he smiled slyly. Looking in his direction, Soo-hyuk thought that Chulho was a freak. Seeing the Muslim leave, he thought that the old him would not have ignored this. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought that then he would not have been able to let some young bully him. Meanwhile, Chulho was putting on his vest, and Soo-hyuk decided that he should not cause trouble again. The sun's rays illuminated the starting line. The organizer told the next participants to get ready. Chulho was speeding up before the start. Both participants put their hands above the button. Then they rushed forward. The spectators were shocked by Chulho's speed. The man held 2 hoses on his shoulders. People did not understand how he managed to move like that. Soo-hyuk thought with a smile that after all he was not lying about his skills. Opening his mouth wide, Chulho screamed. The sound of the finish was heard. Chulho tried to catch his breath, and the organizer called the time of 1 minute 39 seconds. Looking at this, the hero thought that this was an excellent result. Afterwards, the organizer looked at the list and told numbers 37 and 38 to get ready, and the hero realized that now it was his turn. Walking to the starting line, he thought that it would be enough for him to show approximately the same result. The other participants looked at Soo-hyuk in surprise. Cheolho looked at the hero passing by with a smirk. Someone remarked that they heard that he was a real monster. Cheolho watched him go. Taking a position, he thought that he shouldn't overdo it. Frowning, he only thought that the result shouldn't be too incredible. The bright sun was shining on the street. Someone looked at their watch. One of the hero's colleagues, looking at his watch, said that the competition was about to start, and he even wondered if everything was okay with him. Sang-ti, who was sitting at his desk, remarked that there was no need to worry about him. Putting his hand to his face, he said that Soo-hyuk would definitely win the prize. He was more interested in how long it would take him to complete the course. The hero ran forward quickly. The spectators were shocked. Turning to Sang-ti, one of his colleagues asked what time he had when he participated, and he replied that it was 1 minute 52 seconds. Looking at his phone screen, another guy said that the world record was set in Germany and it was 1 minute 35 seconds. Then another colleague said that Sang-ti was very far from him. But the man frowned and noted that he was injured before the race. Then the guy said that if Soo-hyuk beats his record, he will become the best in the department. Cheolho just silently held that if Soo-hyuk has already set a world record. Meanwhile, the hero pressed the finish button when someone noted that anything can be expected from him. The spectators were shocked, realizing that this was first place. Cheolho looked at the hero in confusion, hearing that first place went to another participant. He opened his mouth wide, said that this cannot be. Soo-hyuk took off his helmet. He smiled, hearing that his time was 1 minute and 28 seconds, saying that this will do. Then he looked at the shocked spectators in confusion and only smiled awkwardly. Putting his hand on the back of his head, he wondered if this was too fast, although he tried to restrain himself. The spectators began to take pictures of him. Someone asked if he was really human, maybe the hero had used doping. Cheolho looked at him with his mouth open. Without changing his expression, he thought that the hero had not just increased his speed. The man imagined an athlete and a cheetah, noting that it was more like a difference between species. Remember how the hero pressed the finish button. He thought that this is what he felt when he looked at Soo-hyuk, a feeling as if he had run into an indefinable wall. The hero glanced at him as he passed by. Then he waved awkwardly. Cheolho watched him in shock. The sun's rays fell on one of the tents. Looking behind him, the hero said that he did not think that the reaction of those around him would be so strong. He smiled, realizing that he had shown an unusual result, but also not imagining what would have happened if he had given it his all. Then he stopped, remembering something. The hero looked at his hand. Imagining himself in a suit with a red cape, Soo-hyuk compared himself to Superman, thinking that maybe he would learn to fly with time. But then he imagined himself in a lab, thinking that if this happened, they would simply grab him and conduct various experiments on him. Lowering his eyebrows, he became a little scared and decided that he needed to be more careful in the future. Putting his hand on his head, he realized that the second stage would soon begin. He needed to hide somewhere until his turn came. The sun's rays illuminated the start line. They announced that the second stage was beginning. One of the participants raised a sledgehammer over his head. Then he hit the block with it. The second stage is overcoming obstacles. Looking back at his opponent, Soo-hyuk thought that he had intentionally worsened his result in the second stage. He managed to get out of the tunnel first. The opponent barely raised the ladder. The sun illuminated the tower of the third stage. The fourth stage is a high-speed climb up the stairs. The other participants were very tired. The stopwatch showed the time. The hero said that it was 5 minutes 37 seconds. Looking to the side, he remembered that the world record is 5 minutes 35 seconds. The other participants looked at Soo-hyuk in shock because his result was the best. The two men shook hands. The man in the dress uniform presented Soo-hyuk with an award. Afterwards, they stood next to each other for a group photo. The bright sun illuminated the banners. Walking forward, the hero was glad that the competition was finally over. He looked again at the man in uniform, noting that he had received enough attention from the top management. Turning his head, he walked forward, thinking about the national competitions that were coming up. A confused Cheolho turned to Soo-hyuk. Smiling awkwardly, he congratulated him on first place, noting that he was an amazing person. Smiling back, the hero thanked him. Getting ready to leave, Cheolho said that now they would see each other in a month at the national competition. He also said that until then he would train more. The hero just silently looked after him. Looking at Misha, he said that this guy was strange. The sunset rays illuminated the street. The guy touched the door handle. Entering the office, he wanted to say hello to everyone, but he saw that the workplaces were empty, asking why there was no one here. He looked at the office in shock, not understanding where they all went. Someone touched Soo-hyuk's shoulder. He looked behind him in fear at Sang-ti. He said with a smile that he heard how he took first place. With his mouth open, he heard the question, is it true that his record is 5 minutes 37 seconds? The rest of his comrades began to approach him. Someone said that he knew that he would succeed. The guy asked, where did they all come from? Another colleague brought a cake when the hero asked what was going on. He turned around, hearing that this party was in honor of his discharge. Soo-hyuk looked at his comrades with a wide smile. Everyone gathered around him, and one of them asked if he was touched, noting that he had the body of a monster, but inside he was still as naive as ever. Approaching Sang-ti, how was his health? Because judging by the results of the competition, the hero had gotten much better. Another guy pointed at him, saying that now they had a firefighter with a national record, and all that was left was to break the world record. Someone was watching the company on the side, hearing how his comrades were encouraging Soo-hyuk, saying that he could easily handle this task. A man in a white shirt watched what was happening with displeasure. Someone asked the hero not to do stupid things, or at least say before he was going to do something stupid, and they would always help him. The watching man frowned with displeasure when someone suggested trying the cake and then talking. Turning around, he left, noting that it was noisy in an empty place. Displeased, he closed his eyes, noting that he really didn't like Soo-hyuk. Later, several rescuers gathered together. 3 looked down, and Sang-ti asked again, what is it called? There was something on wheels on the floor, and the comrade replied that it was a rescue robot. The man looked at the robot with interest. Surprised, Sang-ti asked if this robot could transform. Smiling, the colleague replied that he understood what he was getting at, but no, it would not transform like that. Sang-ti replied that he was not a child. He grabbed his comrade by the shirt, and the latter asked him not to do that to him because he had just recently recovered. Sang-ti told him that it looked like he had injured his head as well. Pointing towards Yihan, he asked if they knew why this thing was called a rescue robot. Then, waving his arms, Sang-ti suggested that his colleagues listen to what Yihan had to say. The guy pointed at the robot and said that it was a firefighting search robot. He imagined a robot in a burning building, telling how during a fire they send this robot ahead to find people who need help. He noted that they would no longer need to look for people in a burning building, asking if he thought it was useful. But the man clenched his fist, imagining other robots, and replied that if the government began to invest billions in such developments, then soon a large number of useless devices would appear. Soo-hyuk approached the company, asking what they were doing here. Turning around, Sang-ti replied that a device for saving people had arrived. Soo-hyuk looked at the robot with great surprise. Then Sang-ti looked at the hero in confusion. Still looking at the robot in confusion, Soo-hyuk remembered that he had seen it before. Seeing several cameras on the cover of the device, he remembered that in a past life it was used during a fire on a mountain, and thought, what is this robot doing here? He pointed at the robot in shock, asking why it was there, and Sang-ti replied that it was sent for them to use. The hero then pointed at it, saying that it was useless, but someone asked him what he was doing there. The team turned around, seeing the captain. The man frowned, asking if they knew how much effort he had to put in to get that thing. The captain looked at the rescuers, saying that they were the first in the country to try out the robots. Walking closer, he said that they were expected to show results. Soo-hyuk smiled awkwardly, hearing the captain ask what he could understand as a rookie. Taking the remote control from one of the rescuers, he said that it was not a toy. The others looked down when the captain said that the robot cost more than 400 million won. Hansian then gave the remote control to Sang-ti, asking what was wrong with them. The captain turned around and started to walk away, saying that this robot would prevent the problems that one of them always caused. Sang-ti handed the remote to his comrade, saying that it depended on how they used it. Then the man turned to the hero, asking if he had finished cleaning. If so, why didn't he report it? Smiling widely, Soo-hyuk replied that they had cleaned everywhere. His comrade noted that since there were no calls, they quickly dealt with it. Everyone gathered around the robot, and Sang-ti said that they hadn't had such a calm day for a long time. But everyone was surprised to hear an alarm. Then they rushed to the cars. Several rescue vehicles left the hangar under the sound of a fire alarm. Sitting in the cabin, they heard that a fire alarm was sounding at the fertilizer plant, and because there were a lot of chemicals there was a chance of an explosion and a chemical leak. Gritting his teeth, Sang-ti asked over the radio if it was known how many people were in danger. He was told that there were only 2 people there now, but there was no contact with them. The red window showed the task to save everyone who needed help. For saving the employees who did not have time to evacuate, the reward would be experience and skill. Soo-hyuk widened his eyes after learning about the skill. Looking at the reward line again, he thought that finally, after the sense of danger and the detection of life, a third skill would appear. He frowned, thinking that he was sure that if he got a new skill, he would definitely be able to save more people. The rescue cars drove quickly along the road, and the hero knew that he had to cope. Later, the rescuers got out of the cars and gathered. Looking at the black smoke, someone said that they needed to save 2 people. Their last known location was the office on the 3rd floor. Soo-hyuk imagined saving a person, noting that he did not remember the incident exactly, but he was sure that they saved 2 people around the 3rd floor. He looked forward seriously, thinking that they had no time to prevent the explosion, but they had time to save people. If he moved faster than before, he could complete the mission. The hero looked behind him in surprise when Sancti reminded him of one more thing. The rescue robot quickly rushed past, leaving behind smoke. The rescuer looked at the new device with a smile. Soo-hyuk looked at him in fear, hearing that his colleagues wanted to take him with them. Black smoke rose from the factory building. Sancti raised his hand, about to indicate what to do. The team gathered in a circle, and he was asked if he wanted to use the robot first. The man looked away when his colleague said that they had no time at all to test the new device and replied that he was aware of it. While the other teams began to put out the fire, he said that since they still had to wait for the entrance to the building to be put out, they could use this time to send the robot to search. Sancti remembered his superior, saying that even though he didn't trust this robot, they had to follow the commander's orders. The man then turned to Kangshik, asking if he had figured out how to use the robot, and the boy said yes. Clenching his hands into a fist, Sancti ordered them to start preparing and memorize the action plan. The teams looked at him, saying yes. Frowning, he thought about how they needed to hurry. Holding the remote control in his hand, he said that he was starting to enter the building. The rescue robot quickly moved forward. In front of it was a wall of fire. The robot was lighting its way. It stopped in the middle of the fire. All that was visible ahead was fire. Looking at the monitor, Kangshik said that he was inside. Sancti ordered them to check the 1st floor for people. Raising his hand to his face, another rescuer noted that the robot was moving quickly and asked if the others thought it was definitely useful. Sancti watched the operation in silence, hearing his colleagues say that they had finally been given good equipment. Kangshik turned to the man, saying that he had finished searching the 1st floor and there was no one there. Sancti then pointed to the device, saying that they should now continue searching on the 2nd floor, and noted that it was time for the others to move out. Turning to the team, he told them to move forward. Looking at the 3 colleagues in front of him, he ordered them to go to the 3rd floor. Then he looked at Soo-hyuk, saying that he would go with him to the 2nd floor. Sancti was about to tell them the plan of action in case they found people, but he was interrupted by someone asking what was going on. Kangshik looked confused, saying that the robot suddenly stopped working. Frowning, the man asked what happened. Gritting his teeth, he replied that the robot was not moving. At that moment, the robot was burning in flames. Walking towards his colleague, Sancti asked him what he was talking about, how the robot couldn't work, and the guy replied that the signal was lost. Turning around, the hero heard Sancti saying that they just received equipment worth 400 million won, they already burned it, and told Kangshik to turn it on. With his mouth wide open, Soo-hyuk thought he knew it. The display on the remote control said no signal. Sancti and Kangshik stared at the screen in silence. Putting his hand on his helmet, the man said that this was crazy because he said he carefully read the instructions. Then Sancti pointed at his colleague, demanding that he return the robot while they rescued people, and clarified if he understood that he would have to do it alone. The rest of the team moved forward as the guy asked how he would find it alone. The rescuers approached the entrance. Soo-hyuk looked ahead. All that was visible ahead was black smoke. The hero frowned. The others were also looking at the entrance. They rushed into the fire at the command forward. Soo-hyuk was in front. His eyes were shining brightly. There were bright circles above the hero after using the life detection ability. Soo-hyuk saw 2 people through the walls. He and the others ran up the stairs. Sancti, who was climbing up behind him, ordered them to run to the 3rd floor. Seeing the door in front of him, he wondered if this was the office. He grabbed the handle, saying that the people on the 2nd floor were in the office, and asked if there was anyone inside. Something surprised the hero. Pulling the handle, he realized that the door was blocked with something from the inside. Noticing some objects in the doorway, he noted that the people blocked the door from the inside to avoid smoke. When Soo-hyuk looked at the door, at that moment, voices were heard from behind it, saying that the door would not open because they blocked all the cracks. Then Soo-hyuk put his hands on the door, said he would try to knock it down, and asked the people to move away from her. The door handle crumpled in his hand. With a sharp movement, he managed to open the door. Going inside, he asked if everything was okay. The girl sitting above the guy said she was fine, but the department head had inhaled smoke and passed out. Sancti popped his head into the room and asked what was going on. Holding the man in a handkerchief, he replied that the people had inhaled smoke and needed to hurry. Frowning, Sancti replied that he understood. The hero put the guy on his shoulders. He, Sancti, and the people left the room. The man radioed that they were bringing 2 people out of the 2nd floor and asked what the situation was on the 3rd. They told him that there was no one on the 3rd. Walking down the smoke-filled corridor, he told the others to check if there was anyone else and then come back. Soo-hyuk looked ahead in shock. Sancti was surprised. Holding the girl on his shoulder, Sancti asked what happened. Turning to his colleague, Suhuk replied that they needed to leave here very quickly and to tell the others that they needed to run down because everything here would explode soon. Sancti looked at his comrade and asked again. Sancti and Suhuk were leaving the smoke-filled room with people. The commander noted that there could be other people here who had not yet managed to leave. The protagonist looked back at the commander and replied that there was no one here except them. Our rescuer, sweating through his mask, looked at Sancti and said that the most important thing now was to leave the building before the explosion. The commander in the blue helmet looked at his comrade with horror. The protagonist also looked at him with concern. The commander sighed through his mask, closing his eyes. The rest of the rescue team stood in the smoke and looked around when they were told to leave right now. The protagonist looked back at his captain in a room filled with smoke and realized that the inspection of the third floor was not yet finished and they could not leave. However, the captain ordered everyone to stop the inspection and run down. Sancti took out a radio, walking arm in arm with a woman, and said that he was told that there were no more civilians left in the building and an explosion was about to occur, so they needed to run down quickly. The protagonist threw the man's body over his shoulder and accepted the order. Suhuk looked back at the captain, who was walking behind with a civilian, and thanked him, but Sancti was cold-blooded and said that they themselves needed to leave here. The squad captain frowned through his helmet, walking forward and shouted for everyone to have the first floor squad and rescuers go to the exit and start pouring water. The remaining rescuers in red helmets walked with axes and had to carry out the order. Their squad rushed forward through the cracks with the robot, and their leader noted that they had to get down before the explosion. It was a collapsing floor, completely in flames and smoke. Black silhouettes of fire trucks stood near the factory, which was ablaze. The rescuers watched the smoke coming out of the hangar as a squad. The man from the Korean ambulance slammed the door of the car, and the rescuers were glad that none of them were hurt this time. They all stood in a circle with their commander, who praised them. Kangshik looked at Sancti in surprise and asked him what he meant by the explosion he had mentioned earlier. Sancti immediately looked back at the protagonist and asked him to explain. The protagonist answered from under his brows under his helmet that the building could explode. Sancti and Kangshik listened intently to the protagonist, who answered that he did not know when exactly, but the explosion should happen soon. The captain noted that if he was so sure about it, then he should be on guard, but the fire was still not extinguished, and usually on such farms, chemicals should not cause explosions. The rest of the firefighters at this time tried to put out the hangar with water. Suhyuk and Kangshik looked back at the captain, who signaled everyone over the comm that they needed an order to evacuate and told the guys to wait a little while he spoke with the boss. The fire brigade watched as Sancti walked away with the phone. Then they raised their heads to the burning hangar in black clouds of smoke and realized that if there was an explosion, it would be huge. The rescuers stared at the clouds of smoke and Ian suggested that if someone was left in there, things would be bad. The protagonist looked at his comrade, asked him not to worry so much, and Ian agreed because it was impossible for someone to be left in there. Suhyuk looked back at the fire trucks and saw a pop-up notification from the system. A notification popped up that he had successfully completed the task and the reward would be issued right now. The protagonist spread his arms and was radiating light from leveling up to 15 because his physical abilities had been increased again, and the chance of getting burned had been reduced. The protagonist looked up with a happy smile and was glad that he would get a new skill because he was just one step away from it. Then he looked at the captain with an exclamation, who was arguing about something and saying that it was pointless. Suhyuk looked in bewilderment at his angry captain, who was talking on the phone and said that this robot was absolutely unimportant right now. All the rescuers in red helmets approached their commander, who shouted into the phone that he did not know and was not going to take this robot, so he suggested that his boss do it personally. Sancti bared his teeth in anger when a rescuer approached him and asked what was going on, but in fact it was about the broken robot. The three rescuers along with the protagonist were perplexed when they heard from the captain that their idiot boss ordered them to pull out this robot. Ian frowned slightly and said with his mouth slightly open that all the rescuers had already left the building, and the boss offered them to jump into the fire for the iron thing. A whole crowd of civilians were filming the fire in the hangar on their phones. The protagonist looked at the crowd of journalists and paparazzi. While the firefighters were putting out the hangar, he looked at the civilians and realized that several billion had been spent on development and they were presented with equipment worth 400 million won. Suhyuk angrily lowered his head, imagining his boss, and realized that this man looked more like a civilian consultant than a firefighter, and he understood that the captain would never sit back and watch his reputation crumble. He slightly pursed his lips and a plan formed in his head. Kangshik stood in front of the captain with his hand outstretched and said that he couldn't go inside because he promised his daughter that he wouldn't do anything to make her worry again, and Sancti pointed out that no one told him to go inside. The angry captain frowned and told everyone to listen. Since he was here, no one would risk their lives for an iron dummy. The two firefighters walked up to their captain and heard his order. The protagonist stared ahead while Kangshik looked worried when Sancti pointed out that they weren't going to go back for the robot. They watched their captain's actions closely. Sancti kept the phone in contact with Hansian and said that the building was going to blow up soon. Soo-hyuk and the rest of the squad walked up to their captain and tried to call out to him. Our rescuer stared ahead and said that he would get the robot. Sancti made a puzzled face and assumed that his comrade had gone crazy. Soo-hyuk stood in front of his captain, who did not understand why he needed to do this. In response to this, the main character only grinned maliciously. He extended his hand with a smile and explained that the robot was made with taxpayers' money, and they cannot just abandon a machine worth more than 400 million. Sancti looked at his subordinate with bewilderment and a sullen look. The captain immediately began to wave his hand in displeasure and did not understand why the subordinate needed to go back there at all. The captain in the blue helmet looked angrily at Soo-hyuk and asked him to listen carefully, and until the fire was extinguished, their team would not enter under any circumstances. Suddenly, Sancti looked at the radio when Hansian shouted for him to gather the guys and go into the building and take this robot. Hansian was shouting angrily into the phone from his headquarters because Sancti said that the building was about to explode, and he told him to take the guys with him and go die. But the commander noted that no one said that the building would explode, because the operations department said that the chance of an explosion was minimal. The protagonist stood next to his captain, who was asked through the phone if he knew how many people were monitoring the situation, and if they did not return with the robot, then they would not get off with a simple reprimand. Sancti bared his teeth angrily, looking at the radio. Then he looked at the protagonist with alarm and did not understand what to do, because Soo-hyuk said that the building should explode soon, and he added that the explosion would not happen right now, so they had some time. Our hero looked closely at the captain from under his helmet and asked him to call back the fire brigade that was standing around the building for a while, and he would quickly get the robot. Sancti looked at his subordinate in shock and did not understand what he had thought up. They were standing by the building while the other workers tried to put out the fire. He leaned his body forward and declared that he would play a dirty trick on his boss. Sancti clutched the radio in his hands and opened his mouth in bewilderment. Already against the backdrop of the sunset, the building continued to burn. Black clouds of smoke came out of the cracks of the building. The protagonist ran through the fire on the ground. Fiery tongues of flame were shooting out of the explosion. The protagonist, wearing a respirator and helmet, was running forward. He was recalling his dialogue with Sancti, who had said that he believed in him, but he did not understand how he was going to pull it off. At that moment, he pointed his finger behind him towards the reporters. The captain in the blue helmet looked at the reporters in bewilderment and said that they were literally on every corner, and it seemed that there were more of them today than usual. Soo-hyuk looked at his captain and said that most of them had come for the story about the squad with the robot worth hundreds of millions, but Sancti still did not understand. They were having a dialogue while the reporters and other rescuers were watching. The protagonist explained that they would tell them that the robot, created with taxpayers' money, turned out to be defective, and that in order to save the robot, which is not even a living creature, the firefighters need to go back inside and risk their lives, and that they should tell this on the news. Sancti's mouth dropped open in disbelief at such a statement. He had run through the fire, and at that moment he had told him that he would return with the robot safe and sound. With a shabby look and a respirator, he ran into the fire and did not understand where the robot was, because with the help of his life detection, he would not be able to find an inanimate being. He stood on the burning floor and looked around, because it was obvious to him that the robot had broken down on the way to the second floor, which meant that it should be near the stairs. He carefully looked around and realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not find the robot. He looked at the destroyed, littered building and assumed that it could be there. He immediately began to lift the debris of the building and realized that he could not return empty-handed. With a mask, he frowned in the sweat of his brow and realized that there was nothing there. He lifted a huge beam with all his strength. Then he quickly threw it away. His eyes immediately bulged in surprise. He squared his shoulders and saw a broken robot in the other rebel. He saw a battered and broken robot. He immediately reached out to grab it because he thought they used fireproof materials to build it. He picked up the broken robot with both hands and realized that he didn't even recognize the robot the first time. He looked to the side, about to pin the robot down because he had it now. He looked to the side with concern and knew that it was time for him to leave. He looked at the blazing fire that was emitting green smoke. Suddenly, there was a huge fiery explosion. This blazing explosion spread across the entire area. The other rescuers looked back at the explosion in horror. They looked back at the building where the explosion occurred in excitement. Soo-hyuk opened his mouth and eyes in horror. His eyes bulged and he realized that Soo-hyuk was there. He immediately ran forward with tears in his eyes and drooling. The rest of the comrades tried to stop the captain from being a hero, because it was dangerous there. A whole team of rescuers held back the excited captain, who was very worried about the main character. The three of them held him back while the building was burning in fire and black smoke. A silhouette appeared through the bright clouds of fire. It was a black silhouette of the main character, who was carrying a robot. The fire gradually began to retreat back. A blue barrier of fire appeared. This protective barrier fettered the fire. The main character walked inside this protective barrier through the fire. He was carrying this broken robot in a protective barrier. He, being enclosed in the barrier, began to shrink and move further and further, surprised by what was happening. Black clouds of smoke enveloped the space and exclamations of Soo-hyuk's name were heard. Fire trucks and black clouds of smoke stood, and the rescuers discussed creating a passage for him. The rescuers held back their captain, who was about to rush into the smoke because he was worried that there could be another explosion. He frowned anxiously and worried about the life of his subordinate, feeling guilty. He remembered how the protagonist looked at him with a smile and yet knew about the danger, but did not stop him because it seemed to him that Soo-hyuk would be able to come up with something. He tearfully closed his eyes and bared his teeth because he understood that the blame would be on him because he had to stop him. He fell to his knees while the guys looked at him sadly, and he considered himself a bad leader. The walking silhouette of the protagonist appeared. The rescuers looked back in surprise. They saw a black silhouette standing in the fire with some object. Sancti was kneeling and raised his head when he heard that a person appeared there. He looked at the other rescuers with tears in his eyes and understood that it was not over yet. The main character's comrades and rescuers ran faster to help him. The firefighters looked at the broken robot in surprise. Soo-hyuk in burnt clothes frowned and said that he was able to get the robot. 10 minutes before the explosion, a skill window appeared where there was a sense of danger, life detection, and a shield. It was a skill window where he used a shield and full object protection for 5 minutes. He was under his barrier, which protected him from stones. He was in a spherical barrier, which protected him from all debris. He frowned angrily and carried the robot, thinking that being inside the barrier, you can ensure complete safety for yourself and objects, because fire, a collapsing ceiling, and anything could harm. He walked under his spherical protection through the fire, and this shield lasted only 5 minutes, and this is not enough to get out of this hell. He carefully stepped on the ground through the debris and realized that he needed to get away from here before the shield wore off. He held the robot and immediately ran through the fire because he needed to speed up. He ran in his protective environment from the floor. Through the protective barrier, he saw a growing explosion. He frowned furiously in the sweat of his brow. Under the evening sky, black clubs of fire filled him. The rest of the rescuers immediately ran to help their comrade who saved the robot. Ihan, along with the other guys, ran to Soo-hyuk, asked what happened. Soo-hyuk looked in amazement at the black silhouette of the captain who called out to him. Sancti immediately began to hit him on the back with fury because he said that there would be no explosion. The main character immediately tried to calm his embittered captain, who managed to ironically say that in such a situation he could hardly be calm. Ihan led the angry Sancti away from Soo-hyuk and told him to remember that from today on, he is not allowed to do anything alone. The protagonist apologized for making him worry. Sancti and Kangshik looked around in confusion. They saw a bunch of reporters taking pictures of them. The battered Soo-hyuk looked away with a smirk. Then he looked back at Sancti and asked him to play along with him for a bit. The captain in the blue helmet looked at him angrily with a grin. The reporters continued taking pictures with flashes of light. Sancti pretended to grab the supposedly injured Soo-hyuk by the shoulder. The two of them walked towards the light from the reporters' flashes, and Sancti praised his subordinate. The next day, sunny weather was already over the city. It was an empty office with chairs. Sancti entered the office and exclaimed. He saw that the office was completely empty and didn't understand where everyone had gone. He looked at the door in confusion, hearing a cry of why the rescuers couldn't handle one single task. He opened the door slightly and saw that the commander was scolding all the guys and talking about how many times he had to tell them that there were a lot of people watching them. Hansian was standing next to the broken robot and scolding the rescuers for the fact that there were only a few of these robots in the whole country. Ian stretched out his hand in displeasure and told his boss that they were also in danger and some of the guys could have died in that building and this robot was nothing compared to them. Sancti stood behind Hansian and clenched his fist, because their boss was saying that they had their own duties and in addition to the safety of civilians, they also had to take care of the property and equipment. The captain could no longer stand it and frowned convulsively. Hansian looked back anxiously at the captain's shout. The boss looked in horror at the furious captain who stood up for his guys. Sancti grabbed his boss by the collar. The other guys opened their mouths in surprise when Sancti stood up for them and said that they were also in danger and could easily die or get seriously hurt. The brunette held him by the collar from his impudent boss and said that they were not superheroes. Sancti bloodthirsty yelled at his boss and called him an unflattering word. Hansian twisted his face in bewilderment at the actions of his subordinate. Sancti continued to hold Hansian by the collar and said that he decided to take it out on them because his superiors scolded him, and explained that since he is a captain, he must be one until the end. Kangshik along with another rescuer were shocked, watching what was happening when Sancti asked the question, is his reputation really more important than the lives of his guys? The brunettes opened their mouths in surprise because Sancti had wanted to tell his boss all this for a long time. This was the office of the 119th Fire Station. The protagonist entered the office with Sancti, who was still indignant, and Soo-hyuk tried to cheer him up by saying that it couldn't work anyway. The captain waved his hand at the protagonist and asked him to forget about the situation, because he didn't expect anything else, and asked again if he was really okay. Sancti looked at the brunette carefully and explained that if he had any injuries, he advised him not to hide them and go to the hospital, otherwise he would regret it later. Soo-hyuk replied that he was really okay. The captain frowned with an angry look and explained that Soo-hyuk was still lucky and that he was very lucky that the explosion didn't happen under his feet, and if he had died there, it would have been a real disaster. The protagonist's face twisted in alarm when Sancti explained to him that from today on, he would be constantly near him, to which the guy agreed. Sancti continued to look at his subordinate and wanted to add something else. Our hero swallowed and widened his eyes when he heard that there was little time left before the national firefighting competition and he should understand that he needed to get in great shape. They were standing opposite each other in the office when Sancti explained that he had already told how he got injured before the start of last year's competition. Soo-hyuk was sitting on the embankment with Yoon-sung. The brunette held the phone in her hands and, with her head down, asked if it was normal to worry about robots more than people, because this was a story about firefighters who almost died because of a fire at a factory. Yoon-sung looked at her phone and explained that it was a firefighter who was supposed to protect ordinary citizens, but was busy with something completely different. The brunette with a sarcastic grin looked at the girl and asked what was wrong. They were sitting on the stone steps, and the girl was angry that it was too much because someone could have died there. The brunette raised his eyebrows with an ironic look when the girl did not think that they could treat him like that, but he replied that the article had already been published, so it would be useful to him in the future. Yoon-sung looked at the guy in surprise and asked him if he saw how many views the article had gotten. The brunette was shocked when the girl started climbing into her phone and explaining that since the article had been published, everyone should see it. Soo-hyuk looked at the girl in bewilderment, who was sitting in her phone and was about to upload it to social networks. The brunette looked at the rescuer with wide eyes and said that maybe he did not know yet, but he had to change the world, and for this they now use the internet, which has a lot of weight. Soo-hyuk, sweating with an ironic smile, looked at the girl, and he understood that he actually came from the future. They were sitting on the embankment and looking at the vastness of nature when the girl said that if he didn't know this, then he would be treated like an old man, and he realized that everything was that bad. Yoon-sung immediately showed him the article on her phone and said that she had already downloaded everything. Soo-hyuk took the phone in surprise and saw that there were already many likes, and Yoon-sung realized that she had done everything right. The brunette held the phone and looked at Yoon-sung with trepidation. They were sitting on the stone steps under a clear day, and he thanked the girl for feeling better. The brunette with an inspired smile replied that she was pleased to hear it and asked him to tell her if he needed any more help with anything. The brunette immediately widened his eyes in surprise and said that he was already incredibly grateful for what she had done for him and could hardly ask her for anything else. The girl immediately began to get up. She extended her hand with a smile and suggested that they go get something to eat since the weather had improved and they could go for a walk. The brunette raised his head and smiled. He extended his hand to her and agreed to her offer. A week later, at the Shinal-seo fire station, the brunette sat with an angry look and thought about something. Suddenly, he exclaimed when he was addressed. The guys were sitting in the office at their computers and began to address the hero, saying that he was in the news. Soo-hyuk looked at the screen of Jingwoo's monitor, who asked him to look at the comments. They saw an article where he proudly carried a broken robot, and it became the most popular on social media. The comments were surprised that a firefighter sacrificed himself for a tin can instead of saving people and considered him crazy. Other comments were saying that the country should direct their taxes to the firefighters and not to the idiots who sit in the department and should fire the person who gave such an order. Jingwoo looked at the guy's surprised face with a smile and said that this is why his phone has been ringing off the hook since this morning. Apparently reporters are sitting outside and waiting for a victim for their next article. The main character's eyes widened in shock when Jingwoo explained that people on the internet were going crazy. Hansian was putting documents in a box. Then he left the building with his box because Sancti said that Captain Hansian had already been transferred to another place. The former captain walked away from happiness, and the guys were glad that he was not fired after all. Jingwoo sat down on a chair and wanted to change the topic. All the guys were sitting in the office when Jingwoo turned to Kangshik and wanted to go practice with him. Jingwoo smiled at his comrade and asked if he could go with them, to which he agreed. The guys started to leave while Soo-hyuk looked at the monitors and discussed how everything would be fine under Sang-tae's supervision. The brunette excitedly looked back at the main character and asked what he was doing here, since he also had to go prepare for the competition. Soo-hyuk smiled and looked back at his comrade and said that he was already on his way. He stood at the table, leaning on his hands. He saw drawings on a piece of paper. These were graphic drawings of routes on a sheet. He remembered how he walked in a fire suit along the corridor. At that moment, he was walking along a destroyed dark corridor. He stopped and looked ahead in surprise. Then he looked to the side in shock. There was a small piece of paper lying under his feet. He immediately reached out with his hand to grab it. There was a love note from his daughter to her father. He held a piece of paper with both hands where there was a declaration of love for his father. The brunette held the paper convulsively in the sweat of his brow. He remembered how an entire wall was pasted with pieces of paper with wishes and thanks. He stood in front of a mourning wall with flowers and notes. At that moment, his eyes bulged in horror when a silhouette appeared behind him. He looked back and saw a silhouette of a person. Tears began to appear in his eyes when he looked back. He assumed that it was Sang-tae and reached out with his hand. The bloody captain with an empty look looked back at him. Soo-hyuk was shocked to see the battered captain. Sang-tae convulsively reached out with his hand. His silhouette began to evaporate in a purple glow, and he asked in the end that if he was gone, then Soo-hyuk should save people. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in horror. He stretched his hand to the evaporated silhouette of the captain. The protagonist's eyes widened in sweat when he heard on the radio that the rescue team was about to leave. He was sitting at the computer with a dejected look and heard that their team urgently needed to gather at the car. All the rescuers immediately began to fuss and run out, while Soo-hyuk was in shock. Sang-tae looked closely at his subordinate and did not understand why he froze. The main character was shocked and looked frozen. He saw Sang-tae running under the bright light and understood that this would happen soon near the subway and Sang-tae would save him at the cost of her life. He grabbed his red helmet. He ran after his comrades in a suit and understood that he should not let this happen. He proudly looked through the helmet and said that with the opportunities and abilities that he had, he would save everyone. He ran after his comrades to the cars. It was a huge city that was illuminated by the bright sun. In the previous chapters, the protagonist recalled how he was very scared when he was touched and remembered his path, that his name is Soo-hyuk and he is a veteran with experience. It was a huge fire with ruins and dead people, and he was entrusted with very dangerous tasks, but before he realized it, he was stuck in the middle of the fire. It seemed to him that he would die. At that moment, he was slapped on the back of the head, called an idiot, because he woke up, having fallen 10 years into the past. He held his head and looked back, calling out to Sang-tae. In his memories, he looked at the status window where there was a task to save all the people, where on the 7th floor the victims needed his help. He remembered how this status window immediately slammed shut, and he felt a sense of danger. In his memories, his face was wrapped in a white scarf. His silhouette emitted a glowing barrier window from itself, and he received 2 skills, one of them is life detection. With his help, he found 2 children who were scared. Soo-hyuk at that moment was lifting a man's body up the wall with difficulty. Then he came across another man who was wounded and tied up. He was carrying his wounded comrade on his back, who was glad to have his help. That is how, thanks to his newly acquired abilities, he was able to save those people who he could not pull out in his past life. After the mission, he was lying on the floor and trying to catch his breath with his comrade. The main character was lying on the floor with a joyful look and was glad that the guys were saved, and this time he succeeded. However, that's not all, and there was an incident at the Shinal station, which was completely destroyed and in ruins. Due to poor construction work, a tragedy occurred, resulting in the deaths of more than 100 people. A lot of people in the corridor were horrified when it began to collapse, and in that incident, Sang-tae died, where there was his mourning photo with flowers. He sat in his room and looked at his phone, realizing that if a tragedy happened, even with all the rescue teams in the city, it would still not be enough. He remembered arguing with the building representative in the hallway, because after he returned, he went to Shinal and asked them to check their building's safety, but they said that it was a waste of resources and they would not do such a thing. He lowered his head with a puzzled look, realizing that he simply could not sit idly by, and tried to figure out how he could save everyone. He put his hand on the bed and suddenly the phone rang. He excitedly put the phone to his ear, and Yoon-sung called him and said that she was almost there. The brown-haired girl was driving at that moment and talking on the phone, saying that she had been waiting for a long time to meet him, so she decided to tell him that they would go wherever she wanted today, and the guy liked this idea. He looked at the phone with a confused look and asked her where she wanted to go. Then he closed his eyes in silence, lowering the phone. He sat on the bed with his eyes closed because he assumed that today he should rest and not worry about things because he still had time. He looked at his phone at a recent photo of himself in the mirror and realized that he and the girl had not gone on a date for a long time. He posted that he had a date with a girl today and asked her to rate his appearance. It was a photo through the mirror where he was standing in a red turtleneck and jeans. He squinted his eyes embarrassedly to look at the phone and read the comments. He saw a bunch of comments that were mocking him. He looked at his phone and was indignant because he thought his outfit was cool and it was the best outfit he had. He looked at his phone in surprise when Yoon-sung told him to go out already. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the buildings of the city. Still, the main character left the building in a black jacket and pants. He was going to dress up since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He approached the car and looked back because he understood that he lived in a very modest place. Although it was fine for him before, he had enough of a simple place to sleep, but now he had Yoon-sung. He stood timidly in front of Yoon-sung's car that had pulled up. He opened the car door and greeted the girl with a smile, surprised that it was her personal car. His eyes widened in surprise. The brown-haired girl was sitting behind the wheel and looked back at the guy, asking him how he was doing, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it was unexpected for him that the girl was also dressed comfortably. He immediately jumped into the car, and they began to chat cheerfully when she asked him why it was so difficult to meet him. He looked at the girl's silhouette with slight excitement and asked where they were going today. The brunette winked at him with one eye and said that it was a secret, so he should just wait. It was the spacious streets of the city and buildings with a green sign. The brunette was shocked and confused. It was a supermarket. When Yoon-sung was running around the shelves and he was pushing a cart, and he was surprised that she just wanted to buy groceries, but he did not think that everything would be so simple. He looked in front of him in amazement and began to think of something. He clenched his fist with a malicious look, exhaling steam, and imagined how the girl was a culinary master, and in this case, she would definitely decide to cook something for him. The girl did not understand what he was doing and asked him if he was disappointed because she called it a date. The main character looked at the girl enthusiastically and said that he really liked shopping for groceries because he really expected this from Yoon-sung. He followed the girl with a cart. Moments later, the entire cart was piled high with groceries, and he realized that it was too much for two. The brunette looked at the amazed Soo-hyuk with a smile and said that there was no more room and asked to take his other cart. The brunette was sweating, looked confused, and did not understand why she was taking so much, and what was she even going to do. Yoon-sung only smiled in response, closed her eyes, and said that he would find out about everything later. A bunch of different packages of food lay in the cart. Soo-hyuk, barely sighing, threw the groceries into the trunk of the car. Then, already in the car, he looked at the girl with a smile and asked what she was going to do with this, and she offered him to guess. They smiled at each other, and she put her hand on her shoulder when he suggested that it was either a party or food for the needy, because she did not look like a glutton. Yoon-sung ironically answered that she would hardly be able to eat all this alone. She closed her tender lips when Soo-hyuk was guessing. The brunette was shocked, his eyes bulging when she said that they would go to an orphanage. She held the steering wheel and said that she often went there, and that's why she decided today. Our hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing about an orphanage. The protagonist immediately put his hands out in confusion to reassure the girl that he was supposedly not upset that the date was going exactly like this. He closed his eyes and with a confused smile answered that he liked charity, and he could hardly be upset because he was also an orphan. He remembered how he was little and played lek, because he spent his entire childhood in an orphanage. As a child, he had lunch at the table with other children and realized how little food there was. He almost did not remember himself being full. In his memories, a woman came to them with bags, and everyone ran to her because she was a volunteer who brought delicious food. When he was little, he looked at the girl with enthusiasm, and then the volunteers seemed like angels to him. She was a brown-haired woman who smiled tenderly. They were riding in a car, and Soo-hyuk was watching Yoon-sung closely. She immediately turned around with a smile and asked why he was staring at her as if he had fallen in love with her. He immediately turned away in confusion and said that he simply saw her in a new light. It was the entrance to an orphanage in the park, and they arrived. Various boards and old dressers stood by the tree. The playground was empty and sparse. The main character stared out the window and realized that this place must be very old. The children saw a white car pull up. They immediately ran happily towards it. The main character got out of the car and the children ran towards him. Yoon-sung also got out of the car when Soo-hyuk smiled and noted that they were more interested in the food than Yoon-sung. He looked away carefully and realized that he hadn't been to such a place for a long time. White clouds floated in his memories and he remembered the orphanage of the grain of wheat and heard about it before. Yoon-sung handed the box with groceries to the protagonist. While she was standing with the bags, he held the box and, apparently, was a little touched because he needed to focus on the date, not thinking about anything else. A bright sunny day stood above the orphanage building. The protagonist's mouth opened in amazement from the delicious food. Yoon-sung and Soo-hyuk sat at the table with a lot of food when the brunette realized that the girl was not lying when she said that she was good at cooking, which was to be expected from a Korean chef. All the children immediately began to rejoice joyfully at the fact that this aunt was the best cook, but she replied with a smile that she should not be called that. The children immediately looked at the brunette, who broke into a smile when they tried to call him uncle, although he did not consider himself that old. He pointed his finger at the surprised Yoon-sung with a smile and said that he was her boyfriend. The brunette's eyes widened in amazement, looking at Soo-hyuk. She immediately grabbed his shoulders with a mocking smile and asked him again what he called her. After a delicious lunch, he and the girl helped the orphanage with cleaning. They wiped the windows together and washed the floors with the children. Then Soo-hyuk with difficulty helped load clothes into the washing machine. They helped wash the children in the bathroom together. They also managed to play football together. The evening sunset was already approaching, and they said goodbye to the children and thanked them for coming today. The girl snuggled up to Yoon-sung and asked if they could spend the night here. The brunette touched Yoon-sung's back in confusion when she told the girl that she would come back, although he thought that they could stay a little longer. She looked back at the brunette in her demonic form, who was horrified because she did not want to stay, and he himself understood that it was not so easy to play with children. The old woman, as the head of the orphanage, thanked the children for their love. The orange sky stood above the orphanage, and they said goodbye, saying that they would come back. They rode in the car and looked at each other when Yoon-sung noted that it was quite tiring, but Soo-hyuk replied that the children were very cute and it was fun. The girl noted that it did not really look like a date. The brunette closed his eyes with a spreading smile and said that everything was not so bad, so there was definitely nothing to worry about. Yoon-sung took advantage of this as she felt better and asked if he would go with her next time. The same girl tried to run up to the car. The brown-haired girl looked at the little girl in surprise and asked what was the matter, although she just wanted Yoon-sung to come again. The main character held his phone and smiled when the girl suggested cooking something together and playing with dolls, and he realized that Yoon-sung was definitely popular with children. He looked at his phone with an excited look when the girl suggested going on a picnic together. Soo-hyuk watched as the girl looked into the car window and should have already run. The main character said with a dejected look that they should leave, because now he remembered. He remembered a news report when a terrible accident happened and a school bus with children from an orphanage was going on vacation. There was an accident on the road and the bus caught fire. Firefighters were carrying out a man's body on a stretcher and the bus tried to go around the car and flipped over. As a result, several more cars were hit and a fire started. The protagonist stood in his room with a defeated look. He looked ahead with a confused look and realized that it happened around this year. The light of the street lamps illuminated the streets of the city, and he tried to figure out if it could be that this was the same orphanage they went to today. The same place. Kangshik was playing a game on his phone. Sangti leaned his hand on his friend who was playing, who explained that in this game the monster has regeneration and changes with the location, and so he wondered why they make the same maps. Then Sangti looked up in surprise. He saw how the protagonist crossed his palms and looked confused, because he remembered that he was on duty for some time, so he did not know the exact place or time, since he was not there. He frowned slightly, closing his eyes and realizing that he didn't even know the name of the orphanage and didn't understand how it happened that he didn't have the skill to find out. They were sitting in their office when Sangti called out to the guy and asked what was going on with him since he looked terrible. The captain immediately looked out from behind the corner with a wide smile and said that Soo-hyuk had a girlfriend and they told him about it too late. The comrades were surprised by this news and Sangti said that Soo-hyuk should introduce them later. The main character looked at the guys with a grin and didn't understand what it meant. Suddenly his phone started vibrating from the call. His eyes widened since it was Yoon-sung calling and the guys immediately started smiling from what was happening. He got up from the table and picked up the phone, saying that he didn't expect a call at such a time and asked what happened. The brunette sat at the table, crossed her legs and replied that she was just bored and decided to call, so she asked if he was busy now, to which he replied that he was. His girlfriend held the phone to her ear and asked when he would have a day off, to which he replied that the day after tomorrow. Soo-hyuk held the phone and opened his eyes when the girl said that this was great news and assumed that he definitely did not have anything planned for that day. Yoon-sung sat on a chair, crossed her legs and said that in that case, they could go to the orphanage again. He understood which orphanage she was talking about and realized that she often went there. She held the phone and, with her mouth slightly open, said that this was a good observation, but this was not about volunteering. Soo-hyuk stood with his back turned and his face darkened when he heard that they had to go on a picnic with the children. The brunette stood with his back to him with the phone to his ear, and the girl said that she knew a person who could rent a bus, and he said that he would pay for everything, so all that was left was to agree. Yoon-sung continued to sit on the chair, wiggling her leg, and said that she would also go with the children so that they would not starve there and offered to go with her. Our hero held the phone to his face. It was a splash of purple colors, and he knew that this was the very moment. Kangshik and Sangti were excited, because they expected that he should definitely agree. While Kangshik finished the game, Soo-hyuk left the room and said that he liked picnics, so he asked about where they were going, and they were already agreeing on a meeting place. Sangti watched in bewilderment as Soo-hyuk wrote down all the information on a piece of paper. The protagonist looked back at the captain, who asked him about where he was going to go now and why he made such a fuss for a simple date. The brunette closed his eyes and turned his head away, answering that it was not so because he was remembering the details of that incident and most likely it was him, but he was not really sure about it, so he should be there. He opened his eyes in surprise and did not understand when he was making such a noise. Soo-hyuk immediately called out to the captain with his hand and Kang-shik and asked what he was doing on his day off, which puzzled Sang-ti. Our hero broke into a smile, closing his eyes and said that the day after tomorrow he could introduce him to his girlfriend. Kang-shik was happy with this news, while Sang-ti was stunned. A clear day stood above the firefighter's office, and the captain did not understand why so suddenly. 2 days later, the captain frowned with a sullen look. They rode on a bus together with Kang-shik while they were surrounded by children and tried to figure out who they were. The boy was playing with Sang-ti's hair, who didn't understand what he was doing there and sat there with a dejected look. An hour before the incident, it was a wide street with a fishing goods store. Yoon-sung raised her hand and called out to the protagonist. The protagonist waved back, being in the company of surprised comrades. They approached the protagonist's girlfriend and bowed in greeting, introducing themselves by their names. Soo-hyuk smiled sarcastically when his colleagues made fun of him, saying that he was really lucky. Sang-ti timidly scratched the back of his head, looking at the girl and said that they had some kind of volunteering planned, and he was afraid that an old man like him would only hinder them. Yoon-sung immediately replied that you shouldn't say that, especially since she herself wanted to meet him, because Soo-hyuk had told them a lot about him. Yoon-sung was all beaming and smiling, saying that it was great to have a couple extra hands, and so she wanted to start their adventure right away. They immediately started throwing a bunch of groceries into the cart. Yoon-sung was walking with a list, while all three guys were pushing full carts. Kang-shik looked back at the main character with a grin and asked what his girlfriend did for a living. He replied that she was a cook and really hoped that this time she would cook everything herself, which surprised the rescuers. Yoon-sung looked at the product packaging in surprise while the rescuers discussed it, thinking that she was an angel who helped children. The three of them were pushing carts when Kang-shik in the middle asked what she had found in Soo-hyuk. It was a bright sunny day over the city. The guys were standing in front of Yoon-sung's car, who suggested that they leave. Yoon-sung looked back at the dejected Soo-hyuk, who said that they needed to go to the orphanage. The brunette immediately widened his eyes in shock when his two comrades agreed that they would go to the picnic in different cars and then all gather together on the spot. Soo-hyuk was clearly against it and was the most indignant of all, because if this incident happened, he should be on the bus. All the guys looked at the brunette with bewilderment and tried to understand why this was so, and he urgently needed to find an excuse. He immediately began to wave his hand excitedly, said that he also really missed the children, and therefore did not want to wait for 2 whole hours until they arrived at the place, and this was too much, so before that he would like to treat the children with sweets. Yoon-sung and Sang-ti looked at the rescuer with bewilderment. He immediately clenched his fist in joy when they suggested doing as he said, although Sang-ti did not even suspect that Soo-hyuk loved children so much. Kang-shik looked back at his captain in bewilderment, who noticed that Soo-hyuk was acting very strangely today. It was the entrance yard of the orphanage again. The children were gathering at a huge red bus, and an old woman met the children and wanted to thank them all. Soo-hyuk looked at the director of the orphanage with bewilderment and asked if there were any free seats on the bus. The grandmother, puzzled, touched her chin with her hand and said that there were not so many seats, but there should be a few free ones. He immediately received a quick slap on the back of the head when he was about to ride with the children on the bus. Our guy was holding his head in displeasure, looked back at the captain, who called him an idiot and said that if he went with the kids, then what about his girlfriend? They came close to each other and stood next to each other, and Sang-ti explained that he was going to take the bus with Kang-shik, and he was going with Yoon-sung, and he should spend more time with her, because he had never dated anyone before. Sang-ti held his subordinates back while standing in front of the director, and said that they would go on the bus together. That's exactly what happened, which made Sang-ti sit with a surprised look on the bus when his hair was played with. He squeezed his eyes tightly shut when his hair was pulled out and he was called Grandpa, although he was sad that he was wasting precious time on his day off. He suddenly frowned and realized that Soo-hyuk's words were stuck in his head. He remembered how the protagonist approached him, putting his hand on his shoulder, and had to ask him about something at that moment. The brunette looked at him attentively at that moment and said that it was necessary to buckle up, and all the children too. The captain looked at his subordinate with bewilderment and confusion after such a request. Sang-ti immediately began to buckle up all the children and realized that it was naturally necessary to buckle up, but he noticed Soo-hyuk's serious face, which made him worry. The bus driver looked back into the cabin and told everyone to take their seats because the bus was leaving now. Sang-ti was indignant because he told the children to sit quietly. A red bus drove out under a busy forest highway. The children were chatting amicably with each other, sitting in the cabin. Kang-shik was playing on his phone while Sang-ti was sleeping nearby. Soo-hyuk was driving behind the wheel of the car. Yoon-sung sat in the passenger seat and looked back and said that he should know that she can drive herself. The protagonist asked her to relax, especially since she had spent a lot of energy today while going shopping, so she should rest. The girl looked back out the window in surprise. She saw how a car was about to overtake them recklessly. It was a sports car that quickly overtook them in a drift. Soo-hyuk was closely watching what was happening when Yoon-sung noted that such people should be deprived of their licenses. This sports car recklessly drove past the bus. The bus driver was calmly driving at that moment. While driving the bus, he noticed this reckless driver on the road. The yellow sports car was driving quickly along the road. Then it was about to change lanes in front of the car behind the bus. The driver was about to hit the brakes right there. The bus began to brake sharply in front of the Jeep. The bus driver opened his mouth in horror, saying that it was very dangerous. Sang-tae opened his eyes slightly as Kang-sik sat next to him in horror. The bus driver was quickly turning the steering wheel. He was going to go around a stopped Jeep on the road. Suddenly, the entire bus began to tilt to the side. Sang-tae and Kang-sik were screaming excitedly. This bus overtook the Jeep and began to fall. All the children inside were buckled in the overturned bus. This bus turned over on its side and rolled on. The same accident with the burning bus happened. The captain was buckled in and was making a big face. Then he opened his eyes excitedly. He was lying sideways and baring his teeth because he realized that the same thing had happened. The bus was overturned, but all the children were sitting buckled in their seats. These children were trying to scream and tearfully call for help. The driver himself was sitting in his seat and could barely sigh. The captain, sweating, looked back at what was happening and could not believe it. Their white car was driving on a busy road, and Soo-hyuk said that he had not been out in nature for a long time since he always had no time after school. This was his first trip. They were driving in the car, and Yoon-sung looked at him with a smile because she had the same thing. Although there were many opportunities, but her family is very strict, and the main character suggested going together next time. The brunette looked ahead in amazement, while the girl laughed, because for him it was too early since not even 100 days have passed since they started dating. Although his girlfriend noted this great idea, suggested going on a trip because she had long wanted to visit Jeju Island. The brunette was driving and looked back at the girl, suggesting that they go on a trip next week. They were driving with the driver and saw the same accident when the bus flipped over. Yoon-sung was shocked when her boyfriend was angry with anger because he realized that he was not mistaken. He immediately started to steer the steering wheel. He was going to get closer to the bus in the dense traffic jam. He opened the door and told the girl not to get out of the car because it would be safe here. He immediately got out of the car and looked angrily at the burning bus because he had to save the children. A bunch of cars were parked on the road in front of the burning bus. The seat belt came unfastened. The injured Sang-tae was able to free himself and jump off the bus. He started to frantically look around. He looked at the children who were fastened to the seats and realized that they were in trouble. He stepped on the broken glass. Kang-sik sat sideways on the seat and asked the captain about what had already happened. Sang-tae told his assistant to quickly get down because they had an emergency. The fire began to spread throughout the cabin, and they realized that it was only a matter of time before the entire bus would catch fire, so they needed to get out through the windows. He remembered punching the window and knew that the glass used in cars was different from the usual ones because it could not be broken with a simple punch or standard tools. Then he grabbed the emergency hammer and knew that there should always be one inside the car to help people get out. He then hit the window with this hammer and knew that if he hit not just anywhere, but on the edge of the glass, it would be easy to break it. The captain looked at the smoking bus and realized that the front window was blocked by a truck, which meant he needed to break the side window. He immediately stood on the arm of the chair, on his toes. He stood on the chair and was going to break the window. He clung to the backs of the chairs and was going to rise higher. He lifted his legs and was going to climb. He lowered his angry gaze in front of him. He stood uncertainly on the arm of the chair. Then he managed to grab the back with his hand. Then he swung with this hammer. The bus seat started to fall off at that moment. He realized what was happening with a dumbfounded look. Before he could break the window, he immediately started to fall. Kang-sik anxiously tried to respond to his captain. Sang-tae fell to the floor and was angry because he understood that time was running out. He looked back into the cabin and saw a growing fire, which was already close. The captain frowned and looked confused. He raised his gaze and saw a black silhouette and a familiar voice. It was Soo-hyuk, who was going to break the window outside. His comrades immediately exclaimed in shock. The protagonist deftly broke the window with a hammer. Glass fragments began to fall into the cabin. Rays of light began to break through into the dark bus where Sang-tae was sitting. The brunette stretched out his hands and ordered to pass him the children so that he could pick them up. Kang-sik looked to the side and said that he understood everything. He and Sang-tae began to gather the children to save them. Then they started passing them through the window to the protagonist. Kang-sik held the injured child and saw the growing fire. Then they rescued the elderly headmistress of the orphanage from the bus. The fire had already completely filled the bus and the last person remained. It was Sang-tae, who was about to climb out the window through the fire. He managed to grab the protagonist's hand. Black clouds of smoke rose into the sky. At that moment, the fire trucks had already arrived. The protagonist sat on the side of the road with the rescued boy and was glad that he had foreseen the situation and everything was over. They rested on the side of the road while the firefighters put out the bus. The battered Soo-hyuk looked at what was happening with surprise. He and his colleagues looked at the happy children who were saved. He tilted his body with a smile, looking forward, and realized that they were able to save everyone, and he was very happy about it because if Sancti had not been there, he himself would not have been able to save everyone. The captain looked at the main character with bewilderment, who was wondering why such strange things happened every time he was around. The captain turned his head away, closed his eyes, and did not understand anything. Then they looked back at the brunette who had approached. She was all scared and asked the guys again if everything was okay with them. Yoon-sung immediately rushed to hug her smiling boyfriend, although she did not understand his reaction because she was worried about him. The battered Soo-hyuk looked excitedly at his girlfriend, who was going to take a closer look at him because she knew that he could be on an adrenaline rush and not feel pain. He realized that he deserved to be yelled at for doing such a dangerous thing, but instead, she was worried about him. He immediately decided to hug his girlfriend. He hugged her and with a smile and said that he was okay, because he really was not hurt and there was no need to worry about it. Yoon-sung hugged her boyfriend with trepidation. Sang-ti and Kang-shik looked at the hugging couple with confusion. Kang-shik smiled, although Sang-ti was unhappy because he was angry looking at them. The fire trucks were parked on the road after putting out the bus. At this time, the rescuers were sitting in their office and turning to Soo-hyuk. Yihan leaned his elbows and pointed at the protagonist, because he heard that he saved someone again on his day off and didn't understand why he felt like he wasn't resting at all, but he said that it just happened that way. Sang-ti stood by the water bottle and told him not to think, but the protagonist told him it was strange, because for some reason accidents always happen around him. Their captain was surprised to imagine the silhouette of a girl, when a smiling Soo-hyuk asked him to stop his fantasy. All the rescuers surrounded the protagonist, who was sitting on a chair, when their captain explained that in any case, he finally had some free time, so he decided to go and exercise for the competition. Soo-hyuk noted that he was thinking now and realized that he hadn't exercised for a long time. Kang-shik and Yeon looked back at the protagonist, wanting to go with him. The bush plant was standing near the window when the guys became curious about how much time had passed since their last joint training, about 2 weeks. All the guys were walking down the corridor behind them, and Sang-ti was saying that he was scared because he could lift up to 400 kilograms before. Soo-hyuk and Yeon were walking next to each other with bewilderment, looking around. The brunette lowered his sad gaze and understood that being next to Yeon still made him nervous. Apparently, it was because of how he behaved before. He remembered how his comrade with the tool angrily addressed him in the operation. At that moment, Soo-hyuk looked sadly at his dissatisfied comrade, and even though everything was going well, he felt discomfort, but he did not want it to be like before. Now our guy with a spreading smile turned to his wife and asked what he was doing during the week, although the answer was obvious that they were on duty. He immediately looked away with a malicious grin and realized that they were just going to go and work out. Kang-shik stood in front of his captain, who was about to do a deadlift, because no one believed him that he could lift such a heavy weight. Their captain reached for the bar with a smile and told everyone to watch carefully, because he had not shown his strength for a long time. Suddenly, a sound began to come from the sensors. Soo-hyuk Nikoliv excitedly looked back, hearing the alarm. They immediately started running. Kang-shik and the captain also had to get ready, run to the exit. They ran to the fire truck in the hangar. They immediately got into the car, and the captain asked on the radio about what was happening, when they were explained that rescuers were needed when a person was in the sewer for several days. Kang-shik and the protagonist were shocked to hear such news. On the radio they reported that, most likely, just a cat was stuck there. All the rescuers looked at the radio in bewilderment at this news. All the boys looked at the captain, who closed his eyes and said that the operation was cancelled, because only he, Yehan, and Soo-hyuk would go. Their fire truck left on alarm and assumed that they were being joked about, because it would be better this way than not to joke. Their car drove up to a yard with trees. 3 rescuers approached a woman with a child, who said that her son called in vain, and people like firefighters are always busy and there was no need to come here. The captain replied that there was no need to worry, because this was their job, so there was no need to apologize, and therefore they were going to solve the problem. The boy pointed his finger at the sewer flap, saying that several days had already passed since he first heard the meow. The boys immediately opened the sewer manhole cover and peered inside, trying to understand how the cat got there. They looked into the sewer compartment and saw a pile of garbage, where it was very dark, especially since it was about to rain soon and it was not safe for the cat to stay there. Soo-hyuk's eyes widened and he noticed something. He saw a moving paw in the sewer. Then he went for a chair. They watched in the sewer as Soo-hyuk lowered the chair. They all sat by the hatch and tried to call the cat. The light gusts of claws pierced the darkness. Soo-hyuk took out his hand all covered in blood from scratches. The captain immediately began to mock his colleague and said that it was very good that he always goes ahead of everyone without thinking. To which our hero replied that they had no choice, but Sancti joked that he does not stick his hands in incomprehensible places. And the silhouettes looked back at Ian, who reached into his pocket. He took out a cat treat from there and wanted to lure them out in this way. The captain, looking confused, assumed that it was an energy bar, when Soo-hyuk was already laughing at him. The brunette, smiling, pointed to the side and said that it was a cat treat. If they used it, they might be able to get the cat. They immediately poured this treat on the board and tried to figure out if such food would lure him, if he was already scared of them, so it was worth just trying. The rescuers watched as the treat lay on the board in the hole. The silhouette of a cat appeared. This ginger cat stuck his muzzle out and began to sniff the treat. Sancti, smiling, put his hand on the shoulder of his comrade, who was pulling another treat. This cat stared intently at another package of treats. Then he shyly went into the shadows. A moment later, this cat was almost on the board. The main character immediately pulled his hands sharply. He immediately picked up this cat with glee. He was hugging him when Ian realized that this ginger cat looked like a female cat and was probably about a month old. Sancti crossed his arms and looked at Ian, saying that he probably knew a lot about them, but for him it was nothing. The protagonist held the cat and looked at his comrade in bewilderment, realizing that he loved cats, but he didn't look like it. Their fire truck was about to leave after the people thanked them. They took this cat with them to the station and were trying to figure out what to do with it. They surrounded it on the table and began to pet it when Sancti suggested transferring it to the unit. The protagonist looked at the cat with trepidation. Soo-hyuk turned to his captain, who was all horrified and wide-eyed after the offer to take the cat to himself because he did not understand how they would order to watch him. Ian immediately raised his hand and said that he was all for the idea because they could take care of it together. The cat was sitting on the rug with a beaming look when Ian explained that all she needed was food, water, and a toilet, and there were always people here so she wouldn't get bored. The protagonist was happily cheering while his companion raised his hand and said that he would take care of her appearance and cleanliness, and Soo-hyuk would pay for her treatment and food, and Sancti was shocked by such a serious attitude. Then the captain closed his eyes in displeasure. He immediately turned around and started to leave, saying that he should go to the captain since they were not alone here. Soo-hyuk exchanged glances with his companion, smiling in joy. It was a spacious room, and Soo-hyuk was surprised that Ian was a cat person. The companion replied that he was not very fond of cats, but he had 4 cats at home. Our guy looked at his colleague with a wide smile and said that now he understands why he knows a lot about cats, so it is completely his responsibility to keep them clean and tidy. Ian was surprised, since it was supposed to be the main character's responsibility, but he pretended that he was just joking and that they would do it together. Ian also reminded him that he heard about the incidents during the trip and tried to ask. At the same time, he stroked the cat's belly. People were going down and getting off the subway when Soo-hyuk explained that they could not do the inspection. The protagonist stood in front of the people from the building and said that their job was to check safety, but they explained to him that this was not the case, and they were already tired of repeating that their inspection could not go out to check now. Soo-hyuk looked at the man in anger and said that he definitely heard creaking from the roof, but he was told that this was normal. The main character furiously shouted about what they would do if the building collapsed. The man with glasses crossed his arms next to his angry colleague at this statement. It was a huge building, and the guys told the main character to get out of here. Soo-hyuk sat at his workplace with a dissatisfied look, because today was the day of the incident again, but he still couldn't do anything. Then he looked back at the rescued cat in surprise. It was a red cat happily running towards him, as if trying to comfort him. However, this cat ran past us straight to Ian. Sancti came out from around the corner with a mixed look and said that the cat only loved Ian, despite the fact that Soo-hyuk spent money on her. The brunette looked back at his captain with an indifferent look. The captain continued to smile sarcastically, and it was all because this was the day when he would lose something very dear to him. He looked down sadly and realized that it was just like a trauma, and he remembered this day and time of the incident very well. He looked at the time on his phone and realized that there were 3 hours left. He immediately closed his lips. Suddenly, he jumped up from his desk. Kangshik looked at Soo-hyuk in surprise as he was about to leave the office and sort something out. The head rescuer ran ahead with a confused look and understood that he would not let this happen again. The passengers were calmly riding the subway train. The brunette was holding onto the handrail and looking at her phone. She was texting her boyfriend and realized that she was late because her teacher kept her after school. There were checkpoints around the subway station, and the next stop was Shinal Station, and they warned that the doors on the right side would be open. The protagonist was holding a black roll in her hands. Then he saw the alarm sensor. He was standing in a completely black suit and glasses so that he would not be identified. He was standing in front of the hardware panel and realized that he needed to implement the plan. He immediately opened the cap of the spray can and realized that this was for the common good. Wearing glasses and a mask, he looked forward inside. He immediately reached out with his finger to press the siren. All the people in the subway began to frantically look around. They saw that smoke was starting to rise. The people in charge of the subway at the computers began to fuss and worry. The boss in the shirt and his subordinate were looking at the computer and trying to figure out the reason. The doors opened immediately. They saw the protagonist in front of them, who walked in dressed entirely in black. He stretched out his arms wide and said that he had set the fire, so all the people needed to escape right now. The manager and the manager were perplexed, their eyes wide open. It was the fire department office, which had lost the protagonist in the moment. Kangshik stared at Sancti and explained that he was leaving and said that he needed to do something. The captain didn't understand how he could leave for an hour and where could he have gone. Suddenly, he looked around. Ihan and Kangshik looked around, hearing a fire alarm. The whole team ran to the exit again. People started leaving the smoke-filled subway and realized that the station was on fire. The protagonist turned to the sitting grandmother and said that it was a fire alarm, so she needed to leave through the emergency exits. Soo-hyuk, dressed entirely in black, pointed to the stairs and told people to walk out calmly. He kept a close eye on the people leaving and was glad that they got everyone out. Then he saw the managers and his captain. The rescue team was standing next to the subway managers and trying to figure out what was going on when they were told that some madman had set the station on fire. Sancti and Kangshik looked around with displeasure and tried to figure out what kind of freak could have done this, because in any case, they needed to assess the situation. Kangshik, on the other hand, was trying to figure out where Soo-hyuk was when he was needed so much and he didn't want to let him go anymore. While Sancti was giving his rescue team commands, Soo-hyuk's silhouette appeared. The main character in a black shirt ran out of the station and said that the guys weren't allowed in there. The captain immediately bared his teeth in anger. All of his comrades were shocked and didn't understand what the guy was doing there. The protagonist was also worried and tense, saying that he would explain everything later. The station manager immediately started pointing his finger at the protagonist and said that it was him, because he was constantly demanding an inspection and also interfered here. The guy in the cap started pointing his finger at the protagonist and said that it was the same arsonist and even his clothes were familiar, because it was he who burst into the broadcast room and shouted that he had started the fire. The man in the suit immediately grabbed the protagonist by the collar and said that he understood that this guy was crazy, but turned out to be a complete psychopath. Sancti and the guy in the cap looked at the brunette in bewilderment and tried to understand why he set the station on fire and was it really him. Soo-hyuk bared his teeth in the sweat of his brow and tried to figure out how to justify himself. Ihan and Sancti gaped in disbelief when they were told it wasn't fire, but a smoke bomb. They continued to hold him by the collar as he explained with a grin that he was trying to evacuate people because the building was about to collapse, since he had already warned that creaking sounds could be heard from the ceiling. The rescue team watched as Soo-hyuk was held by the collar and sorted things out. The manager in the shirt continued to laugh as the captain was shocked by his subordinate's actions. The brunette looked back at the guy with the backpack, who was transmitting on the radio in disbelief. Since it was a smoke bomb, then they were just making up an extra problem for them. And he turned to his assistant, saying that something incredible was happening here, and he met the craziest people in the world. The main character immediately grabbed this man by the shoulder and realized that there was someone else at the station. The protagonist's leg immediately began to shake along with the ground. He and the station managers opened their mouths and realized that these were earthquakes. All the guys were standing on the ground and felt the ground shaking. The protagonist looked back in horror and said that everyone needed to run in all directions. The train car was filled with people. The operator announced that they had arrived at the Shinal station stop. A young girl got out of the car, holding the phone to her ear. The operator announced that the doors were opening on the right side. The brunette said that she had just arrived, asking that he had seen a psycho and what had happened. The girl began to look around, saying that this was probably the reason why there was nothing around, and she was interested in what had happened. After which the brunette turned her attention to the side. People raised their heads, seeing how the ceiling began to collapse. Stone blocks began to come apart, breaking lamps. A guy with a backpack looked up in horror, not understanding what was happening. People were looking at the ceiling in panic, screaming hysterically. The brunette closed her eyes and opened her mouth wide. The road collapsed right onto the station. Sancti and Kangshik stared. The guys looked at what was happening in horror. The guy said that he could not believe it. The roadway was destroyed. The schoolboy asked that this was all not true. Soo-hyuk looked away in bewilderment. A system notification about saving as many people as possible appeared in front of him. The young guy frowned with displeasure and clenched his teeth. The schoolboy began to call his girlfriend Sujin, asking why this was happening to him. The main character grabbed the crying guy. The protagonist looked at the schoolboy in bewilderment, asked why there were still people inside, noting that he had evacuated everyone. The boy noted that Sujin had called him about this and said that she had just arrived. The fireman frowned, thinking that the station had collapsed as soon as the train arrived. He then let the boy go. The schoolboy said that she was still there, asking what he should do. Soo-hyuk told him not to worry. There was a rescue team standing behind the main character. The brown-haired man said that they would save everyone. Clouds of smoke and dust rose from the destroyed road. The captain of the team said that he understood. He then looked at his comrades, saying that the excavators were on their way and they would have to wait until help arrived. Soo-hyuk looked at the captain in bewilderment, asking what he was talking about, noting that they needed to go there right now, otherwise they would run out of time. Sang-ti looked at his comrade with displeasure, noting that if they went there now, they would die. If there was another collapse, then not only they, but also those who needed to be saved would be in even more danger. The firefighter's eyes widened. The rescuer noted that, as Sang-ti said, it would be difficult to start an operation without the necessary equipment. In the memories, the firefighter saved a person. The protagonist noted that, however, in a past life, they waited for all the equipment to arrive and due to delays, it took 15 days to save them, but they could have saved more lives if they had started the operation earlier. The protagonist pressed his palm to his chest, saying that if they did not start right now, it would be too late. The captain looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. Soo-hyuk said that if they did not want to, then he would go there. The man sighed heavily, closing his eyes. The protagonist looked at the captain in surprise. Sang-ti asked if he had a plan this time. The main character smiled broadly, saying that he had already seen the way. The fireman said that he should lead them then. Jingwoo looked at what was happening, confused. The young guy said that they were following him. White clouds were floating above the city. The boys were blocked by a collapsed ceiling. The rescuer asked that they could get through there. The protagonist frowned, saying that they could, and he was sure since this was the closest passage. Kangshik said that he didn't think they could get through there. The young man closed his eyes, emitting a green aura. He saw green silhouettes of people in the station. Soo-hyuk noted that life detection said that there were people there, and they would find them if they went this way. The man looked ahead nervously, thinking that Soo-hyuk had experience in such matters, and apparently he had developed some kind of sense. The captain told the guys that they would have to try. The fireman brought the tool to the blocks. The captain told 3 and the rescue team that they were breaking through there. The rescuer swung his axe, after which he hit the collapsed ceiling. The guys began to dismantle the stones. A huge piece of the block fell to the ground. The fireman rested his hands on his knees, saying that it was so heavy and dirty. The protagonist persistently drilled the blocks. Kangshik said that he was tired. The captain watched closely. Step by step, the guys took apart the collapsed ceiling. Sang-ti noted that everyone was trying their best, but he wondered how long it would take. Then he turned his attention to the side. The protagonist was quickly taking apart the stone blocks. Near the collapsed wall stood the protagonist. Jingwoo looked ahead with concern. Then he rushed towards the protagonist. Kangshik asked how this guy was getting faster and faster, noting that he really was a monster. The rescuer grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder, asking why he was in such a hurry, noting that there was no need to be so impatient. The protagonist frowned at his comrade, saying that they did not have time, and they needed to get there as quickly as possible. Jingwoo noted that he knew and understood what he was feeling. The young man turned to his comrade with displeasure, looking at him. The fireman said that his haste could lead to another collapse. Soo-hyuk said that if they rested there, people would die. The young man looked at the rescuer with a nervous look, saying that therefore he would do it better and then save everyone. Jingwoo looked at the main character with bewilderment. The captain of the group turned his attention to the side, after which he illuminated a hole in the wall. A station was visible from the hole. The guys looked at the captain in surprise when he said that he could see the station. The young man smiled widely, saying that he said that there was a passage there. Kangshik looked at the guys in surprise, noting that everything he said was true. The man put his hand on the stone, thinking that now he definitely believed in his intuition, asking the guys to come closer. The man turned his attention to the ceiling. Cracks began to appear on the ceiling, after which it began to collapse over the captain's head. The protagonist watched in horror. The guys widened their eyes. Sang-ti looked at the guys in fear. The young guy remembered the image of the smiling captain. Sang-ti said that trust is the basis of teamwork, so they should treat him as Sang-ti and not as a boss. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror, calling the captain by name. A huge block fell on the fireman. Our hero was walking down the corridor. He looked out from behind the wall, seeing the firefighters. The man asked his friends if they thought Soo-hyuk was really annoying lately. The young guy watched the rescuers. The man said that he heard that during the last forest fire, he did not listen to his leader's commands and acted alone. The rescuer said that he was an idiot. The protagonist looked down. The fireman asked if people like that were even worth working with. Our hero widened his eyes in surprise. The captain of the brigade asked the guys what they were talking about their Soo-hyuk. The man looked at the guys with displeasure. He asked the guy that he had ever tried to run into the center of a forest fire and whether he had jumped from a huge building to save a person. The protagonist watched what was happening in surprise. Sancti noted that he was the type to save absolutely everyone, so he should not talk nonsense about him. At this point, the protagonist rushed to his captain, calling out to him. The fire brigade rushed to their leader. Jingwoo and Kangshik rushed to their boss. The main character clenched his teeth in anger. He dug his foot into the ground, emitting a blue aura. The young guy rushed towards his comrade with all his might. The guys watched what was happening in bewilderment, wondering what kind of speed this was. The rescuer grabbed his boss by the hand, after which he threw it aside, away from the collapsing ceiling. The young man let go of the leader's hand. The boys widened their eyes in bewilderment. The protagonist looked back through the falling stones. The protagonist looked at the boys with sadness. Only the protagonist's eye was visible behind the stone blocks, after which the ceiling completely opened the protagonist's body. The boys watched in horror as what was happening. Kangshik called out to Suhyuk. Sancti asked what he was doing. The firemen looked back in fear. Cracks began to appear on the ceiling. Jingwoo grabbed his captain by the hand, saying that they needed to get out. Sancti asked what he was even talking about, because Suhyuk was still there. The rescuer looked at the leader in horror, saying that if they stayed, they would die with him. The protagonist was breathing heavily. He was sitting under the rubble and the blue barrier, saying that he was saved. The protagonist ran into the stone blocks, thinking that he would probably die soon, because he had spent almost all his energy to save Sancti, so it was hard to move now. The young man's hand began to shake. He grabbed his head with his hands, thinking that he had almost killed him because of the desire to quickly save other people. He had completely forgotten about such a possibility. The protagonist remembered the funeral of his comrade, noting that he had forgotten the most important thing. The energy barrier saved the protagonist from falling stones. The protagonist noted that he was still better because he had saved Sancti anyway. A dejected protagonist was visible behind the barrier. The rescuer turned his gaze to the side, noting that in the end it was him. The room was pitch dark. The girl noted that she could not see anything and did not understand what those sounds were. She noted that she had found her phone. The girl turned on her phone, noting that it was still working, but there was no network. After which she turned on the flashlight on it. The brunette illuminated the station with her flashlight. The man asked for help. People were visible behind the train doors. The passenger said that he could not see anything, calling T1. Sujin watched what was happening in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. The student turned her attention behind her. The man said that whoever it was, let them save them. The man in the military uniform shone to the side, saying that the man had his leg crushed. The bald-headed man said that it was very painful for him, asking for help. The girl ran towards the guys. The soldier said that he could not cope alone. 2 more people came to the aid of the stuck man. Sujin said that she would help them. The guy noted that he would too. The soldier noticed that they all together lifted the stone on the count of 3. The guys grabbed the iron pallet. The soldier began to count. The guys began to lift the pallet with all their strength. Sujin thought it was crazy, wondering why it was so heavy. The bald-headed man glared at the boys, telling them to slow down, calling them idiots. The brunette wondered what he just called them idiots. The soldier gritted his teeth, telling him to hurry up and move his leg. The bald-headed man said that it hurt so much and he couldn't do it fast. The brunette closed her eyes, thinking that she couldn't do it anymore. The trapped man pulled out his bloody leg, saying that he moved it. The boys then let go of the pallet of stones. Sujin fell to her knees in helplessness. The officer turned his attention to the injured man, who was talking about his leg. Then he turned his gaze to the boys, asking if anyone wanted to help in finding a way out. The student and the boy looked at the officer in surprise. The brown-haired man said that he, of course, understood that it was safer to sit in the subway, but they had one more thing to do. The stranger said that he would go with him. The girl looked at the soldier with a confident look, said that she was going too. The man noted that she looked like a student, and it was better for her to stay there. Sujin said that she also wanted to get out as soon as possible. The wounded man looked at the guys with displeasure, asking why they were just leaving and what about him, saying that let one stay and the other 2 go, asking that they would not care what would happen to him if he were left alone. The brown-haired woman looked nervously at the wounded man, saying that he was so funny. The girl pointed her finger at the man with displeasure, asking what he wanted to do in such a situation. The man asked how she dared to talk to him in such a tone. The wounded man looked angrily at the student, asking if she knew who he was. The student turned her attention to the side. The wounded man noted that the youth had now gone completely wild. The stone wall began to fall apart right on the boys, after which they jumped aside. The servicemen, together with the girl, looked at what had happened in surprise. The protagonist fell out of the stone wall. He looked at the people in surprise. The guys did not understand who he was. The protagonist looked at the victims in bewilderment, wondering why he was there, noting that he was definitely there. The young guy looked thoughtfully ahead, imagining himself buried under the stones. He thought that perhaps the floor had collapsed and he had fallen in there. The injured man looked at the fireman, saying that this was a present, and he almost fell on him. The woman pointed her finger at the rescuer, asking if this man was a fireman. The stranger said that she was right. The people looked at the protagonist with joy. The woman asked if these were firemen, noting that they were finally saved. The brunette asked the protagonist for salvation. The brown-haired man looked ahead in confusion. The little boy asked his mother if this was Mr. Fireman. The woman said that this was true, and Mr. Fireman would save them all. The protagonist placed his hand on the floor, thinking that it was good and with this situation. He stood up, telling the victims not to worry, to investigate his direction, since he would save everyone. The bald-headed man looked at the guy with displeasure. The woman thanked the rescuer. The man pointed his finger at the protagonist, asking why he was the first and shouldn't there be several of them. The protagonist looked away in confusion. The victim said that if you think about it, why did he come first? The protagonist stood with his back, looking at the people. He stated that, unfortunately, he was the first there and when another collapse happened, he fell in. The man snorted nervously, noting that it meant they were all in one boat. Sujin looked at the bald-headed man with displeasure. Mr. said that he thought he was just a child who got carried away while recklessly digging down, and he didn't think he should trust people like him. The stranger looked at the brunette with displeasure. The student asked what she was going to do next, being a thorn in his side. The wounded man noted that she had already dared to speak to him in such a tone, asking if she knew what he did for a living. The girl looked at the stranger angrily, asking why she would even be interested in this, and if he thought he could become president if he behaved like that. Sujin asked what he wanted to fight. The man bared his teeth in anger, asking how she dared to talk like that. A soldier stood between the guys. The mister told the girl that the milk on her lips was still wet. The brunette asked that she should die next to him. The serviceman told them to calm down and not waste such valuable energy. Then he looked at the fireman, asking if he had any ideas on how to get out of there, adding that it would be difficult to do anything since all the exits were blocked. The protagonist looked behind him. He was looking at the collapsed ceiling with his power. The stone blocks were glowing red and green. The young man thought that he could only find a way out by removing the obstacles, and he did not have time to look around, as he was in a hurry to save Sancti and needed to be more careful this time. The protagonist looked to the side, thinking that the fastest and safest way out was from there. The young man looked towards the blocks glowing green. The fireman noted that right on the way to the department store, and if you go back along the same path he got there, the chance of a collapse would be minimal. The protagonist pointed to the guys to the side, saying that the exit was there, and he needed a few people to clear the way. The employee said that he understood and would help. The guy said that he would too. The young man looked at the victims, saying that those who were injured should stay on the train, and then they would start. The brunette smiled contentedly, saying that she knew this fireman, he was definitely special. Sujin gave her thumbs up, telling the uncle that he was beautiful. The protagonist wondered why she called him uncle. There were pieces of the ceiling on the ground. The guys began to dismantle the collapsed ceiling. The soldier watched the protagonist in surprise, thinking that it was difficult to dismantle the rubble without equipment. The protagonist carried stone blocks on his shoulders. The employee noted that he was strong and fast, and thought that thanks to him, they would save a couple of hours. The brunette looked at the smiling girl in bewilderment. The student asked the uncle what he ate to become so strong. The fireman said that he was only 20 and their age difference was not that big. Sujin asked that even so, noting that she understood, calling him uncle again. The soldier hit the wall with an iron rod, after which the rocks began to collapse. The employee looked ahead in surprise. He looked at the guys, pointing his hand into the hole, saying that he saw light. The guys smiled contentedly. The protagonist asked the guys to call the others. The doors of the carriage were open. The soldier ran to the people, saying that they had found the exit, and that they should follow him one by one. The victims smiled happily. The woman said that they were saved. The wounded man asked what they had found after all, after which he rushed towards the exit, saying that everyone should get out of the way. The protagonist stood near the exit, looking at the people climbing up. He said that there was a dangerous path there, so they should move slowly and carefully. The fireman looked away in bewilderment. The bald-headed man shouted for the people to get out of his way. The mister pushed the woman aside, moving towards the exit. He asked that they had found the exit, noting that he should be taken there faster. The soldier and Sujin glared at the man. The woman grabbed the gentleman by the arm. The man glared at the old lady, asking what she was doing. The victim told him to follow instructions, asking why he couldn't see the line. The stranger glared at the woman, saying that he was injured and his leg was broken, asking why she wanted something bad to happen to him. The victim noted that he could walk just fine, asking why he couldn't see that some people were worse off than him. The woman glared at the gentleman. The bald man said that his chances of survival were much higher than those people, and he thought it was better for him to get out of there alive than for those who would die today or tomorrow. The brunette asked how he dared to say such a thing and if he had any conscience. The man snatched his hand, saying that he didn't care, and he was getting out, and he didn't care whether he did it legally or not. The stranger was blocked by a guy. The employee Kim Jong-hoon looked at the gentleman with displeasure, telling him to go to the end of the line while he was still talking to him. The wounded man looked at Jong-hoon with an angry expression. Then he swung his fist, asking what he would say to that and why he didn't just walk away. The employee dodged the attack. The man fell face down on the stone. The wounded man looked at the bones with an enraged expression, saying that he was ugly. People watched what was happening in bewilderment. The woman asked what was wrong with his head. The protagonist's eyes widened. He noticed that a red wave had appeared behind the wounded man. Red signals were emanating from the entire wall. A system alert had appeared. Skill, Threat Scan 2 activated. The young guy looked ahead in horror. He extended his hand to the gentleman, telling him to move to the right now. The bald man looked at the fireman in bewilderment, asking how he dared to give him orders. The ceiling began to collapse above the injured man's head. The man looked up with wide eyes. The guys watched what was happening in horror. The protagonist suddenly rushed towards the injured man. He extended his hand to the man. The bald man looked at the rescuer in horror, asking him to save him, after which the ceiling collapsed right on the man. The protagonist stood near a pile of stones. Jong-hoon watched what was happening in bewilderment, asking how this was possible. Clouds of smoke and dust rose from under the stones. Soo-hyuk looked down in horror. People watched what was happening in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening there. The protagonist clenched his fist. He stood near the rubble, thinking that he could not save him. Soo-hyuk imagined how he ran to help the man and noted that if he had run a little faster then. The protagonist recalled seeing red circles, noting that if he had sensed the danger a little earlier, he would have been able to save him. Soo-jin watched the fireman closely. She put her hand on the young guy's shoulder, saying that he was not to blame for anything. The protagonist stood with a worried look. Soo-jin looked at our hero in confusion. Cracks began to appear on the ceiling. The guys looked up in bewilderment. The protagonist turned his gaze to the victims. In the eyes of the rescuers, the guys stood out in red. A system alert appeared. Skill, Danger Detection 2 activated. The woman looked up, asking what those sounds were. Soo-hyuk looked at the old woman with a serious expression, telling her not to move. The brown-haired man frowned, saying that one wrong step, and they would all die there. The victims looked at the fireman in horror. The old man asked what he was saying. The student looked at the fireman with a frightened look, asking what do you mean they will all die there? The protagonist noted that because of another collapse, the situation became worse. The worried woman pointed her hand towards the wall, noting that the exit was blocked, asking that they can't do anything about it. The young guy looked at the woman in confusion, saying that they can't. The brunette asked what about another way, there should be another exit. Our hero thoughtfully looked down, thinking that if they rushed, there would be another collapse. Jong-hoon looked at the young guy in bewilderment. The hero said that now he had better wait for help. The fireman stood in front of the worried people. The soldier said that they can't wait for several days to be rescued, since they have neither food nor water. Black silhouettes of the victims were visible near the ruins. The attendant noted that they should also remember that in such a cramped space, they would run out of oxygen pretty quickly. Panic was visible in the people's eyes. The woman asked what he was talking about oxygen. The stranger spread his arms out to the sides, asking what he was talking about and that he meant that they had no chance of surviving. The woman said that she could not die there. The boy bared his teeth in anger, thinking that it was all because of this freak. The little boy asked his mother what they should do. The protagonist looked down, frowning. Soo-jin grabbed the fireman's hand. She looked at him with tears in her eyes, asking him to tell her that he would save them because he was a fireman. The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion. The student asked him to find a way out. She squeezed the boy's hand tightly. The protagonist thought that he could not be so distant anymore. The protagonist stood with his back turned, looking ahead, thinking that he still had to save everyone, and he had to think. There were rescuers standing outside near the ruins. An excavator was digging up the debris of the collapsed road. Jingwoo approached his captain, saying that there was another collapse. Sangti looked at his comrade, asking if there was any news about Soo-hyuk. The fireman said that there was nothing about it yet. The guys were standing near the hole. Jingwoo assumed that he might already be dead. The captain asked what he was talking about, noting that he should not even dare to think such nonsense and continue working. Sangti looked ahead worriedly, saying that he did not know about the others, but this guy is a tough nut to crack. The leader recalled how Kangshik pulled the protagonist out, saying that he is the one who will survive in any situation. The fireman stood in the rain, saying that the robot was saved. The leader noted that he was definitely saving people right now. The rescuer looked at the boss in confusion. The man looked down into the pit, noting that he had never seen anyone like him before. In his memories, the captain extended his hand. He noted that according to paragraph 119 of the Fire Safety Regulations, Article 2, Number 3, firefighters must help people in trouble and must never refuse. The main character rushed to help his leader. The guys extended their hands to each other. Sangti noted that in order to cope with difficulties on the spot, they must offer a helping hand. Jingwoo slightly opened his mouth in surprise. Sangti said that they know they should do this, but they do not always succeed, but this guy always does it. The captain looked at his comrade with a serious look, saying that if he dies, asking that it will not be a huge loss for their country. Ian ran to the guys with an excited look, calling out to the captain. The leader asked what happened. The guys looked at the out-of-breath fireman. The brunette said that the protagonist's girlfriend was there. A rescue team was working on the rebel. Kangshik looked at Yoonsung in surprise, asking how she knew where they were. The brunette noted that the news had already spread throughout the country, and she knew that Suhyuk would be there. The girl looked at the man worriedly, asking where he was. The fireman looked down, saying that he could not tell her all the details, since they themselves were trying to figure out what was going on, so until everything calmed down. Yoonsung looked at the rescuer in horror, asking what these words meant, that he was not on the surface. Then she grabbed the fireman's hand, asking if they tried to contact him, if they succeeded, and if he was alive. Kangshik looked away, confused. Then he looked at the girl with a serious look and apologized. The captain put his hand on the rescuer's shoulder. He looked at the girl with a confident look, noting that there was no need to worry because they would definitely save him. Kangshik looked at the leader in surprise. Sangti asked what he was doing there, ordering them to follow him. The girl looked at the fireman with tears in her eyes. The man told the brown-haired girl to stay there, and they would be back soon. The brown-haired man followed the leader, asking how he could be sure that he was alive. The leader asked what did he mean. They would just pretend that he was dead and sit back. Kangshik said that not at all. The man frowned, saying that then he should stop whining and follow him because he thought he knew where he could go. The guys looked at the leader in surprise. Sangti said that this guy was unpredictable, asking that they thought that they would be able to predict his actions. The fireman turned to the third rescue team, announcing that they would act alone. The protagonist widened his eyes, looking ahead. The people looked at the young man with enthusiasm. Suhyuk asked the guys to come to him. Sujin asked that he found a way out. The protagonist pointed his hand down, stating that since they had no option to go outside, they would go lower. Clouds of dust floated near the station. The guys followed the leader. The fireman asked Sangti what he meant by his words about acting alone and where they were going. The man closed his eyes, answering that he was going to the train. The rescuer looked ahead with a serious look, noting that if there was even the slightest chance that Suhyuk was alive, he was sure that he would do everything the opposite way to save people, so instead of going down from above, they would go down from the other side. Sangti looked behind him at the fireman. The man told the leader that headquarters had ordered them not to do this because there had already been a collapse, and they had been ordered to watch their own safety. The rescuer said that it would take them more than 15 days to do this. The team looked at the boss in confusion. The leader noted that if they wanted to save them, this was the only way. Sangti looked back at his comrades. He stood facing them, noting that he would not force them, so from now on, whoever wanted to could follow him. The guys slowly walked down the stairs. The protagonist told them to walk carefully step by step and try not to touch anything. Sujin looked at the protagonist curiously, asking what he meant by going down. Our hero imagined a train, noting that it meant that they were going to the railroad tracks. They would walk along them and go around all the entrances. The protagonist caught a student who had tripped. The brunette told her to be careful, hold on to him and go down. There were wires hanging from the ceiling. The protagonist looked ahead, noting what he had found. Then he looked back at the people, saying that he had found a door and that they should be careful when they passed. The guys were walking along the train car. The woman was shaking with fear, wishing that there was an exit. The man looked ahead with a serious look, saying that there had to be one and they had to find it, and if they died there, it would not be fair at all. The young guy, out of breath, was walking along the car. Things were scattered around the train car. The protagonist noted that this was the last car. Then he looked back. In his eyes, the train windows were illuminated green. Suhyuk noted that this was great and they could get out there. The protagonist looked at the guys with a smile, saying that he thought they could try to get out there. Sujin said that it was a relief. Jinghoon said that he would help. The soldier looked at the fireman in shock. The rescuer said that it was time to start. The soldier extended his hand to the protagonist, offering to rest for a while because he looked very tired. Sujin looked at the fireman worriedly, noting that Jinghoon was right and he would not leave a living place on himself like that because health was more important, so he needed to rest. The young man asked the guys that they would rest then. Then he sat down on the floor of the carriage, sighing heavily. The victims sat on the sofas of the carriage. Suhyuk thought that since there was at least a drop of hope, he would not let anyone else die. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look, noting that this would never happen. Sujin told the man that he worked very hard. The student sat down opposite the fireman, saying that she didn't want to think about what would have happened if he hadn't appeared on their path, noting that he really was a savior. The hero asked if he could find out her name. The girl said that her name was Sujin. The student looked at the guy in surprise. The main character said that he was only 26 years old. The brunette asked if it was true, and then why did he look like an uncle, noting that even his manner of speech and actions. Soo-hyuk thought she had a sharp tongue. Jin-hoon looked at the fireman in surprise. The protagonist asked that he was a military man on leave, but he got into such a situation. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled widely. The soldier said that since everything turned out this way, they had to survive somehow, and he thought that they would succeed thanks to him. Soo-hyuk said that he really was, asking where he was going. The student looked at the soldier in shock. The guy said that he was going to his family. The brunette noted that they must be terribly worried. The soldier closed his eyes and smiled confusedly. He said that he knew and he would like to call them. The student said that if they had started having frank conversations, she was going to see her boyfriend, wanted to see him, but gave up on the idea because they had had a fight. The girl looked at the fireman in surprise. The main character asked what it meant for her to go to the Dewa station. The brunette asked why he thought so. The main character smiled broadly, noting that it was because he thought she would want to talk to him and make peace. The guys looked at the main character in bewilderment. The main character smiled sheepishly, turning away from the guys. The student said sarcastically that she had just lost all faith in him. The soldier thought that he reminded him of their battalion commander. The girl stuck her hand into the black backpack, saying that if you think about it. The guys looked at the extended bottle with a smile. Sujin said that she had recently found a bag of water. It would not be enough for everyone, but at least it would allow her to wet her throat. The man took the bottle and brought it to his mouth. The girl told them to drink in turns and drink as much as they needed to refresh themselves a little, but not to forget about the others. The student handed the bottle to the fireman, telling him to take it too. The protagonist said that he shouldn't because others needed it more. The girl shoved the bottle into the young guy's mouth, telling him not to fool around and drink it. The soldier looked at the rescuer, saying that he thought they had rested enough, asking that they continue moving. The protagonist noted that this was a good idea since he had rested a little, and it would be more important to get out of there quickly than to sit and rest. The brown-haired man looked down with a serious look, thinking that now their exit lay through this path, and there should be no obstacles there, but they still had to clear the obstacles on the way. The protagonist stood up, saying that then it was time to start. The news was shown on TV. The anchor said that this is MB News, and it has been 2 days since the collapse of Shinal Station and the rescue operation is still ongoing due to the possibility of repeated collapses. The firefighters are having a hard time. The disaster control headquarters is responsible for the collapse of the station based on their statement about the safety of the workers. The firefighters were standing near the collapsed wall with a tool. Then a hole appeared in front of them. The captain leaned towards the hole, asking if anyone was there and if anyone could hear him, then asked that there was no one there. The guys stared at the hole motionless. The leader reached for the tool, saying that they need to continue drilling. The firefighter said that it has been 2 days already and they do not even know the location of the train. The boss reached for the tool. Kangshik said that no matter how much he thinks about it, it is just a waste of time. Sancti looked at his comrade, asking what he said, and did not say that whoever wants to can go with him. Kangshik looked at the boss in surprise. The captain said that if he didn't want to, he could go back. Then he turned to the ruins. Sancti noted that only he, Kangshik, and Jingwoo remained in the third rescue team. He recalled the images of his comrades, noting that Hyasang and Ihan initially agreed to help, but then refused to take part in something they weren't particularly sure about, and soon decided to help the rescue operation at another location. The leader continued drilling the wall, wondering where the protagonist was. The leader moved along the top, while the protagonist and the guys walked below. Sancti told the guys that they needed to go together. The guys walked through the tunnel, looking exhausted. The protagonist looked ahead, out of breath, thinking that the further they went, the more rubble they encountered, and thought that the exit from the tunnel would soon appear. People were lying on the ground. The protagonist noted that quite a lot of time had passed, and most were now barely breathing. The protagonist's hand began to shake, after which he clenched his teeth. There were huge stone blocks lying on the ground. Soo-hyuk wondered where he was and how much longer he had to do this. Yoon-sun watched the firefighters work. She picked up the phone and began to dial a number. The brown-haired girl put the phone to her ear. The man asked her what happened. The girl asked her father to help her. The helicopter blades moved quickly. The helicopter flew over the night city. The firefighters stood near the collapsed wall. They continued to dismantle the stones. The leader turned his attention in front of him. The guys looked at the boss in surprise. Sancti said that he could hear them, after which he smiled widely and noted that he could hear something below. The firefighter said that he really couldn't hear anything. The man grabbed the tool, noting that it was definitely Soo-hyuk. He smiled widely, noting that if they continued in this direction for a little longer. Then his eyes widened as the man called out to the third rescue team, ordering them to stop. The boys looked behind them. In front of them were men in black suits. The boys stood opposite each other. The man said that he was Kim Gapsu from the Central Special Rescue Team, asking what they were doing there. The firefighters looked at the men in confusion. Jingwoo asked that they were not a special rescue team and why they were there. The man in the suit ran along the road. He looked ahead excitedly. In front of him was a girl, and he called out to her. Yoon-sung looked behind her back at her father. The man grabbed his daughter by the shoulders, asking what happened. The brown-haired girl said that it was nothing special, and she just got a little dirty. The girl lowered her sad gaze. The old man said that since dad was already here, he would take care of everything and she should go home. The old man looked at his daughter in shock. The brown-haired girl said that she would not leave until she saw Soo-hyuk. The flashing lights from the cars illuminated the street. The man asked what was wrong with her and that she wanted him to die of worry for her. Yoon-sung said that she was really grateful to him for helping her, but she would only leave when she saw Soo-hyuk. The girl looked at her father with concern. The father asked how many times she had to tell her that it was dangerous, noting that she could distract the workers. The brown-haired girl said that she would do everything to help them then. Then she turned her back to her father, noting that no matter what he said, she would not leave. The father looked at his daughter in bewilderment. He shook his hand into a fist, thinking that he did not know who this Soo-hyuk was, but how dare he her lovely daughter. The old man added that he would throw him into the fiery hyena himself and let him try to survive. It was the dead of night outside. The brigade leader looked at Gapsu, saying that he was Sancti-3 of the rescue brigade. The rescuer asked what they were doing there. He then pointed his hand at the leader with displeasure. The fireman said that he thought that if they drilled from above, they would probably be late. The rescuer asked that he wanted to die quickly and that he did not see these cracks, noting that if not, he would see them when they crushed him. The man looked at the captain furiously, asking that he was also ignoring orders from above and acting alone, noting that this would lead to serious problems. Sancti said no. Gapsu asked what no meant, ordering him to return to camp. The team leader looked at the rescuer in confusion, saying that there were people there if they continued drilling. The man said that if he continued his stupid excuses, he would be fired for insubordination. Sancti's eyes widened in bewilderment, after which he closed his eyes and said that he understood everything and would return to the camp. The team leader took a step. He lowered his head and walked past Gapsu, after which he turned around sharply, baring his teeth. The boss rushed at the rescue squad, telling them to go to hell because they were trying to save people there, asking why they were telling them all this. The guys rushed to their leader. Jingwoo said that Sancti had gone crazy, after which he widened his eyes. The guy looked behind him. The rescuers turned their attention to the side when they heard a scream. The fireman pressed his ear to the wall, saying that he could hear them and that they might be the ones they were looking for. The rescuer looked at his comrade, asking if it was true. Then he looked at the commander, saying that it sounded like a metal pipe being hit. Sancti's eyes widened in surprise. Then he rushed to the wall, saying that they had found them and that they should turn on the drill. The man walked towards the firefighters, stopping them. The commander told him to stop. The rescuer looked back at Gapsu, asking what he was saying. The commander slightly opened his mouth, saying that they should help them. Dust was coming from the destroyed wall. The protagonist was knocking on the wall with a pipe. People were looking ahead with an exhausted look. The woman said that they must have been forgotten since no one had come to save them yet. The guy asked how it was possible that no one had come for them yet. The woman was hugging her son, who was scared. The women were crying. The brunette said that it was not fair to die there. The victim noted that she had not even seen her daughter's wedding. The protagonist continued knocking on the wall. Everything began to swim before his eyes. Soo-hyuk let go of the pipe from his hand, after which he collapsed to the ground. Soo-jin ran up to the protagonist, asking him to wake up, because he cannot die. The girl was holding a phone in her hand, saying that the battery was dead. She looked at her cell phone in fear, after which tears started flowing from her eyes. The victims were lying unconscious on the ground. Soo-jin wondered if it couldn't have happened any other way. She covered her face with her hands, wondering if they really had nothing left but death. After which the girl opened her eyes wide. She looked up at the wall. The fireman was asking if they could hear him and if there was anyone there. The brunette clenched her teeth. The fireman shouted for an answer. The girl put her hands on her knees, after which she stood up. The rescuer asked if there was anyone there. The girl with tears in her eyes opened her mouth wide and shouted that they were there, asking to be saved. The main character was unconscious, after which he opened his eyes and raised his head. The guys carried the main character out under his arms. The firefighters put the victim on a gurney. The main character looked at the leader with an exhausted look. Sancti looked at his comrade with a serious look, said that he was an annoying idiot, asking why he was there after all. The boss added that he really couldn't be stopped. The protagonist grinned slightly, saying that he had learned from him. The rescuers carried out a blindfolded man. They walked quickly along the road. People met the rescuers on the street. A woman extended her hand to the man, wrapping him up. The man said that he was saved. Gapsu looked at his comrade, asking what he said, that this man was the last. The man noted that everything was correct. The woman touched the rescuer, calling out to him. The commander looked at the brown-haired woman with a serious look. The old woman thanked the commander for saving her husband. The man looked at the woman in surprise, after which he lowered his gaze, thinking that the condition of the missing was serious. The rescuer approached the captain with a piece of paper in his hands. Gapsu wondered if they had dug from above as ordered by their superiors. His comrade told him to look at it. There were names on the paper. The captain asked what it was, noting that the number of missing and rescued people was roughly the same. The man imagined people gathered behind the rubble. He asked what he was saying, that the missing people were gathered together. The rescuer said that was true. He imagined the protagonist in the black suit evacuating people. The rescuer said that right before the collapse, a fireman caused a commotion and forced everyone to leave the station, so only those who arrived by train were injured. The man looked at the paper with a surprised look, saying that even so, they saved almost everyone. His comrade said that this couldn't be true, asking that in such a big disaster there was only one fatality. The fireman put his hand on the captain's shoulder. Gapsu looked behind him. The protagonist looked at the man with a shabby look. Gapsu widened his eyes in surprise. The main character said that there was one dead person from the fifth entrance. The guys were standing opposite each other. Soo-hyuk said that he couldn't save him, apologizing to them. The news was playing on the TV. The girl asked what happened yesterday. The news showed a destroyed road. The man said that everything was correct. On the third day after the collapse, the rescue service reported that a total of 85 people survived, and it was said that one person died. The girl looked at the TV presenter in surprise. She asked that only one dead and such a low figure for an incident of this level, is it possible? The TV presenter said that this is usually impossible, however, after which he smiled broadly, noting that in this incident, an incident occurred that was similar to an episode of a drama. The brunette imagined the image of a firefighter, saying that the fighting spirit one of the firefighter who foresaw the disaster would allow a miracle to be performed in this incident. The blonde girl looked at her partner in surprise, asking him that he foresaw the disaster and how that was possible. The cafe was full of people. The main character was on TV. A customer asked if that person was a firefighter from Shinal Station, noting that he was cool. The man with glasses twirled a spoon, looking at the guys. He noted that he predicted the collapse, watching the station ceiling shake, and evacuated everyone before the collapse. His friend said that he was an incredible person. The guy looked ahead with displeasure, asking why the station managers did not carry out proper repairs. His friend noted that he was thinking the same thing. The man was smiling on TV. He said that he knew that the fire would not be handled, and at that time they actively helped him and took measures to evacuate the residents. On the phone, footage from the scene was visible. An article about the protagonist was open on the screen. Below the article, there were comments about the firefighter and that he had done a great job. An orange sunset was visible above the hospital. A young guy was sitting in a ward. The protagonist turned his attention to the system window. The system notified that the quest had been completed and the rewards had been received. The protagonist was sitting on the bed, looking at the system windows. The system notified that level 16 had been achieved and a slight increase in physical abilities, the rank of veteran firefighter. The system notified that the probability of burns had been sharply reduced and the skill minimap had been acquired. Yoon-sung entered the ward. The protagonist said that the level had increased. The girl asked if he had woken up. The protagonist turned his attention to the girl. The brunette said that they said that he would be discharged from the hospital faster than expected, but she thought he should rest longer. The girl smiled slightly, asking if he knew that he had become a superstar, noting that television and YouTube had been buzzing about him lately. The protagonist looked down with a downcast gaze. Yoon-sung said that there were a lot of reporters outside now, asking if he would still date her even if he became famous. Soo-hyuk said that was true. The brunette looked at her boyfriend with a worried expression. The brunette looked at the brunette with a confused look. The girl asked if something was wrong, noting that he had a strange expression on his face since yesterday. The protagonist pursed his lips. He looked down with a frustrated expression, saying that right in front of his nose he couldn't save a person and he screwed up. He remembered standing in front of the rubble. Soo-hyuk said that the memories of that moment flashed before his eyes and no other thoughts came to mind. The fireman remembered jumping to the side with the person. He said that until now he had saved everyone. The rescuer remembered carrying the fireman on his back. He noted that he thought he could keep doing this, adding that he was being arrogant. The boys were visible through the window of the hospital. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend in confusion. Yoon-sung said that she was a little disappointed. Soo-hyuk asked why. The girl stood up from her chair, asking him that he thought that everything would work out the way he wanted, noting that he was good at self-criticism, but that it was stupid to go so far as to hate himself. The brown-haired girl looked at the guy with a serious look. She stated that if he felt useless just because he couldn't save one person, asking what he meant by that the lives of the other people he saved were worthless. The young man raised his hands in confusion, saying that he didn't mean that. Yoon-sung told him to stop thinking about stupid things. The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion. Yoon-sung asked how a person could do his job perfectly every time. Soo-hyuk agreed that he was probably wrong. The girl looked at her boyfriend with a smile. The protagonist thought that she was surprisingly ruthless at such moments. The brunette noted that reporters would soon arrive, so she would go. Then she looked behind her back. The protagonist looked at the girl lovingly. The brunette asked that after he was discharged, would he have time in the evening? Soo-hyuk said that, of course, asked that something happened. A man opened the door to the ward. The girl said that these were her parents. Then she looked at her father. The man looked at the guy with a menacing look, asking that he was Soo-hyuk. The girl's father entered the ward, asking that he was Soo-hyuk. The protagonist awkwardly looked at the man, saying that it was him, wondering if it was Yoon-sung's father. The old man looked at the boy with a serious look, saying that they needed to talk for a while. The man moved his legs. 10 minutes ago, Sang-tae and Kang-sik were walking down the hallway. The leader said that the boy's body was pretty tough. The fireman noted that he was the same way since he was on the verge of life and death, so he looked more like a monster. The captain looked behind him when he was called out. The old man had his back turned, looking at the boys, asking if they were Soo-hyuk's colleagues. The man extended his hand to the boys, saying that he was Yoon-sung's father and his name was Choi Moon-sik, noting that he heard that their daughter owed them a lot. Sang-tae shook Moon-sik's hand, greeting him. The girl's father noted that he heard that they were overworked, asking if they were feeling well. The leader said that they were quite seasoned guys. The captain looked at the girl's father in surprise. Moon-sik said that they should rest a little more, asking that didn't the third rescue team try harder than everyone else. The man closed his eyes and grinned slightly, saying that in particular they tried harder than everyone else. The captain looked at the man in bewilderment. Moon-sik said that now they should go, after which he and the woman approached the door. Kang-sik looked ahead with a smile, saying that it was amazing, and he thought that only Soo-hyuk became a star. It turns out that there were those who recognized them. The fireman looked at the leader in surprise. The boss said that the man knew. Sang-tae looked ahead with a frightened look, noting that they acted alone. In their memories, the guys were sorting through rubble. The firefighter noted that they had moved away from the scene and were conducting a solo rescue operation, which was kept secret, and the reason was that even if it was revealed to the public, it would not receive public approval. The firefighter recalled the images of the rescue team. He noted that the only people who knew about it were the special rescue team they had met. The rescuer looked at Gapsu with confusion, asking why he was acting like that. Gapsu said that they would help too. The captain looked at his comrade with a serious look. The rescuer said that it was very dangerous there. The man asked what he had forgotten and why they had been called for help. Sang-tae sat near the wall, looking behind him. The captain said that it was because they were ordered from above to find one person, and there might be victims there, and they could not leave them like that. Sang-tae pursed his lips, thinking that he had definitely heard that. Kang-sik looked at his leader with confusion. Sang-tae wondered, what, was it really him who ordered to send that special squad and that this was an emergency? The brown-haired man asked what he meant. The man frowned. Then he rushed towards the ward, saying that it was better to just ask, so that his soul would be at ease. Sang-tae opened the door of the ward. Then he widened his eyes. Yoon-sung was sitting next to the protagonist's bed with her parents. The guys watched what was happening with bewilderment. Sang-tae asked what kind of situation this was. The protagonist grinned awkwardly. The women looked at the protagonist. The protagonist wondered why everything turned out like this and what Yoon-sung's parents were doing there. The woman handed him a basket of fruits, telling him to eat it. She remembered and brought it with her. The protagonist thanked the woman. Moon-sik looked at the protagonist with a serious look. The girl's mother said that he shouldn't feel too tense and they just came to say hello to him. Soo-hyuk looked at the girl's father in surprise. Moon-sik asked if he was okay. The protagonist said that he was okay. Sunlight illuminated the ward. The man asked if he had heard anything. Soo-hyuk said that he hadn't. The girl's father asked that even in this situation, Soo-hyuk noted that everything was fine. The brunette looked at her father in bewilderment. The man asked if he had any mental problems and if it had been hard for him. The guys moved away from the door of the ward. The protagonist said that he was really okay and there was no need to worry about him. Sang-tae suggested that his friend just leave. The protagonist and the girl looked at the man in bewilderment. Moon-sik told him to think carefully. If he lived like this on the brink of death, there could be consequences that he didn't even suspect. Yoon-sung looked at her father with a serious look, asking what was wrong with him, as if there was an answer he wanted to hear. The girl's father slightly opened his mouth, noting that he would speak frankly. He looked at the guy with a stern look, saying that if he wanted to continue dating Yoon-sung, then he should stop working as a fireman. The girl looked at her father in bewilderment. Sang-tae's eyes widened. Yoon-sung looked at the man with displeasure, asking what he was saying. Moon-sik noted that in addition to the low salary, the working hours were not constant, and he could not leave his daughter in the care of a fireman who was risking his life. The main character looked down. Moon-sik said that if he was going to continue his work, then he should break up with their daughter. The man crossed his arms over his chest. The brown-haired girl asked what he was saying, coming so suddenly, noting that they had not agreed on this. The man said that he was done here, so he was leaving. Then he stood up from his chair, saying that he would give him some work and that he should let him present a suitable and good place. The girl's father began to open the door of the ward, saying that he would wait for his call, and when he decided, let him call him. Sang-tae and Kangshik appeared in front of the man. After that, the guys collapsed on the man. Moonsik asked what was wrong with them. The man looked at the squad leader in horror, saying that it was them. Sang-tae looked at his comrade in confusion, saying that they were not going to eavesdrop. The protagonist said that he understood. The guys looked at the protagonist in surprise. Soo-hyuk said that to remain a firefighter or to continue being with Yoon-sung. He looked straight ahead with a serious look, saying that today he would try to make a decision. The leader peeled an apple, saying that he did not think that it was a lie. The guys sat opposite the protagonist. Kangshik said that it was true and it was a difficult moment. The main character looked at the boys in confusion, asking why they were so calm in front of such a formidable person like him. Kangshik noted that this apple was so delicious. The boss looked at the firemen, saying that they had also puzzled over these things before, asking Kangshik that he had not thought about it either. The brown-haired man said that it was much worse than tears and screams, but nothing special in the end. The child makes the choice himself. The young man looked down sadly. The fireman said that those parents were not the type to let their children do as they want. Sang-tae looked at the young man with a serious look. The rescuer looked at the leader in surprise when he called out to him. An orange sunset was visible outside the window of the ward. Sang-tae said that he was making a choice and he should choose the path without regrets. The sun was shining brightly in the orange sky. The main character was standing near the coffee machine. He was holding 2 cups in his hands. The protagonist was looking around. Moonsik was standing on the roof of the building. A man was standing near the fence. He put his hands in his pants pockets. Then he looked behind him, saying that he had come, asking if he had made a choice. There were people walking behind the man. He looked around in bewilderment. Then he walked towards the protagonist, asking why there were so many people on the roof. The girl's father looked ahead in surprise when the protagonist said that he was there. Soo-hyuk was holding 2 cups of coffee in his hands. He handed the cup to the man, telling him to drink this first. Moonsik began to drink his coffee in confusion. The protagonist lowered his gaze, noting that he had made a decision. The young man looked at the beautiful sunset, saying that no matter how much he thought about it, he could not leave this job. The weather was clear over the city. The protagonist entered the office. The fireman said that he came. The guys surrounded the protagonist. The young guy said that he came back. Jingwoo asked that he was finally discharged. Yihan noted that he was gone for so long. The guys looked at the protagonist with a smile. The protagonist apologized for making them worry. Sang-tae said that to hell with his apologies and that he came back alive. The young guy turned his attention to the cat. Sang-tae said that he should give the cheese some food and that he seemed hungry since he had just woken up. The cat was standing next to the bowl of food. The protagonist asked the cheese what was tasty for him, noting that he was probably very hungry since he had managed to eat everything. After which the cat ran away from the protagonist when he asked that he had waited for him for so long. The leader approached the crying protagonist. Soo-hyuk said that he was merciless to their cheese. The captain called out to the protagonist. Soo-hyuk looked at his boss in surprise. Sang-tae stated that there were a few things he had to tell him. The young man's eyes widened in confusion. The captain said that the first thing he wanted to tell him was that a new rescue team leader had been appointed, and also that his disciplinary committee had been abolished. The team leader sighed heavily. He said that there were no disciplinary actions planned at all, and he should have been reprimanded 100 times for going on a rampage on his own initiative, but the number of people he had saved was quite large. The protagonist stood up. The captain noted that instead of that, there was no reward for good work or anything like that, and consider it settled. The protagonist looked down in confusion, thinking that he had been prepared for such a punishment. The guys stared at the young guy. The protagonist thought that unlike before his regression, if they could stay together like this, he didn't think it would be a problem, and everything had been resolved better than expected. The protagonist smiled awkwardly. The team leader asked why he was suddenly silent and to let him come to his senses. Soo-hyuk apologized to the boss. The brigade leader began to pick up the cat. He said that the most important thing was that a man named Gapsu wanted to see him. The protagonist asked who it was. The young guy looked at the boss in surprise, imagining a rescuer. Sang-tae said that he was the head of the 119th Specialty Rescue Team of the Central District, and he wanted to take him to the special team. The firefighter looked at the young guy, saying that with such a level of achievement, he would certainly be recruited, and he envied him. Kangshik shed a tear, smiling slightly. He said that he never thought that their 3rd Brigade would have talent for the special team, and if he left, then he should not forget about them. The protagonist said that he did not want to. The protagonist closed his eyes, noting that he had no intention of leaving. The guys looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. Soo-hyuk said that he was already busy up to his ears, and it would be even harder for him there, and everything was fine with him here. The captain released the cat on time and said that although it would be difficult there, it meant that his abilities were recognized and the salary would be higher than what he was asking now, so why wouldn't he go? The protagonist looked down. The young man remembered the irritated man. He noted that the recklessness he had committed as a rescuer up until now was natural, and that people would find it willful and strange. The man in the memories said that for some reason he thought that he had become quiet lately. Soo-hyuk remembered how Jingwoo looked at him with displeasure. The fireman said that the rescue team could not act only on their own feelings without any confidence in their actions. The protagonist noted that this was why they initially treated him coldly and with distrust. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that his teammates had now started to acknowledge him, wondering why he would have to endure all this humiliation again, adding that he would never do it. The protagonist picked up the cat, saying that there was a cheese here. Sancti said that if he thought about it, the cheese disliked him the most. Kangshik noted that this was true. The cat began to furiously hit the protagonist with its paws. The protagonist asked what they were saying, asking the cat that this was not true. Kangshik looked at his comrade with a serious look, calling out to him. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise. Fire did not ask what happened to Yoon-sung. The captain nudged the fireman, asking that he had already decided to ask about it. The protagonist pursed his lips, saying that he was with Yoon-sung. Moonsik and the protagonist stood on the roof of the building. The man said that it meant he wanted to break up and that could be interpreted as such, asking if it was true. The girl's father looked at the protagonist in surprise. The fireman said that it was not so. He looked at the man with a serious look, saying that he would continue working as a fireman and would be with Yoon-sung. The man slightly opened his mouth in surprise, after which he leaned over slightly, laughing loudly, saying that he did not foresee this. The man looked menacingly at the fireman, saying that he was a funny guy, asking what he thought. He would agree with his words like that. Our hero looked at the girl's father with a serious look, saying that it was not so, but he could not do as he wanted, so he did not choose. The man looked at the young guy in bewilderment. He clenched his fist, saying that he was joking there. Moonsik glared at the rescuer, telling him to stop talking nonsense and that he was just an obstacle to his desire. The man imagined the firefighters in front of a large fire. He said that in the future, he would encounter many accidents and such recklessness would not only make Yoon-sung worry but also put her in danger. In the flashback, Yoon-sung was standing not far from the scene. Moonsik said that, among other things, he did not want to see his daughter in danger anymore. The protagonist stared at the man. There was a beautiful sunset in the sky. The protagonist told the girl's father that the reason he could not leave his job as a firefighter. The protagonist looked at the man with a serious look, noting that it was because this was the job he could do best. The boys stood opposite each other. Soo-hyuk said that he wanted to work in a place where he could bring the most benefit. The man stared at the boy intently. Soo-hyuk said that saving people does not only apply to those who need to be saved. The protagonist presented images of his friends and girlfriend. He said that he protects everyone, even those close to him, a mission he must fulfill to the best of his ability. The young man stood behind him, looking at the girl's father. He noted that he said that the most important thing is his daughter's safety. The firefighter pressed his palm to his chest, noting that he is the person who can do this so that Yoon-sung can be safe at any time and in any place. The man looked at the man in surprise. They continued to stare at each other. The protagonist said that as far as his strength allows, he will be responsible for Yoon-sung until the very end. Moonsik pursed his lips, after which he smirked slightly, saying that he now likes his look. The protagonist squatted down with the cat in his hands. Kangshik asked his friend what happened to Sophia. The captain nudged the guy with his elbow, asking if he had already decided to ask about it. The protagonist pressed his lips together. The leader looked at the protagonist worriedly and said that if he did not want to, he could not answer. Soo-hyuk said that he was getting married. The protagonist put the cat on the floor. The leader asked what he said. The protagonist looked at the guys with embarrassment and said that, apparently, he was marrying Yoon-sung. The guys looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. The girl's father shook the fireman's hand. The protagonist thanked the man for entrusting her to him. The girl's father looked at the guy with a serious look, telling him not to be mistaken, because he still did not completely trust him, but he would give him time and see what would come of it. The protagonist said that he understood him. The man looked away with displeasure, asking what Yoon-sung saw in someone like him. The fireman looked away, noting that he had only said that they would wait and see. Kangshik asked what wedding he was talking about then. Sancti noted that it was still a long way off and it was unknown when he would be able to attend the ceremony. Brown-haired smiled slightly, saying that he would have to try harder in the future, but what if they wouldn't be able to see each other for a while he was abroad? The protagonist looked at the fireman in confusion, asking what he would be abroad. Kangshik noted that they said that he would be going to Laos for a short time, asking that he hadn't heard that. The protagonist said that it was the first time he had heard of it. Sancti looked ahead in confusion. Kangshik asked the leader what he hadn't told him. The leader noted that there were so many other points that he had to convey to him that he had completely forgotten. The protagonist looked at the guys in confusion. Brown-haired asked how he could have forgotten that. The boss told the young guy that he had put some documents on his desk and that he should take a look at them. Our hero walked up to the desk and picked up the paper. The protagonist was holding documents from SBC. The protagonist asked what it was. Yoon-sung looked at her boyfriend with a happy expression, asking what it was. 7 Days of Survival, saying that it was a very famous entertainment program. The guys were sitting on a bench. Soo-hyuk asked the girl if she wasn't surprised too, noting that he wasn't a celebrity, and what kind of entertainment program was it. The girl said that, on the contrary, she was very happy. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise, asking if it was true. The brown-haired girl said that, of course, her boyfriend would be participating in the entertainment show too. The girl looked at her boyfriend with a smile. Soo-hyuk said that he was glad that she liked it, asking if he should tell her something funny. The protagonist added that he initially refused, and if he was not at work, it would be hard for others, so he said he would not participate. Sankti looked at the protagonist with a serious look, noting that the boss likes idols. The protagonist looked at his leader with a dejected look. The boss said that the bubble girls would be there and they needed to get an autograph. The firefighter asked that this was the reason he needed to be gone for a week. The leader looked at the boy with a serious look. He said that he was just joking, and it was to raise awareness about firefighters, asking that thanks to him, the image of firefighters in Korea had improved a lot. The protagonist looked at the boss with a confused look. Sankti noted that this was a chance to show a friendlier image. The weather was clear above the airport. Sankti told him not to talk too much and to go and think of it as a vacation as a reward for his hard work. The protagonist stood with a suitcase at the airport. Yoon-sung said on the phone that he would see a celebrity and she envied him, and since this is how it turned out, he should relax and have a good rest. The protagonist looked at his cell phone with a dejected look, thinking that it would be hard, and they said that he should build a house and get food for himself to eat. The young man looked at his phone, adjusting his hair. Soo-hyuk thought that the hairstyle done by Yoon-sung was somehow strange, wondering that it was definitely the first time she styled her hair and if she did it slightly like this. A girl approached the protagonist from behind, asking if he was Soo-hyuk. The girl with a ponytail adjusted her glasses. She said that she was the producer of 7 Days of Survival, Yoo Yerim, and it was nice to meet her. The protagonist looked at the producer, greeting her. Yerim said that the filming location was in that direction, and he arrived faster than everyone else. The protagonist followed the girl, saying that he arrived on time. Yerim noted that many people are usually late. The protagonist looked at the people with cameras in surprise. He noted that it was probably over there and there were so many cameras. The girl looked at the surprised guy. Soo-hyuk asked that the filming would start from that place. The producer said that it was, and first they would film the introduction and then they would start the journey. The protagonist looked around. The guy asked the producer to check the settings. The protagonist wondered where he should wait. The protagonist looked away in confusion, asking where he could wait. The young guy walked past the cheering crowd. The girls asked Yoon to look over there. The manager told the guy that they should go over there. The protagonist watched what was happening in surprise. The security guard told the people that they were not allowed to cross the line. Yoon looked ahead with a smile. He approached the producer and slightly bent over, apologizing for being late. Yerim said it was okay and he arrived pretty quickly. Soo-hyuk looked at the guy with a smile, wondering if this was the idol he had only heard about from rumors, adding that he was a real hottie. The fireman greeted the guy, saying that he was Soo-hyuk. The protagonist extended his hand to the idol. Yoon asked if he was the fireman. Soo-hyuk said that he was and that he was glad to meet him. The brunette looked at the hand with hostility, after which he turned around, asking the director what about the others. The protagonist looked ahead with bewilderment. The director said that they were just coming. A crowd of people were walking towards the producer. The members greeted the guys. Yerim greeted the members, saying that it was nice to meet them. The protagonist looked at the people in surprise. The members looked ahead with wide smiles. The protagonist thought that all these faces were familiar, wondering if this was the comedian Ha Seong-woo, adding that those people seemed to have been seen in movies several times. The man looked at the young man in surprise. The protagonist wondered that he would be filming with these people. The brown-haired man shook the fireman's hand, asking that he was Soo-hyuk, noting that he really wanted to meet him. The young man said that it was nice to meet him. The protagonist looked at the other members. The man noted that he was the one from Shidal Station. The girl said that he really was that person. The fireman looked at the members in confusion, thinking that they knew him and that it was impossible, wondering if this was reality or a dream. The guys turned their attention to the side. The girl greeted the seniors. The three girls smiled widely. They said that they were bubble girls and they were glad to meet him. The protagonist turned his attention to the side, wondering who they were and that they were high school girls. Yoon walked up to the girls with a smile, saying that they had complained and noting that they had lost even more weight since then. The brown-haired girl looked at Yoon in surprise. The idol asked Saya if she had gotten there safely last time, noting that she looked tired. Saya said, "What about that?" She then turned her gaze to the side. The male lead looked at the girls in surprise. Saya shouted that it was firefighter Soo-hyuk. The girl said that she had seen him on the news. The brown-haired girl happily shook the male lead's hand, greeting him and saying that she was Saya from Bubble Girls. The male lead said that he didn't know much about idols. The brown-haired girl said that it was okay. She looked at the male lead in embarrassment, saying that her friend lived near Shinal Station, so she watched the news every day, thanking the firefighter. The lifeguard looked at the girls in bewilderment, saying that there was no reason. The long-haired girl asked her friend why she ran up to him, greeting the protagonist, adding that she was Hyejin and this was Jess. The idol said that she was his fan, asking if she could call him Appa. Yuan looked at the girls in bewilderment, after which he bared his teeth in displeasure. The producer said that filming would begin in 20 minutes and everyone should get ready. Water was flowing from the tap. The guy turned off the tap. The assistant looked at the idol in bewilderment. Yuan said that he was so pathetic. The man asked what he was talking about. Yuan stood in front of the mirror, leaning his hand on the sink. He said that he was talking about the fireman who was filming with them, asking that this was incomprehensible and how great a person he was that was filming an entertainment show. The assistant looked ahead in confusion. The idol asked that if he was so cool, then what about the other firefighters who worked so hard, adding that all his feats were bullshit, they were just trapped together and were saved by the other firefighters. The man asked that maybe that was the case. The guy bared his teeth in anger. He asked that if he was a firefighter, he should do his job, so why did he come to film a variety show? The guys were standing next to each other. The man told him to understand him, and there was nothing to be done since the director of the variety program had directly ordered him to contact him. Yuan said that he did not want to film. Yuan looked away angrily, saying that they would watch, and he quit his day job to chill in a place like this, and he would let him know what a mistake he made. The plane was at the airport. The girls were chatting among themselves about how they were already very hungry, and if they went there, they might not get anything, so it was better to buy in advance. And then the brown-eyed girl noticed the hero turning around. He was walking along the plane with some anxiety. She immediately waved at him and offered to sit with her. He walked along the board and thought about how scared he was and how he had never flown on a plane, even before returning. But then he was bumped by a shoulder. Yuan began to sit down and apologized because he was close to Saya and asked if he could sit there. The rescuer looked at him in surprise and, keeping silent meaningfully, offered him to sit down. But then the sweet girl turned around indignantly and asked what kind of antics this was, but her boyfriend asked with a smile what he had done wrong. But then the conductor came on board and asked to listen carefully, because now they would divide them into teams. She handed the protagonist a bucket and said that since the main event of this episode was a competition, it was decided to determine the teams in advance. The teams were divided equally into 4 people, and the team was Soo-hyuk and Yuan. Saya was happy that she got into the hero's team, but her old friend was extremely unhappy about it and thought that the scoundrel had taken her into his team. Najeon stretched out across the chair to the reincarnated one and said that it turned out that they were on the same team and sat next to each other. And Seongwoo extended his hand with a smile and said that being on the same team with the hero encouraged him, and then said that he relied on him. The girl with the tail adjusted her glasses and said that in that case, it was worth getting a good rest before arriving. The plane immediately departed from the port. After some time, they arrived in Laos. There were a lot of journalists already getting off the buses and holding their cameras ready when they said they had finally arrived. The guy in green from the UN team threw up his hands and said that there was a jungle next to the city center and wondered where they were going now. And then the girl in glasses pointed to a green folder and said that everyone should get one sheet of paper first. The map had the start and finish line drawn on it, as well as symbols. Saya was surprised to ask what kind of map it was, thinking it was just a simple sign with pictures. But then the instructor raised her finger and standing next to the film crew said that from that moment on the competition was starting and now both teams had to use only this map to get to the base. Everyone immediately went into a stupor, asking what she meant and then asking again. They were surrounded by rivers and fallen trees, and someone wondered how to find their way in a remote area where there wasn't even a direction. The guy in green grabbed his head and asked why they weren't told that they would start as soon as they arrived and said that it was mind-boggling. He continued to be indignant and said that it was a stab in the back from the very beginning. And the hero, looking at him with anxiety, thought about whether these people were sincere or exaggerating, and then wondered if this was happening because this was an entertainment show. But then Saya, anxiously turning to the leader of the opposing team, asked how this drawing could be called a map and asked if he thought so, to which he said that this was definitely the case. But then the villain began to worry even more and thought that in fact he already knew everything. He remembered the moment in his dressing room where he was very surprised. While he was being made up, his manager said that such is the nature of the program for the sake of realism of the plot, and they say that the participants receive limited information and reveal all the details during filming, to which he said that it was absurd to end up in the wilderness where you don't know anything. And while he was sitting there looking extremely gloomy, the man in the olive jacket said that they had prepared everything in advance just in case, and he wouldn't have to worry about injuries or dangerous situations, to which he remained meaningfully silent. But then the man in glasses was very surprised because Yuan had said that he wouldn't go. He leaned forward a little with a displeased look and said that if they didn't reveal all the information to him, he wouldn't go, and it was simply disgusting to watch them laugh at him. The actor lowered his head and said that he had nothing to regret, even if he didn't star in such a third-rate program. And then the scoundrel smiled, looking away, and thought about how he had shared the information only with him, and wondered if he could get rid of him so easily because he was the hottest and most highly paid one here. But then the instructor picked up a folded map and said that in addition to finding a route, they had prepared various competitions, and also for the winning team. After a short pause, she began to talk about an amazing buffet, which greatly surprised the participants. The guy in green was very surprised by this in the wild, and Saya, with a little embarrassment, said that they would definitely win. But then the girls from the other team began to fuss and wonder how to get to the base with such a map, and said that they would have been better able to draw it. But then they were a little embarrassed when they heard the words that there was no need to worry. It was Yuan who leaned over a little and said that he was from the Special Forces, so he knew a little about how to read maps, and asked if he could lead everyone. And then everyone surrounded him, saying that it was cool, and Jin Seong asked in surprise how he, being an idol, could know such things, and asked if there were things he couldn't. Hearing the praise, the scoundrel lowered his head with a smile and thought that this was bullshit about the Special Forces, and he just learned the map at home. Looking at the hero, he thought that he would get there before him, and he should eat up the fact that firefighters are worse than idols, and they moved out. The protagonist team fell into a slight panic, and Saya looked at them with displeasure and said that apparently that team is confident in themselves, and they believe that they are the best, and the guy in the green hat wondered if there was an answer. Suhuk looked around while everyone was trying to read the map in confusion and meaningfully remained silent. He immediately used the Menamap skill. A lens appeared on his eye. Looking through the forest, a projection of the terrain appeared in front of him, and he immediately called for them to start moving. The sultry sun was shining. The Yuan team was already running out of strength, and the girl complained that it was hard. Hyojin anxiously turned to her leader and asked if it was possible to rest a little and then go, to which he said that they needed to be patient a little, and if they turned around the tree, then there would already be a base. Jess and the guy admired him, saying that he really knew the way well, and thanks to him, they got there quickly, and said that they even felt sorry for their rivals. The scoundrel pretended to be innocent and said that there was nothing special about it. He looked ahead with wild anxiety and thought that no matter how hard the fireman tried, he would not overtake him, the one who already knew the way. Yuan turned around the tree with a smile and thought that he was excited by the very thought that he saw his stunned face, and said that they had already arrived. But then something really surprised him. The fire brigade was already sitting at the base, and then Xiangwu and the girl were happy to see them, saying that they had finally arrived and that they had arrived later. The scoundrel was very surprised, wondering how this could happen, and his companion immediately asked with some embarrassment how this had happened, because they had been walking without a break. He gritted his teeth and thought that this couldn't be, and wondered if he knew the way for sure. The operators happily discussed the protagonist and said that he was really incredible, and they were surprised that he had arrived faster than them, although they knew the way from the correct map. Saya took Suhyuk's hand and asked him how he was able to find his way so well, to which he said that he thought it was because he was a firefighter. And while he continued to receive a lot of praise, Yuan looked at him with aggression, and then he clenched his fist and insulted the hero in his head. Finally, the instructor came and said that the next task would be building a house, and they would need to build it using the environment, and you can use anything. The women from the team were very surprised by the task and wondered how it could be done in such a place, and then asked about tools. Then the girl with glasses handed her something, saying that they could give it to her. In her hands was a hammer and a hacksaw, to which she asked what they should do with it. Then the fireman with little anxiety said that it was worth finding a tree that could be used, and Najon agreed. And then the hero noticed that Saya was holding his hand, asking about it, to which she said that her left hand was just a little numb, and it was better for her to rest. Looking at them, the idol thought that this was a chance to correct the mistake. He lowered his head, smiling a little, and thought that for this moment, he trained by going on hikes in the mountains, and these ignoramuses think that they can do something only by using force. Because in building a house, skills are more important than physical strength, and this time he will definitely win. Nyajin barely dragged a log with a partner and said that it was very difficult, and the guy in the yellow Panama asked if this would be enough. But as it turned out, the scoundrel was already finishing the hut, and they were surprised at when he managed to build it. Seeing them, Yuen said with a smile that he focused on this, and this is what happened, and the girl in the cap asked with a smile about what he can't do, to which he said that he learned a little when he was in the special forces. He exhaled, saying that now there will be no problem with a comfortable rest, and thought that it is very difficult, but everything is fine if he manages to defeat the enemy. But then they turned around, and Nyajan asked with surprise why it is so noisy. Then Jess looked and wondered what happened, and then they noticed the railing. The hero was already sitting on the roof of a hut hewn with something with a hammer. The girls from the enemy team asked with surprise what this means, to which Saya said with a smile that it is incredible, and asked if their team can build something like this. The cameraman filmed with a smile and said that even a professional architect could not do this, and the more they watched, the more surprised they were. But then Yuen ran out of the bushes and was dumbfounded. He looked at it with wild surprise and wondered how it was possible, and whether a person could do it at all. The survival competition lasted for several days, but the result was this. It was the third round of the fishing competition, where Soo-hyuk won. The fourth was building a raft, where the hero won again. His team chanted his name with smiles. The instructor looked at him with an enthusiastic look and said that it was impossible to resist him, and the cameraman said with a smile that this episode was a special edition about the protagonist. The film crew, standing in the rain, said that they had collected enough material for the broadcast in a few days, and now they could safely return. And then the participants, noticing the change in the weather, began to worry, and Jinseong said that in order to follow the schedule, they would need to light a fire, and they wondered if they could continue filming. And then the instructor came up and said that they needed to finish earlier than expected, since further filming would be impossible, which surprised them greatly, and she said that the results of the competition had already been determined and everyone had tried hard. The rain continued to drizzle on the grass. The participants walked along the path with umbrellas and said that it seemed like the rain was only getting stronger, and they should be told to prepare umbrellas and blankets at the base camp. While the weather was soaking the trees, they continued and said that they could take shelter from the rain under that big tree and rest for a while, and then continue on their way. Saya looked at him anxiously, holding her head. She began to fall to her knees and said that she was dizzy, and the hero noticed it. He approached her and asked if she could go, to which the girl agreed and said with heaviness that she was fine. She tried to smile sweetly and said that apparently the weather was very hot, and it could be because of the heat, and nevertheless, thanks to him, she was able to rest in the house peacefully. The protagonist began to worry a lot when he heard that she continued to stutter. He leaned over to say something, but then the villain called out to them. The black-haired man pointed at himself with a smile and asked to come over for a minute with the cameraman because they needed to film a scene. They walked on the wet ground. While the girl was walking, she anxiously asked why she was suddenly called, but he said that they needed to wait a little because it was somewhere here and said that they were there. A waterfall appeared in front of them, and the idol asked if it was cool. She was surprised with a smile and a tired look, and the guy with earrings immediately said with a smile that this is the place he was looking for when he arrived here, and on a long-awaited trip, they need to see the sights. And then the scoundrel put his hand in the water. He splashed water into her with a smile and doused her. The girl with displeasure and burning cheeks asked him what he was doing because it was already raining. Yuen continued to splash with a smile while he was being filmed and said that it seemed like it was not pouring that hard and continued, after which he was asked to stop. Thunder sounded in the sky. The hero and one of the employees became alarmed, mentioning lightning, and the instructor said that this was not the time to rest and asked where those two were. The protagonist looked down and meaningfully remained silent. He jumped up and said that he would be back soon. The villain put his hand out to test the rain while his girlfriend was freezing and said that the rain was getting heavier little by little, and she asked him to come back. But the idol turned around and said that they should try the concept of avoiding the rain during a downpour, to which she said that she already wanted to rest and was shivering. The villain continued to smile and quietly said that it was for a TV show, and then they were called out. Soo-hyuk ran up to them out of breath. The girl was happy about this, and Yuen looked at him with displeasure and wondered what he was doing there. The protagonist immediately said that they needed to go back quickly and asked Saya to go with him quickly, and she asked what happened. But then the idol got indignant and asked who he was to decide who would go with whom, to which the fireman said that he had no idea why he was acting like this, but they didn't have time and needed to hurry. The gray-haired girl was very surprised, and the scoundrel immediately asked him with great aggression what he wanted. He came closer to him and with a nasty grin said that he was behaving this way because he knew little about the entertainment industry and it was all for the sake of a TV show. The scoundrel continued to talk nonsense while the girl was shivering, and when the fireman was about to say that this was not the problem, Yuen pulled his friend by the hand and said that there was no need to listen to him. But then she suddenly began to lose consciousness. When she fell, they were very surprised. The hero, watching this, was dumbfounded. The scoundrel finally came to his senses. The cameraman was generally in great shock. They all immediately called out to her while she was lying on the ground. The instructor looked around, starting to worry. She noticed the approaching cameraman and the idol, saying that they had arrived. The girl in glasses asked with great anxiety what had happened and why they had told her to call an ambulance. The scoundrel lowered his head and with feigned anxiety dragged out his answer. The operator, also lowering his head, tried to tell. He raised his head and finally said that she had a stroke. Jess looked at them with great anxiety and asked how this was possible, and her teammate asked if people died from this. The man in the cap, to the cries of the others, said that it was not yet certain. Everyone was very shocked when they said that Soo-hyuk had diagnosed it, and now they were rushing to the ambulance. The girl with the ponytail fell to her knees and began to wonder why this had happened, and the guy in yellow immediately asked if they were sure, because there had been no symptoms before. The instructor grabbed her head, asking what was happening at the end of the filming, and the villain, with great anxiety, kept silent. He stood in the rain without moving, disorientated in space, and thought that it was because of him and his fault that she suffered. The rain continued with renewed vigor. The hero ran as fast as he could on the wet ground. He had Saya on his back. The guy ran as fast as he could and thought that he needed to run even faster. There are 4 main symptoms of an early stroke. These are paralysis of one side, visual impairment, speech impairment, and dizziness, and if these symptoms are not identified and prevented in advance, then the chance of survival is sharply reduced. Among the diseases commonly encountered in Korea, stroke deserves to take first place among instant causes of death, and the golden time is 4.5 hours. The hero continued to run along the planned route and thought that he needed to get there ahead of time. There was a slope ahead of him, and he kept thinking that he should have made sure of this earlier. He started to slip. The guy started to fall on his back. The girl was already close to the rock with her head and almost hit it. The protagonist noticed it in time. He barely managed to turn over so that she would not get hurt. The guy fell flat on the ground and rolled on the ground. He tried to get up with difficulty. His whole face was covered in abrasions and blood. The rescuer started to get up from his knees while shaking and thinking that there was no time to cool off. The ambulance was waiting for people with little anxiety. The staff talked to the locals and asked about what kind of stroke they could talk about in such a place, and then asked if it was possible at such a young age. The driver, looking down, said that he had heard that recently there have been many such cases among young people, but then the partner realized that the girl would be carried here, even with symptoms. The guy in the green shirt asked anxiously if there was any way he could find out if their agency had given them permission to do this. But then a firefighter appeared on the steps with a victim. They pointed in that direction with wild surprise. Soo-hyuk was carrying the girl on his back while her weight was covered in blood, and he was immediately called out. The man in the green shirt immediately ran to him asking what happened when he fell to his knees. He was breathing heavily and told him to quickly take her to the ambulance. He began to fall forward and demanded that they save him. The aid workers quickly ran to the victims and started calling them. The hero was lying with his eyes closed. The protagonist opened them in a different place. He was in a firefighter uniform and did not understand what was happening. In front of him was a huge burning house. The guy began to climb the stairs and wondered what he was doing there and assumed that he was here to save someone. But then the dark-haired man discovered something inside. There were several figures in front of his eyes, and the fireman immediately thought that these were objects of salvation. He ran up to one of them, asking if everything was okay with him. But then something surprised him wildly. The protagonist was sitting there with his legs crushed. He tried to save himself by pushing the slab away. But then the mirage confused him with a question about why he was trying so hard. The hero was dumbfounded, and he continued and asked why he was trying so hard to save people. He looked at the original and mentioned that the reason why his profession as a fireman was funny, and looking at him, it seemed that he was worried about not being able to die. The reincarnated one tried to say something with wild anxiety and shaking, but then the original turned around from a loud scream behind him. There was a little boy who asked to save him from the rebel. The rescuer extended his hand and asked to grab it. He was able to do it. The fireman was about to say that everything was okay now, but then something really surprised him. There he was as a schoolboy and crying. The protagonist was very shocked. He was meaningfully silent while his phantom was trying to say something. The rescuer from his past life, lowering his head, asked if he now understood that all those he had saved so far. And then the ceiling of the hospital suddenly appeared. Soo-hyuk looked in front of him, all wounded. The doctors were quickly wheeling him on a gurney and shouting something. Somewhere in the darkness, the artificial life support machine was working. In the ward, Saya was lying in an oxygen mask. Girls were crying near her bed, and the hero was watching from the aisle. He just looked at them meaningfully silently. But then the instructor came up and said that the operation was successful and there was no need to worry, to which he said that he understood. She lowered her head and meaningfully remained silent. And right after that, the girl looked up and thanked him. The bespectacled girl said with great anxiety that thanks to him they were able to perform surgery before it was too late, and a stroke, she never cared what it was, and she was even afraid to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't noticed. to which the savior said that everything was fine and for the future it would be nice to know about the early symptoms of a stroke. And then the sleeping girls noticed him with surprise. They ran up to him and thanked him for it. Jess, with tears in her eyes, said that thanks to him, Saya survived and he saved their group. The fireman embarrassedly said that he was doing his job, and they said that they would definitely repay him. The scoundrel looked at them from the side and meaningfully remained silent. They went outside and the girl took off her glasses, saying that she thought that the broadcast would go as planned, and thanks to the protagonist's activity there were many good scenes. However, they also have a lot to think about what happened today. Looking at her, the hero thought that if such an incident were to be broadcast, criticism would be unavoidable, and said that he understood. The interlocutor began to wipe his glasses and told him to rest here for a while, and tomorrow at lunchtime they needed to fly back by plane. And some of the film crew would return later along with Saya and apologized for not seeing him off properly, and then said that he had tried hard up until now. The plane arrived at the airport. The hero was taken aback and kept silent meaningfully. There was absolutely no one there, and he thought that it was quiet. Leaving the airport, the protagonist thought that when they left, it was noisy and assumes that the producer had tried hard to keep everyone's mouths shut. Someone appeared behind him, and he continued to think that thank God that everything was resolved, and it was a pity that they were parting without being able to say goodbye properly. But then someone called out to him from behind. Someone asked him to talk for a while, and Soo-hyuk was very surprised. The city was pretty empty. Yoon-sung asked a little anxiously during the call about how something like that happened and asked if there would be a broadcast, to which she was told that that part would be edited. That's what they were told. The hero spoke on the phone with a smile, and when she asked if he was hurt, he said that he was fine. The girl said with displeasure that she would check later, and he laughed sarcastically. The dispatchers were sitting at the computers, and then Soo-hyuk opened the door saying that he was back, and everyone immediately greeted him. A large man stood up with a smile and said that he sent him there to rest, and he saved someone again, and called him crazy, to which he said that it happened that way. And then a scraping sound was heard near him. Cheesy jumped out from there. The hero immediately sat down to pet him and asked if the cat missed him and continued to chat with him. And then when the protagonist decided to pick him up, he was warned that he would go crazy, but he said that he was a kind animal. And then multiple blows were heard. Soo-hyuk had a badly scratched face and said that he came back after a long time, and this scoundrel is doing this. Sang-tae came closer and said that he forgot the most important thing and asked if his task was completed, to which he immediately asked what he was talking about. The captain pointed his finger up and with a smile said that he meant the bubble girl's autograph and asked if he took a photo with them. And then the rest of the staff immediately asked to show them too. The hero scratched the back of his head and said that he forgot about it and did not have time for it, to which they said that it was the most important thing and that he went to the shooting just like that. And then the protagonist said with alarm that he had done something else. There was a man standing by the door, and he continued and said that some strange guy had clung to him. The scoundrel was standing by the door and everyone was asking who it was. Ewan suddenly walked through the door. He greeted everyone with a smile and introduced himself. The moment with the diagnosis of a stroke in the rain came to mind. Then he picked up Saya and said that this could not be and loudly called her. But then the hero made him freeze, threateningly telling him not to pull her. The protagonist sat down on his knees next to them and said that such movements could aggravate everything in this disease, which occurs when a blood vessel is blocked or ruptured. Then the operator came up and handed over the radio and said that he was told that they would send an ambulance right to the entrance to the jungle, to which he agreed and said that he would carry her right to the entrance. The rescuer threw the victim on his back, thereby surprising the idol. Soo-hyuk ran with the girl on his shoulders, and the scoundrel remained in a stupor and meaningfully kept silent and thought that this was called a stroke. After that, he overheard the dialogue between the producer and the doctor, who was saying that if they had been even a little bit late, there would have been big trouble, and asked how he noticed this, because it was great luck. The rest of the team members realized with relief that she would live. Jess clasped her hands and, closing her eyes, said that she was glad. Yuan anxiously turned away and, pursing his lip, meaningfully kept silent. He saw how the hero was being taken and thought about what he understood for the first time. Seeing the protagonist's torn face, he continued his thought and thought that firefighters are damn cool. Confusion was visible on the idol's face. The guy with earrings enthusiastically said that this is why he decided to become a PR ambassador and hoped for their support. But the firefighters were wildly surprised and dumbfounded. Questions were heard from the unit about who he was and where he came from, because they did not need guys. The firefighter's car stopped on the road. The rescuer and his partner quickly ran down the slope. They were surrounded by many branches and trees. One of the employees took out a radio from which it was heard that there was no way through the valley, and he said that searches were still underway from the ridge. But then an old man appeared in front of them, and then the protagonist and his boss heard through the radio that he was found and the point was 3.4 kilometers away in the direction of the ridge. The rescuers were holding the old man by the arms while he was asking where he was, to which the employee said that they needed to go home because his son was worried about him, and then a thank you was heard. And then an unknown person approached Sancti and said that he was glad that they had found him, to which he said that it was true. And then the boss was made to turn around by a strange question about the difficulty of the job. He was immediately very surprised and froze. There was a guy with a camera, smiling and asking to say a few words. Everyone was shocked by this, and the old man continued to talk about his son, and everyone immediately asked the guest who he was. The action moves to the fire station, where they are talking about a documentary, and then Yuan pointed to the cameraman and smilingly asked if everyone knew EBC documentaries, and then said that this man works as an assistant director. While the new acquaintance was bowing, he continued and pointed at him with his hand, saying that when he realized how cool firefighters are, he told the producer about it and even got permission to film, and the one who was bowing apologized for the surprise. Kangshik surprised everyone by saying that then their team would be shown on TV. And then the idol with an embarrassed smile said that this was true, and they would participate in programs, and it would be nice to raise the level of perception of firefighters, to which the captain asked why he was constantly coming lately and asked if he had any other things to do, to which he said that he was free lately. Then Sancti, looking away, said that Suhak brought a really strange guy, and the curly one said that he liked him, and thanks to the hero he would have such an experience. The protagonist looked at them, and while Yuan said with a smile that when they think and decide, I can contact him. He thought about how not much time has passed since the end of the filming of the variety show, and this time there will be a documentary. Work was going on in the EBC studio and there was talk about packing up. Then the boss told two smiling subordinates that it was a hot topic these days, so they couldn't screw it up, to which they agreed. The cameramen who were walking started talking about the preliminary interview and how cool it was, and they didn't think they would be able to film the main character of such a big event. The guy with a bandage on his nose turned to his friend and said that he was sorry that he didn't get a normal shot during the incident at the station and this time he needed to film it properly, to which he said that it could be filmed as a drama, and the assistant director immediately asked if the number of views would be huge from this. The camera was on a tripod and they heard the introduction of the film crew. The man in glasses spread his arms and said that he was the main producer and asked them not to be constrained and to behave as usual, to which the firefighters said that they hoped for their support. And then the hero turned around, thinking that it seemed to him that documentaries do not need such preparation as in an entertainment program. However, Jingwoo stood with his eyes narrowed and embarrassed, while the captain joked about him, asking if he came to the date. And then, while the cameramen were quietly approaching, he continued and asked what they were talking about, because Sancti also tidied himself up, to which the veteran said that he was cool as is, and he looked unnatural to everyone. And then the assistant director and his friend folded their hands loudly greeted, scaring everyone. The guy with a band-aid on his nose introduced himself with a wide smile and gave his position, and his friend, as it turned out, was also an assistant director and they were pleased to meet him. The hero shook the new guest's hand with anxiety, and he, without stopping smiling, said that he was his fan and was very touched by what he did at the station. The protagonist was embarrassed by the fact that they endlessly showered him with compliments and patriotic speeches, and then a man in glasses approached them, shielded him with his hand and said that he was new. Then he calmly looked at Suhyuk and said that each member of the group would have a camera attached to them, and they should not pay attention to them at all, as well as to the lenses. While the two assistant directors were completely delighted, he continued and asked them to work as they usually do. While the slicked-down man looked at this with incomprehension and meaningfully remained silent, Sancti with an anxious look said that he was sure that these people would be very disappointed. The daily routine of a firefighter is slightly different from the flashy appearance shown in the media. There was a sharp call, because of which everyone abruptly stood up from their seats. As it turned out, they were called by a crying girl whose door lock broke. Another call occurred that made everyone jump from their seats. A drunk man turned out to be on the call, about whom a woman was complaining. The third time, everyone ran to the fire truck after the call, and then it turned out that a woman had called them, saying that she couldn't find her dog and asked for help. And the firefighters really did it. The animal wasn't in the apartment, and the veteran, speaking on the phone, said that she often walked through swampy areas and that they should go there, and then they asked where else the dog usually went. And then all the rescuers were abruptly interrupted by a voice from the phone, which said that it turned out that the animal was in the closet and there was no need to look anymore, and then they thanked them for their help. The captain calmly said that he understood, but the operators were already starting to doubt. The fire engine was driving at high speed. And then Sungjin exhaled heavily, and then, sitting in the back and raising his finger up, he said that people have no conscience at all, and call services for trifles, and asked if this is too much. To which the protagonist turned around and said that it is good that there are no major incidents, and he is glad if it always remains like this. But the young operator continued and folded his arms in displeasure and asked what they were talking about, because the firefighters' strength was simply being wasted and they were not the ones who should be doing this. And then Taesung made a big mistake, saying a rash phrase about how they should be like heroes and save people from the fire, and there should be such a final scene. The driver frowned a little and meaningfully remained silent after the words about how they should reject calls from people calling for trifles. And then Jingwoo grabbed the steering wheel tighter, turning to the guests. Without changing his face, he menacingly asked if they thought that the rescue was some kind of joke. The two operators immediately fell silent and calmed down. But then the radio suddenly worked after an attempt to ask about why such words suddenly came from there. From there it was heard that a third rescue team was needed for an emergency call. Sancti picked up the radio in horror and heard that they needed to immediately change the route and move towards the overpass because there was an accident there and they needed to head there right now. The steering wheel was immediately sharply turned to the side. The fire engine with flashing lights rushed at high speed. The captain immediately became more serious and asked for details, to which they said that 4 cars collided on the overpass, and one of them was a tanker. The hero and the veteran were immediately horrified to hear this, and when they asked about the likelihood of a fire, they received the answer that it had not yet been identified. Sungjin turned to his partner and asked if there was gasoline in such a car, and a discussion immediately began about the likelihood of an explosion and the scale of the incident. They were glad that something like this had finally happened. And Sancti looked at them with alarm and meaningfully kept silent, because this time they definitely needed to show the heroism of the firefighters. And then the car began to slow down and hung over the edge of the cliff. It was that very tank. Somewhere in the city, sirens could be heard in the distance. A service car was rushing to the scene at high speed. While Sancti was putting on his suit, he was asked how the accident happened, to which he said that he did not know yet and that he would see on the spot. The hero put on his gear and looked at everyone with anxiety, thinking that nothing like this had happened in his past life. And then a notification appeared in front of him. The window said that they must not let the tank explode, because there had been a series of collisions, and 3 were injured and could not escape. They needed to save everyone before the tank exploded. And there was very little time left before the explosion. The protagonist looked at this with great anxiety and did not understand. Looking at the timer, he thought about how to make it in time, and then he thought that they were joking about him. Many service cars arrived at the scene. There were several cars parked near the side of the bridge. The firefighters were getting ready to leave and everything was ready, and the chief was cursing because everything was more serious than he thought. Suddenly Soo-hyuk saw something unexpected. In front of him was that very tank. Sancti stood behind his subordinates and said that 2 were preparing equipment and the rest should find the victims. And then suddenly the hero touches a guy with a bandage on his nose. He falls and complains of pain, and the protagonist asked him what he was doing there. The cameraman said with alarm and a smile that this was the beginning of the rescue scene and was going to film next to him. But then the fireman grabbed him by the collar while he was telling him not to worry about him. He brought him as close as possible and asked if he was joking with him and ordered him to stay out of the way. But then he noticed something terrible. The timer already said 6.5 minutes. Soo-hyuk threw the filming man aside and ran. Sungjin ran up to his friend asking if everything was okay. And then looking at the firefighters, he wondered what was wrong with them and why push a person, and the camera was terribly expensive. And Taesung also did not understand and said that he just wanted to film them, but they turned out to be like this, and this is a big disappointment. Seungwoo, who was running behind the captain and the hero, said that 2 were in the tank and 1 in the sedan, to which the man in the blue helmet said that those in the tank were on them. The cameraman began to get offended, and the guy with the bandage said that he did not even want to film, and the second said that they could just lightly film and leave. But then they saw how the firefighters jumped on the tank. The 2 friends started filming again, and Taesung anxiously called him crazy. Only part of the rescuer's body was in the lens, and they wondered if it was too far. They looked at each other and said nothing meaningfully. While one rescuer held the wheel, the protagonist climbed into the cabin and said that he was going to save them now. He opened the door and saw a man lying face down with great alarm and asked if they were okay. But then he was shocked. Everything around was covered in blood. While the protagonist climbed into the car, they filmed him, saying that it was a good angle. The cameraman filmed it with a smile and discussed that if they uploaded it like that, there would be 5 million views, to which the second one said that it was as if he was watching a movie. And then the guy with the bandage looked back and said that he should come closer for a lower angle. A spark appeared from the car. There was an explosion, and then a splinter was flying at him. The piece of metal was moving at a crazy speed, but unfortunately it flew a little to the side of him, scaring him quite a bit. The captain and Kangshik looked at it with alarm and were wildly surprised. They immediately jumped up and ordered everyone to be evacuated. The hero was looking at something carefully without taking his eyes off. Looking at the timer, he realized that this was not a real explosion yet. The rescuer leaned out of the cabin and asked Jingwoo to go first, and he was going to follow. At that moment, the second assistant director was trying to lift his friend from his knees and asked him what he was doing and whether he was going to get up, because if he stayed there, he could die. And then the guy with the bandage froze without moving. His hands were shaking and he thought that he almost died. Remembering what happened, Taesung thought that if the splinter had flown a little closer, death would have occurred. Sungjin decided to leave him and ran away, saying that he didn't care. But then the one sitting on his knees perked up when he heard the request to be patient a little longer. The hero was carrying a wounded man on his back, who was complaining about a sore leg, and was calming him down by saying that it would be cured. The man was in tears and was asking what would happen to his leg, because he had definitely injured it. His entire leg was covered in lacerations and bruises, and the victim was saying that he couldn't feel it at all, and apparently he had really injured it. The operator was immediately incredibly scared and speechless, but the protagonist didn't give up and ran, saying that they needed to focus on evacuation first, and while he was crying, he said that the car would soon explode. But then he noticed something was wrong. Looking at the timer, where 20 seconds were left, the fireman thought that if he ran at full speed, he would make it in time. And when he just touched to run, he was called. The reincarnated turned around and saw the assistant director sitting there, begging for help. Soo-hak immediately started getting angry and screaming, asking what he was doing and why he was there, and then ordered to evacuate because there would be an explosion soon. The guy with a bandage on his nose was shaking all over and trying to explain. There were 15 seconds left before the explosion. Taesung was complaining that his legs were not moving. The hero, looking at this, fell into wild anxiety, and there was a wounded man on his back. There were literally 12 seconds left before the explosion. The cameraman, sitting on his knees, asked what he should do because his legs were not moving. The protagonist immediately screamed at the top of his lungs and said that there was no time at all, ordered to move faster. But he lowered his head, closed his eyes, and apologized. The rescuer began to doubt and clenched his teeth tightly. He grabbed the second one on his shoulder. The fireman ran with 2 wounded on his shoulders, and just as he was about to use the skill to run, he thought that there was no time to even think. The reincarnated one looked closely at the timer with horror while thinking about what if he ran like this at full speed. But then the timer finished its countdown. The hero looked at it with horror and exhaled. There was an explosion behind him. The rest of the team watched it and were surprised, and the second operator was lying on the floor in horror. Jingwoo, standing with the victim, asked if such an explosion was possible in a car accident, to which the captain said that it was a whole tank of gasoline. The fire completely blocked the view. Somewhere in the ashes, the hero covered everyone with a shield and breathed heavily. Looking at the barrier, he thought that only thanks to it he was able to survive, risking his life. The protagonist held the passed out guy with a bandage by the collar and thought that this man had lost consciousness. But then he was called out. Sancti ran up to him and asked him anxiously how he had survived and if everything was okay, to which he said that he had been behind the ruins and had survived, that there was also a victim and that they needed to call an ambulance. And then the wounded man's partner ran up. He ran up to his friend and was surprised that he was alive, and they grabbed him by the collar while he was trying to tell them that he was worried. The hero picked him up and turned to him with a fake smile. The reincarnated man was still smiling and sternly demanded to explain how such a situation could have happened and why they had ignored his words. The cameraman began to cry quietly while they were scolding him. The action moved to the fire station. The director and his subordinates, their heads down, began to apologize because they did not think that such an irresponsible act would happen in his absence. They bowed once and said that they would try to ensure that this did not happen again and asked him to forgive them. Sancti looked at them calmly and said that if they acted so recklessly, they would eventually lose their lives and they would not allow filming in the future and asked them to leave. The young guys stood there with a guilty look and listened to this. Somewhere in the EBC studio, they were surprised by something. There were shots of an explosion, and a guy with a bandage on his nose said that it was really impressive, although he was filming it, and being at the scene of the incident and the thrill were not jokes. Sungjin happily looked at the monitor and said that the shaking of the camera made it scarier, and with this you can get a 20% viewer rating. He continued the dialogue, but noticed that his friend was silent. He sat with an empty look and meaningfully remained silent. Memories of a flying fragment surfaced in his head. Then he remembered the man's injured leg and the words about whether they thought that salvation was toys. There was also a fragment in his head with the hero holding him by the collar with a menacing look and ordering him to quickly evacuate, after which he meaningfully remained silent. The guy with a bandage on his face surprised his partner by suggesting to simply cut it out, and he was immediately asked why. To which Taesung with a serious look said that it seemed too simple and there were plenty of such films. His partner immediately became indignant, asking what he was talking about and why he was talking as if he had swallowed pills, and the producer standing behind them reminded them that they had just been scolded and asked why they were already having fun. They began to apologize to the angry boss, but he said that he would not leave it like that and asked if an explanatory note had been written. He noticed something while scolding them for chatting. Coming closer, the man asked what it was, to which Sungjin with a smile said that his partner had filmed it at the scene of the incident. The producer was very surprised looking at this. The guy with the bandage on his face leaned forward a little and said that it would not be used because it was too exciting, to which he was told that it was nonsense. And then Taesung was surprised to hear that it would be aired straight like that, without editing. The man began to leave, saying that he needed to go and meet the director, to which he asked why the director needed to go. The boss began to smile like a villain and said that he thought that this time, it was worth raising the stakes. It was a sunny day outside. A girl entered the station, holding a basket in her hand, and said hello. She made everyone stand up with a sweet look, asking if she could come in for a while. And when the hero jumped up from his seat, Sancti anxiously asked why she came and allowed her to come in, because there was still time before the call. The protagonist approached her and asked why she was there, to which she said that she had a day off today, but he said that he should have called first and he would have come after work. But Yoonsung said with cute displeasure that then they would have to wait until his work was over, and then asked what if she wanted to see him right now. Soo-hyuk immediately rejoiced, lovingly calling her by name. They stood next to each other, looking at each other, while the captain threw a pencil with displeasure and hoped that some kind of call would happen. The girl looked at her darling and said that during and after filming, he was never able to rest properly and that he needed to relax once. And Yoonsung thought with embarrassment when he asked how to do it. She raised her finger up with a smile and suggested going somewhere and at the same time taking a trip abroad, and this weekend they could go for a short time. And then the hero angered her by asking if she could go on a trip because her father would not give permission for it, but she immediately said that she could just go. The protagonist looked at her and thought about how he suddenly received an offer for a trip, and hearing that she knew where she wanted to go, he asked about it. The girl said with affection that it was Thailand and wanted to see the festivals. The guy smiled and said that he didn't care in general, but then something confused him. He suddenly turned pale and thought that something was wrong here. The guy immediately remembered the destruction and thought that in the 2000 seconds a great earthquake occurred in South Asia, and then this country was covered by a huge tsunami. Soo-hyuk also remembered later that it caused the most damage ever. And while he stood there with a blank look, the captain, eating cookies, said with a smile that you can get a good massage there. While the girl was happy, the hero thought that this was exactly the right time and everything was exactly like this. He remembered the burning bus, thinking about the last time. And then the guy remembered that during the filming, the same crisis happened. The reincarnated stood with great anxiety and thought about why this was constantly happening around him. He calmly looked at the guest and thought about why accidents were constantly happening around him. Yoonsung was surprised and fell silent. And then she brought him to his senses by asking why he was so pale and asked if he wanted to go to Thailand, but he said that it was a good place. She came closer, raising her finger, and told him to tell her for sure so that he would not be indignant later, and the hero anxiously said that the truth was fine and they could go. And he was very afraid, meaningfully silent, until she said with a smile that she would go find out about the plane tickets. Night fell. The protagonist walked down the street and meaningfully silent. He looked ahead and thought about how before he returned, Thailand had been hit by an underwater earthquake and it had been a giant tsunami. Imagining the residents running from the water, the rescuer thought that it must have happened during the festival season, when tourists flocked there and thousands of people died and went missing. He clenched his fist and thought that, knowing the whole truth, he could no longer pretend that he didn't know. The hero continued his thought and, imagining his vacation with danger, thought that if he were an ordinary person, perhaps his travel route would have coincided with the tsunami purely by chance. At first, he just looked ahead, but then the guy turned around abruptly. The protagonist was looking at the status window, which said that there were no incidents. Looking at this, he thought that as long as this existed, he could not consider the current situation a coincidence, and meaningfully remained silent. Soo-hyuk decided to ask the system if this was true, but nothing happened. He remained motionless and silent. The guy turned away and walked on, wondering what he was doing here. Yoonsung was talking on the phone with concern and asked again. The hero, who was sitting at home, calmly said that he was apologizing and tried to make the most of his time, but it seemed like there would be a lot of work on those days, and he thought that he couldn't take her to such a dangerous place. The girl, very anxiously, kept silent. The protagonist also began to worry, and after the question about working on the weekend, he said that it just happened that way and there was a lot of work related to the station. It was deep night outside and he said that from now on it would be difficult for him to take a vacation. The guy looked away and apologized again, suggesting that they go out for dinner somewhere this weekend. But she just fell silent and didn't move. And she made him happy by saying that she understood that nothing could be done, and he thanked her, thinking that he knew she would understand him. The hero looked at the keyboard and said that he wanted to go somewhere this weekend, but she said that their promise meant nothing before his work. And then he was dumbfounded when he heard this. The girl clenched her fist and shook, thinking that at first she understood and thought that he was cool and his job was to save people, but this was too much. The long-haired girl started crying and asked why he was putting everything off because of filling out paperwork and asked who he even took her for. The protagonist jumped up in horror and was about to say that he didn't mean that. But she interrupted him, making him freeze, and said that it was time to stop and she did not need anything, and it was worth just directly saying that he did not want to go with her. She continued to cry, while Soo-hyuk tried to justify himself, and then Yoon-sung made him despair, saying that they needed to think about their relationship. The call abruptly ended. The guy looked at his phone in horror. The lifeguard stood up, leaning on the table, and meaningfully remained silent. The action moved to the beach. It was Padang, where the weather was sunny and the breeze was cool, and it seemed that everyone was happily enjoying the long-awaited vacation. But the hero looked ahead with an empty look. He lay on the table with tears and thought that with such a heavy heart, this was his first time going on a trip. Everyone around was having fun and the fireman was thinking about what he would tell them about the tsunami. But it wouldn't come, then he would make a fool of himself, and then he would justify himself in his head that he didn't want it to come. A father and daughter passed by while the protagonist was whining and saying his beloved's name. The girl, holding her father's hand, asked why that uncle had just called some Yoon-sung and wasn't ordering anything, and asked if it was okay to do that. And then the guy, listening to all this, tried to smile while lying on the table and kept silent meaningfully, and heard that she couldn't become like that. And while Soo-hyuk was already lying there dissatisfied, they continued to insult him and say that it looked like his girlfriend had dumped him on the way to the trip. The hero began to rise from his seat. When he left with dissatisfaction and kept silent meaningfully, his place was happily taken. He turned around, looking at them, gritting his teeth and thinking that they were also Koreans, but there was no mutual understanding. And then something surprised him. They turned out to be foreigners who were laughing. Looking at them, the protagonist was worried and thought that he was surprised that they seemed to be foreigners, but they spoke Korean so well. And then he was surprised again and meaningfully kept silent. The guy began to slowly creep and eavesdrop. And then the father could not stand it any longer and meaningfully kept silent. After that, he turned around and offered him to sit down and drink a cup of coffee. The bearded man, with a satisfied look, moved his finger away and said that he wanted to talk to him because the foreigner spoke Korean, and he felt sorry for him because he looked like a puppy trying to poop, and the rescuer himself wondered where he knew such words from. He sat down at the table and said that they spoke Korean fluently, and he was surprised because it sounded almost like native speakers, to which the man calmly said that he lived in Korea for a very long time, which is why he spoke so well. After that, the blue-eyed man again put his finger up, thereby angering the fireman, and said that the person he was looking for was his girlfriend. And the girl laughed, and the hero himself got angry and thought that he said anything right to his face and that he shouldn't have sat there. But then the bearded man perked up and said that he had already heard this name. The protagonist looked at him incredulously and asked where it was, and he asked to wait a little. And then he jumped up, putting his finger up, and said that someone was talking on the phone there and said this. Soo-hyuk looked away with a smile and said that this couldn't be, and initially there were almost no Koreans here. But then something caught his eye. He saw long hair and anxiously assumed that it was the one. Yoon-sung was sitting with a menu and he wondered how this could be. His face showed strong anxiety. There was a slight rumble on the seabed, and suddenly the ground shifted sharply, raising dust. A large number of fish suddenly became alarmed. The waves began to grow larger. The wave headed straight for the coastal city. The hero at that moment jumped up from his seat and thought that this could not be and wondered why she was here. He looked at her with wild anxiety and thought that she did not cancel the ticket, but simply decided to go here. And while he was thinking, the bearded man looked at her in surprise and said that judging by her face, that girl really was the one. At that moment, she turned around. The protagonist anxiously raised his hands and called her, but she looked at him with anxiety and hostility. The girl immediately decided to leave the establishment and began to quickly leave. The rescuer ran after her and his new acquaintances watched with interest. The guy ran out after her and continued calling. Soo-hyuk grabbed her hand. She turned around and aggressively demanded to let her go, to which he said that he needed to be heard. And while they were fussing, she said that she had nothing more to tell him, and he lied to her, to which he said that he had unavoidable circumstances and asked to listen to him. But then he was shocked by Yoon-sung's words that now everything was definitely over. He immediately clenched his teeth with great anxiety. The fireman, without letting go of her, seriously said that there would soon be a tsunami. She was very surprised and turned around. The man with the beard looked at this and meaningfully remained silent. The reincarnated one, spreading his arms, continued and said that due to the underwater earthquake that would happen nearby, everyone could suffer and apologized for not saying anything in advance. The beauty was embarrassed and said that it was nonsense. But then it suddenly dawned on her. Her boyfriend looked extremely serious, and he continued to insist, scaring her and saying that he needed to be believed. Then she realized that his look was not lying, and besides, he was not one of those people who would lie about such things. The wave was already becoming significant. The girl lowered her gaze and meaningfully remained silent. She grabbed the bag and asked if this was the reason for all this, to which he replied that if it weren't for this reason, he would never have broken his promise. While they were talking, the foreigners were watching them, and the protagonist offered to show the rescue equipment he had brought, to which she said that it was not worth doing. Many birds flew into the sky at once. Yoon-sung looked at him with concern and asked him what hotel he was staying at, to which he said that it was not far from here. The protagonist became even more concerned and said that what was more important was that she could not stay here now and needed to go to an area further away from the beach. The protagonist looked at her seriously and said that he should continue to look for signs of an earthquake. But then something really confused him. People were looking closely at the seashore. A small fish was lying on the shore and flapping, while the others were wondering what was going on. The girl pressed herself against her beloved and asked if the beach had always been so wide. The lifeguard noticed with great alarm that it had all started. The main sign of a tsunami is that the water begins to recede, and the phenomenon in which the coastline recedes from the land, like an ebb tide. Unlike a normal ebb tide, the water quickly recedes within a few minutes. And looking at the lying fish, he thought that the larger the scale, the more the seawater recedes. The long-haired girl became alarmed and asked why she had such a strange feeling. But the guy grabbed her by the shoulders and called loudly. He looked at her with horror and told her to run as far from the shore as possible, and as high as possible. She looked at him with incomprehension and asked about him, to which the hero said that he would soon follow him. The fireman turned away, while Yoon-sung said that she would not go without him and asked him not to do this to her and to go together. But Soo-hyuk pointed to the tower and said that in 5 minutes he would go up to the roof. The hero decided to calm his lady down and said that there was no need to worry and that they needed to leave because the evacuation would not take much time. She lowered her head in alarm and thought that even if she tried to dissuade him, he would not listen to her. The brown-eyed girl jumped up and said that she understood and asked to leave faster. And while the reincarnated one was trying to remember the number of the services, someone approached him. It was the bearded man who had scared him and said that he had already reported it. He looked at him carefully and said that he had received a call from the rescue unit, and that they would arrive immediately and that there was a problem. People were playing and talking around them, and the alarm, as it turned out, was already working. Attempts to warn were barely audible from the megaphone. The hero looked at this with horror, and he continued and said that due to the fact that there had been no disasters for a long time, the equipment seemed outdated. The fireman jumped over the fence and thought that this was the worst situation, and did not think that he would have to use this method. He quickly grabbed his loudspeaker from his bag, and then all the vacationers turned around after hearing the appeal. The rescuer looked at them anxiously and shouted that a tsunami was approaching and everyone needed to evacuate. But everyone just kept silent meaningfully. Everyone immediately began to laugh at him because he looked like a madman. And then the protagonist and the bearded man were dumbfounded after the insults, and the blue-eyed man said that he was well prepared and asked about his pronunciation. Soo-hyuk stood with great anxiety and thought that there was no time for this. And then a huge wave was already gathering to hit. While everyone was laughing, the fireman was thinking that there was no time to just sit around. He stood motionless with wild anxiety. But then the megaphone was snatched from his hands and he was asked to try it. And then everyone was surprised when the bearded man spoke. He said with surprising calm that a tsunami warning had been announced, and the sound of the siren could not be heard because of the dilapidated equipment, and it was necessary to evacuate as quickly as possible. All the guests began to talk. The hero watched as the foreigner repeated the warning and was happy with what had happened. He turned around and thought about how far the tsunami had reached, but then he could already see columns of water on the horizon. The guy thought with wild anxiety that it was already visible and everything had happened faster than he thought. Soo-hyuk grabbed his new acquaintance by the shoulder and said that a wave was already visible on the horizon. He pointed his finger towards the sea and urged everyone to look because a wave was visible there and told them to run faster. A huge wall of water was already flying towards them. The city was in great danger. Everyone immediately jumped up and said that this couldn't be happening. The fireman stood and directed people, saying that they needed to run to higher ground. He stood among the people, gritting his teeth, and thought that the building was nearby and they could evacuate in a short time. The protagonist looked away and thought that they needed to evacuate the people near the shore first and that they couldn't let anyone die. At that time, everything was calm at the fire station. Jingwoo yawned and said that the calls and documentation would never run out. But then a notification about the disaster came from the phone on the news. Everything was calm at the station. Slick ran into the office and called the captain, saying that a powerful water earthquake had occurred in the Indian Ocean. Sancti became very worried and asked if it was true, to which he continued and said that as a result of this, a huge tsunami hit Thailand. The other workers were also surprised and asked why he mentioned this. And then Jingwoo asked in horror if they knew that Soo-hyuk was going there on a trip. Everyone in the office was immediately dumbfounded and wondered how this could happen. The captain slammed his fist on the table and cursed. He was incredibly worried and said that this could not be happening, and wondered why this idiot ended up in every place he went to. And in Phuket at that moment there was alarm. People were running through the streets in a panic. The hero ran with a suitcase on his back and gritting his teeth, thinking that he helped all the people he saw evacuate, but due to poor communication he was a little late. Looking at the tower, he thought that he hoped that he would get there on time, and then he was very surprised when he saw someone. People started crowding at the entrance and pushing each other. Seeing this, the protagonist was very surprised and wondered why they couldn't go in. He came closer to the crowd, and then the guy started walking quickly through them and asked them to wait. And then Soo-hyuk saw a crowd in front of him standing on the stairs. They were knocking on the fire exit and couldn't get in because the door was locked. The men were tugging at the door and wondering why it wasn't opening. But then they turned around when they were asked to step aside. A fist flew. The rescuer hit the door with all his might. The hinges were torn off. What was left of the door flew off to the side with fragments. The remnants flew some distance, bouncing off the ground. Everyone was in complete shock from what had happened. The crowd started running onto the roof and wondered why he was so strong. And the hero himself thought that it was good that there was a lot of space on the roof. And then someone called out to him, making him turn around. It was his girlfriend, who was crying and saying that he had arrived safe and sound. She took his hands and asked him with a smile if he was hurt, to which he said not to worry. But then the protagonist leaned over again and said that he would have to leave again, because it was not time to relax, because people still needed to be evacuated. But then there was a loud blow that shook everyone. Everyone turned around in horror, wondering what was going on there. The hero stretched out his hand in front of him and wondered what was happening. And then he saw something terrible. The wave was about to overtake the running people, who did not have time to escape. The water was washing away the tasks in the streets. The survivors tried to hide, running as fast as they could. One of them turned around in horror, and right in front of him there was a huge stream of water. The man froze in horror and couldn't even scream. The whole street was instantly filled with water. The stream took lives one after another. Yoon-sun watched this in fear and wondered how this could be. She turned to her desperate lover and said that if he went down now, he would be in great danger, and she just needed to stay here. But then something really surprised her. She looked at the rescuer, who was all pale with anxiety, and called him. He stood with reduced pupils and was silent. At this time, a question was heard from the fire department in Korea about whether they managed to get through to Soo-hyuk. Jingwoo anxiously held the phone and said that they couldn't get through, and he didn't answer messages, just like his girlfriend. The captain jumped up from his seat and ordered to find out what was going on with the support service, and he would go to the chief. There was silence in the chief's office. Their Sancti stood before the chief and asked for permission for his team to go to Thailand for support, to which he remained meaningfully silent. And then he surprised the employee with a refusal. The man in glasses, with his arms folded, said that the government had already decided to send a special rescue team and there was no need for the 3rd Brigade to go there. The veteran looked at him in bewilderment and, after initially keeping silent, said that if it was impossible, then they would go there at their own expense. Tae-seok looked at him with an important air and said that he understood, but there was a reason why they could not leave, and asked what would happen if an accident occurred here in their absence, and asked who would be held responsible for it. But the captain did not give in and asked to send at least him and Jingwoo, and it would be nice to help at least one person in such a major accident. The boss sat with an unwavering look and meaningfully kept silent, and then he greatly surprised his subordinate by not knowing that he had so much humanity in him. Looking out the window, he asked if he sincerely regretted the disaster on the other side of the globe, or just wanted to save Soo-hyuk. Then Sancti just watched silently. They were both in complete silence, and then Tae-seok, lowering his head, said that they needed to think rationally as a brigade leader. At first, very quiet noises were heard near the hero, but then a scream made him come to his senses. He looked in front of him sitting on the floor and saw a small child calling his mother and asking to save him. But then the rescuer noticed something. He jumped up from his place thinking that this cannot be allowed. The fragments of the wall began to fall down. They crushed the wounded man right in front of the protagonist's eyes. He only watched this in horror, holding out his hand and meaningfully remaining silent. But then he turned around abruptly, hearing his mother's voice, and was dumbfounded. She was breaking free from Kangshik's hands and crying while he asked her to calm down. She burst into tears and mentioned her child. The hero silently watched her suffering and could not move. He immediately panicked. He grabbed his head and thought that at such a moment he was overcome by fear, and then you cannot call yourself a fireman. The guy closed his eyes and scolded himself, and a phrase about murder popped into his head. But then he was slapped and he came to his senses. Soo-hyuk stopped, not understanding what was happening. He sat on the ground and looked at her while she scolded him and asked him to come to his senses. She immediately put her hand on his forehead and while he apologized, asked why he was acting as if he was under hypnosis and was shaking until he was blue. The hero looked down and thought about why he suddenly had such a vision. Besides, this was a memory that he wanted to forget. And then the girl gave him her hand, suggesting that he get up. But then a notification from the system came out from the side. It was a task to save the maximum number of victims. The protagonist froze, looking there, and said nothing meaningfully, and then he wrinkled his face in bewilderment. It said 97 victims. The rescuer finally pulled himself together and clenched his fist. He headed for the exit with a serious face and thought that the rescue was not over yet. But then the guy turned to his girlfriend with anxiety and thought that she would worry and decided to ask. But she surprised him by offering to go. She pursed her lips and said that he had come here to save people after all. And then the girl looked at him and said that she already knew that it was useless to dissuade him, and if he was going to go, it was better to finish as soon as possible. The hero looked at her with a soft look, and then he grabbed her hands. The guy confidently promised her that he would definitely return and that she needed to wait a little longer. She just looked at him with a sweet look. But as it turned out, her whole body was shaking with fear. The water kept coming and flooding the buildings. The reincarnated man ran down the stairs. He leaned out the window and saw the scale of the disaster. The cars were carried along with the debris, and Suhak said that the water was already at the level of the second floor. But then he noticed something terrible and became alarmed. The same bearded man was holding onto the car. The protagonist leaned out the window, stretching out his hand, and thought that it couldn't end like this and asked to grab his hand. They were a couple of centimeters apart, and then they managed to grab. The fireman fell out the window and, holding on with the help of the skill, strained. He wrinkled his face from the strain and tried. With difficulty, he managed to pull the foreigner out of the water. The hero pulled him into the room with difficulty and asked if he was okay. But then he noticed something strange and thought that he was very familiar. It turned out to be the same man from the beach, who also recognized him. With shaking hands, the father reached out to him and said that he was fine, but his daughter. Lowering his head, he began to pray that he would save his daughter. Having put him on his feet, Suhak asked again with concern and suggested that she had been lost somewhere. The blue-eyed man looked down and was in despair. He and Jessica began to flee as soon as the alarm sounded, and then one guy pushed her hard as they ran. The girl, sitting on the steps, said that she was in great pain and to rest a little, they stopped nearby. The blue-eyed man sat down with concern and said that they had little time, and even if it hurt, they needed to hurry and leave, to which she said that she understood. But then they noticed something strange nearby. The bearded man turned his head in horror and did not want to believe it. A huge ship was rushing along the waves above the roofs. The vessel was impressive in size and was above them. The foreigners immediately perked up in horror. Jim, lowering his head, said that he and his daughter had barely escaped a collision with a boat, but because of the seething stream of water, he had not held his daughter's hand. Looking at his leg, he continued saying that after being wounded, he decided that he would definitely die, and then the hero unexpectedly appeared. The rescuer reached into his bag and said with concern that he was badly wounded and that he needed to stop the bleeding first. But he grabbed his hand. The protagonist was very surprised by this. The bearded man looked at him again with concern and asked him to save his daughter because she was definitely still alive. He leaned over a little and said that he could stop the bleeding on his own and that there was no need to worry about him, and then suggested that he was a fireman and probably from the rescue team. Suhak became very wary after the words that there was not a minute to lose and meaningfully remained silent. He clenched his teeth tightly and froze. Watching what was happening, he said that he would definitely save the girl. The hero jumped from one roof to another. The fireman landed like a Superman. Using his skills, he explored the area and used life detection. There were many people in one of the high-rise buildings who needed to be saved. Looking away, the picture did not change at all. But then the protagonist looked into the distance and noticed a small body with a bow and assumed that it was her. He jumped up and thought that there was no time to think and he needed to get there as soon as possible. But then there was a strong explosion. The hero found himself in front of an abyss, after which he cursed and said that he almost got into trouble and wondered where the safe path was. Then the danger detection skill 2 was used. All the roofs were highlighted in red and there was a danger of destruction. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said meaningfully, and just as he was about to do something, cries for help were heard. There were 2 people floating on a mattress. The guy immediately perked up when he saw this. He ran straight to them. The girl was sitting on top and asking someone to help. While the man was rowing, she asked him to save them. The dark-haired girl started crying and wondered why this had happened. But then she raised her head after she was told to do so. There were pieces of debris with many nails in front of them. The beauty screamed at the top of her lungs, covering herself with her hands. But then a red bag flew at her. The hero grabbed the 2 of them and jumped high into the air. They galloped across several roofs. Stopping on a hill, he asked them to wait there. The couple was shaking with fear and talking about how they had finally gotten out of there. The man looked at the savior with alarm and said that he did not know how to repay him for his help. But he had already disappeared, and they were surprised why there was no one there. But the girl suddenly pointed her finger to the side and suggested looking there. The guy was jumping on the roofs, and they were surprised how he could do it. The rescued looked at this with surprise and thought that it was a Superman who said that they could not even thank him. The hero ran as fast as he could and thought that there was no time to explain the situation, and he did not know a foreign language, and during the rescue you cannot hesitate, even a second can be decisive. Continuing to rush, he thought that first he needed to find the child, but then the protagonist turned around again, hearing a cry for help. There was a girl who was holding onto a pole and asking to save her. Above her was a high voltage pole with a transformer. Soo-hyuk looked at her with anxiety and listened to how he was asked to lift her. He again jumped from the spot. Having gone down, the guy extended his hand, offering to grab it, and at that moment he thought that no one in front of him was allowed to die. The water carried the cars along the current. When the hero lifted the girls onto the roof, they were glad that he was Korean, to which he said to wait for the rescue helicopter, and he needed to go. But they suddenly recognized him and called him by name in surprise, but he only turned away and left. Running away, the protagonist said that he did not have time, but he was asked to listen. The guy ran as best he could and thought that this was the 10th in a row and more time had passed than expected. He used the skill again and wondered if that child was there, but suddenly something puzzled him greatly. The girl was not there. Soo-hyuk realized with wild alarm that life had not been detected. The sun was shining above the huge tower at that moment. People stood anxiously thinking about how dark it would be soon and when the rescuers would arrive. Yoonsung stood with her head down and thought that, as they said, the tsunami really did come and her boyfriend was not the type to do things without a reason, and that's why this time. She clenched her fist tightly, and then the girl folded her palms, calming down and thinking that everything would be fine and he always came back and there was no need to worry. Looking ahead and hearing the panic behind her, she thought that she believed in him. The brown-eyed girl turned around wondering what was happening. And then the building began to shake violently. She immediately got scared and thought that this couldn't be happening. The protagonist froze on one of the roofs and wondered what was happening because he couldn't detect life. And then a notification appeared behind him. It said that due to excessive use of skills, time was needed to recover before reuse and 3 hours and 21 seconds remained. He immediately started to rage and said that he didn't have time for this now and he couldn't wait for 3 whole hours. And then a notification came out that skills couldn't be used while waiting. The hero hit the notification and cursed. Running in the other direction, the fireman thought that he had no choice but to rely on his instincts and search. Then he jumped into one of the windows. There was a huge shopping center there. The guy ran up the escalators. Soo-hyuk raised his hands and started calling the girl by name and asked her to answer him if she could hear him. But then he had a bad feeling and he meaningfully kept silent. Putting his hand to his chin, the fireman thought about thinking about where he would have wanted to go as a child. Taking his hand away from his face, he immediately realized. The hero stopped in the middle of the hall and wondered how an injured child could have gotten up here. Remembering the silhouette, he thought that adults could have helped, but if so, they would have taken her to the roof and wondered why she was alone. Having racked his brains, the reincarnated one tensed up and meaningfully remained silent. Looking around, he thought about whether there was something important on this floor, like a pharmacy or something similar. Having walked a little forward, the guy again called out to the girl and thought that she could be hungry, but then denied it, thinking that the incident happened not so long ago. Getting ready to call her again, he noticed something strange. There was a plush toy store. The bears stood on the shelf in a row. For some reason, the hero froze and meaningfully remained silent. He began to leave when a girl appeared in his background and thought that this could not be, but she made him stop by calling. The Korean turned around in surprise. There was the same child climbing out of the toys who said that she recognized him. The protagonist was very surprised and dumbfounded, and he was very surprised when she grabbed his hand and asked him to help her. The blue-eyed girl pulled him along and told him to go. They approached a department and she showed him something. There was a huge inflatable flamingo on which she offered to float. The hero pursed his lip and turned to her, and then he turned around and said menacingly that now was not the time to take and have fun with this, and it was necessary to get out of here as quickly as possible. The girl stopped smiling, and he continued to scold her and asked if this was the reason she did not leave. But then she surprised him by saying that she knew it too. There were tears in her eyes and Jessica said that her father was badly injured and because of her he was bleeding and it hurt, and it was probably hard to walk and move now. Remembering what was outside, she said that she should go and save him, but there was a lot of water outside. The protagonist looked at her with surprise and did not understand what was wrong with this child. And then he imagined it and thought that it could be a good idea. He pointed to the girl's hand and asked about the wound, but she said that she did as it was written in the book and everything is fine and now it does not hurt much, to which he thought that she is also strong. Exhaling, Soo-hyuk calmed down and the girl asked him to help, to which he said that it is impossible to swim on this. The blue-eyed girl was very upset and asked why so, to which he said that there is a lot of water outside and a lot of sharp objects, and the circle will burst sooner or later. He looked at her with a smile and said that there is no need to worry and that he has already saved her father and now he is safe in another building. The girl with a bright smile listened to what she was told that if she calmly waits on the roof, she will be able to meet him again. The hero began to sit her on his back and said that they would go to the roof together and suggested that she climb on top of him. But then the tremors started again. The protagonist looked away and wondered what that sound was, and Jessica asked him what kind of work he did, to which he said that he saved people, and the little girl said that it suited him. But then the floor under their feet began to shake actively. The guy was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, toys began to fall from the shelves. The blue-eyed girl looked at this with alarm and said that the toys were moving, and Soo-hyuk understood everything perfectly well and suggested that it could be an earthquake. The walls began to fall apart and he immediately shouted that they needed to quickly get to the roof. The ceiling near them began to collapse and fall. The debris almost fell on them, but the fireman managed to jump back. The girl clung tightly to the jacket and screamed, and he thought that they had to get out of here. The fire exit was very close. The Korean ran to it and hit the door, unable to open it. He immediately got scared and cursed. The rescuer began to actively pull the door, begging it to open while destruction was happening behind him. Jessica looked up at the debris and screamed about what was up there. After that, only a very loud, heart-rending scream was heard. The debris was still rushing along the current. Someone was filming it on a phone and wailing, saying that the waves were not stopping. It was a girl in a dress who said that this video would become very popular and wondered if she would be able to return home with this. But suddenly she noticed someone next to her, saying that she only lives once. Yoon-sung was sitting there and shaking, repeating the name of her beloved, and she asked about his nationality. The beauty leaned towards her and asked why she was crying so desperately, because they could survive, but she said that her boyfriend was downstairs. The blogger came closer and said with concern that, nevertheless, he could have been saved and wait on another roof and that hope should not be lost. But the dark-haired girl cried even harder and said that earthquakes happen, and the water continues to rise, and the buildings are flooded, and asked how she could not worry. The filming girl grabbed her head and thought that she was right. But then something distracted her. Rescue helicopters flew over the roofs. There were rescue teams with cradles. The girl in the dress immediately began waving her arms and screaming with joy. One of the helicopters descended on them and everyone began to rejoice. The employee, lowering his head, told everyone to climb on board and Yoon-sung ran up to him. And then she noticed him with surprise and apparently recognized him. Somewhere under the rubble there was almost no light. The hero opened his eyes with difficulty. An iron rod was sticking out of it. He turned his head to the side. The girl was trying to climb the rocks and was shaking. But then her hand slipped and she was horrified. The little girl fell into the water and screamed. The protagonist began to get up and called out loudly for her. But then a sharp pain pierced him. The rescuer noticed a rod sticking out of his stomach. Looking at the iron part, he realized that it was reinforcement and if you pull it out, you can die. Looking at the status window, he saw that the skills were not working yet either. Turning his head to the side, Soo-hyuk clenched his teeth and thought that the worst thing was that his body did not obey him at all, and in this case, until the body began to move. But then the water began to arrive on the floor. They immediately found themselves underwater. The hero realized that he could not breathe, and the girl covered her mouth with her hand. He began to slowly slide off the reinforcement, bleeding. Eventually they both surfaced and sighed. Jessica started crying and trying to swim said that she didn't want to. She suddenly started to sink and only her hand was sticking out. Seeing this, the fireman was dumbfounded. The guy turned towards her. The Korean clenched his teeth with all his might and cursed loudly. He grabbed one of the rocks, and then hit the rebar sticking out of it with all his might. The rod finally broke. The reincarnated man immediately swam to save the girl and thought about when he had time to sit back. She was no longer breathing and closed her eyes. The fireman grabbed her in his arms. They quickly began to float up. Having climbed to the surface, he immediately asked her if everything was okay. Jessica lowered her head and said that she was in pain, to which he said that she needed to be patient for a little while and he would save her. They continued to stay afloat and the rescuer said that they needed to dive to get out of here and asked if she could hold her breath, to which she agreed. Blue-eyed pinched her nose with her hand and frowned, spreading her ears when the hero asked her to breathe as deeply as she could and needed to dive on the count of 3. They abruptly dove under the water and swam. The couple approached the bottom. The baby tried with all her might to hold her breath. But then there was an abrupt stop and Soo-hyuk wrinkled his face. There was a passage in front of his eyes. Blood was oozing copiously from the wound. The Korean held on as best he could, his eyes wide open in the dirty water. Debris and cars were on the streets, and then suddenly they floated out onto the street. The protagonist brought a wooden pallet and she said that she had finally managed to float out. Blue-eyed crawled along the tree and called him with her. But suddenly she noticed something was wrong and was worried. Soo-hyuk was blue from blood loss and hypothermia and thought that his consciousness was leaving. Everything was swimming in his eyes and questions came about the girl. His eyes slowly closed and she called him, and at that moment he thought that he had done it. The little girl pulled him by the hand and asked him to come to his senses because there was just a little bit left. But it was not so easy to pull out a grown man. She began to cry loudly. His hand slowly sank under the water, but then a rescuer's hand grabbed it. The foreigner turned around in surprise. Jingwoo was there, who had made it in time. The rescuers were sitting at their desks. Sancti folded his arms over his chest and frowned. Then he slammed them on the table, saying that he had enough. They asked him where he was going. Walking to the exit, the man answered that he was going to Thailand. Kangshik reminded him that the boss had forbidden it. Turning around, Sancti replied that the boss only knew how to talk. He asked the commander of Rescue Team Number 2 to take over the job and told Kangshik that they should take care of his affairs while he was gone. Suddenly, a door hit him on the head when he was about to tell them that if something happened, they should contact him. A man in a white shirt appeared in front of Sancti. The other guy stood up from his chair when he saw the boss. The boss called Sancti a scoundrel, noting that he came in on time, and asked him why the man was acting on his own without an order. Sancti replied that he was sick and therefore did not work today. Then the boss pointed at him, telling him to stop pretending, but Sancti again said that he was really sick. Frowning, the man in glasses said that it was time to move, for him to shut up and hurry up. Sancti opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that an order had been issued for an emergency dispatch, and they needed to leave right away. Then Sancti replied that he would not go, but again pointing at his subordinate, the boss asked what he was saying. How can a commander go to me? Does he really want to send everyone except himself and still call himself the team leader? Sancti just opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He clenched his fist when the boss said that he couldn't qualify for early departure unless he was falling off his feet. Suhuk and Kangshik approached Sancti. The red cat looked at them when his comrades suggested that Sancti just go, since the boss would never allow them. The commander simply closed his eyes. Looking at the departing boss, he asked about the location. The man with glasses turned around and answered that it was Thailand. The comrades looked at the boss in confusion when he told them to hurry since there was no time. Later, the helicopter blades began to spin. Sancti and Yunsong sat next to each other. Carefully looking at the man, the girl asked if Suhyuk was alive, and he answered that he was, since the guy was not that simple. He smiled, noting that even if the earth collapsed, Suhyuk would definitely survive, and thought that he himself was laughing at these words because he came for him. He looked at Yunsong when she said that she also wanted to believe in Suhyuk, just like him. Lowering her head, the girl admitted that she still couldn't. She tried to think only about the good, but the times were anxious. Sancti looked at his interlocutor in confusion. The setting sun illuminated the sky. Meanwhile, Jingwoo was holding a girl from his colleague. Looking at him, the girl asked who he was. Jingwoo reached out to his comrade by the hand. Grabbing him by the shoulders, he helped him out of the water. Suhyuk was breathing heavily. Looking at him, Jingwoo said that he tried hard. At that moment, several helicopters arrived, and he said that now he should entrust everything to them. Suhyuk only looked up tiredly, after which he closed them. Later, the rays of the sun illuminated the walls of the hospital. Yunsung was sitting in the corridor. The girl silently looked at the floor. Suhyuk was lying across the wall from her, and she thought that if she were a firefighter, then she could be with him in a dangerous situation. The hero opened his eyes. Seeing a message in front of him that the waiting time was over, he only noted that this was a useless system. Frowning, he was indignant, saying that because of the system, he wasted his time. What's the point if the rescue system does not help at a critical moment? Then the screen became covered with static. A new notification appeared about increasing the level to 16, and now injuries are restored within a certain range. The hero sat up on the bed. Looking at the bandaged area, he noted that the pain had disappeared and now the wound practically did not hurt. Also, seeing these messages in front of him, he thought that perhaps this means that he needs to go and save more. Putting his foot on the floor, he thought that it was an exaggeration after all. Yunsung saw Suhyuk coming out of his room. Turning to her, he asked why she was there. She should have come in. The girl replied that she wanted to come in right away after she got her thoughts in order and asked where he was going. Putting his hand on his chest, he replied that there were those he had to save and he had to go, saying that he would explain it later. He opened his mouth wide to his surprise, thinking that it was a through-and-through wound, and how could he explain that he had started moving again? Standing in front of Yunsong, he said that he was not badly hurt, but the girl told him to go. Looking at the guy, Yunsong said that he could go. Seeing the empty bed, Suhyuk asked again if she really didn't mind. The girl replied that he could do as he wanted. As she was leaving, she looked at him again, saying that the third rescue team had arrived and he could go back with them, and she would go home on her own. The confused hero watched Yunsong leave. Raising his eyebrows, he only said her name. After that, Suhyuk led the rescue work until he returned to his country. Someone was watching a video on their phone about Suhyuk being shown in the Thai media. Rescue team number 3 was in the spotlight again. A few days later, several people gathered at the entrance to the rescue team building. Someone among them was telling their leader that he was already at the fire station. Another guy noted that the workday would soon begin. And another man pointed forward. People saw a man in a polar bear costume opposite. Realizing that he had been exposed, Soo-hyuk began to run, hearing from people that his daily disguise was pointless because in any case, he would have to go along this road. The hero ran around the corner, hearing the question of whether he knew about the tsunami approaching Thailand and what his true identity was. Meanwhile, Kangshik was sitting at his desk. He turned around when someone's shadow loomed over him. The rescuer saw a man in a polar bear costume. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Why was there a bear here? Soo-hyuk replied that it was him. Exhaling, Kangshik asked if he was really hiding behind it today since he almost fell. Why was he hiding like that? After removing the bear's head, the hero said that at first he was answering reporters, but the more time passed, the more they filmed videos and wanted to recruit him. Then his friend said that because of such a reaction, they were pestering him even more. At that moment, Sancti burst into the room when Soo-hyuk was asking his friend to unfasten his lock. Looking at the guy in the suit, Sancti asked what this was. Then he told him to change his clothes quickly. Trembling, he pointed to the side, saying that there was a guest waiting in the rest room and said that he wanted to see him. Soo-hyuk asked again, why was Sancti shaking like that? The hero opened his mouth wide, hearing that the guest looked very much like a high-ranking person. The sunlight illuminated the stairs. He thought that among the people he knew, there were no high-ranking people. Opening the door, the hero greeted him. The hero opened his eyes wide, seeing who was in front of him. The man with the white beard noted that he and Soo-hyuk had not seen each other for a long time and asked how he was. Confusedly looking at his interlocutor, the hero was surprised by his neat appearance, so he even thought that this was a completely different person and asked, because this is the same person he saw in Thailand, and what does he do? Closing his eyes, the man grinned. Then he raised his finger, saying that his identity is secret number 1. I realized that this is definitely the same person. There were several lockers in the common room. The man replied that he was joking and said that he was an ordinary businessman named Jim. Soo-hyuk asked why he came here. Sitting opposite the man, the hero heard that Jim wanted to ask him a couple of things. The businessman asked if the hero lived alone and whether he left the hostel. The guy answered yes and asked why such questions, thinking, why does he need this information? Then Jim held out a red box, saying that he was going to give a gift for saving his daughter. Opening the box, Soo-hyuk replied that it was not necessary, but the man insisted. Looking inside, the hero saw a pink teddy bear. Taking the pink sheet in his hands, Soo-hyuk heard that this was a letter that his daughter wrote herself, and a daughter does not write for everyone herself, so he was lucky. The guy thanked him and asked if the interlocutor really came here just to give this. Then the man handed over the document, answering that this was so because it was a sincere gift, and added that this was a gift from him. The hero thought that for the first time he could not wait and thanked him. The document indicated that this was a registration certificate in the name of Soo-hyuk. The hero looked at the document in front of him in confusion when the man noted that he did not know if this could be compared to saving their lives, but he hoped that he would like it. The question was heard throughout the fire department, were these really documents for the house? The colleagues looked at the paper in shock, asking what the hell this person was doing. It must be a really good place. Soo-hyuk awkwardly put his hand on the back of his head, saying that he wanted to refuse, but Jim insisted on accepting him, so he was confused. The colleague said honestly that he envied him, because at his age, he had a hard time. Kangshik pointed at the hero and said that he thought who it was that came, but it turned out to be the family he saved, and joked, did Soo-hyuk save that child because he knew who they were? The hero only replied that this was not true at all, but then his eyes widened when he heard that since he now had a house, could he now propose to Yoon-sung? Someone pointed out that it was big news when the hero said that he wanted to marry her. After all, even the house is already ready, so everything should go quickly. The hero just remained silent when he was advised to book a wedding hall closer. Soo-hyuk put his hand on his head again, telling them that he was no longer dating Yoon-sung. They looked at him in shock, and Kangshik asked why. The hero only answered that he did a lot of things in Thailand that he shouldn't have. He imagined a sad girl sitting in a helicopter, saying that he made Yoon-sung really worried this time. She wanted to say something, but he couldn't even listen to her because he was in a hurry. The hero then remembered how they broke up in the hospital, and he said that Yoon-sung was tired of it and returned to Korea first. Jingwoo looked at Soo-hyuk, noting that maybe she had other things to do. Yoon-sung was dating the heroes, but the guy replied that he went too far this time. Looking away, he also noted that they hadn't contacted each other since returning to the country. The two men looked at each other in silence. Sancti covered Kangshik's mouth when he wanted to say that Yoon-sung was now like his ex-girlfriend, but the man interrupted him, saying that they had not broken up yet. He simply asked Soo-hyuk if he hadn't texted her yet. Looking into each other's eyes, Sancti also asked if Soo-hyuk really wanted to end things like this. The hero looked away again when his friend advised him not to do that, and let him text her first and then make a decision. Still looking at the floor, he replied that even if he texted, it seemed like nothing would work out and that he should just wait a little longer. But Ian showed him the phone, asking if it was his, and said that since he was talking about it a lot, they would text her now. He tried to snatch the phone from his friend's hands, but Ian had already opened the chat. There was a message on the phone screen suggesting that they meet on site because the hero needed to tell her something. He showed the phone screen to the others again, said that now they just need to press the send button, and asked who will press it. Soo-hyuk tried to snatch the phone, screaming that he will not forgive the one who presses this button. The cat's paw touched the screen. Everyone looked at the cat in confusion. Ian clearly did not expect this. Soo-hyuk was shocked too. The screen showed how the message was sent. Soo-hyuk grabbed his head, turning to the cat. Ian only said that he really did not think to send it. The heroes looked at the phone screen in shock. Jingwoo noted that if you bring it so close, the cat will start to push away, and so he pressed it. Soo-hyuk held his finger on the screen, thinking that he can delete this message before she reads it. But before he could, he covered his face with his hand, thinking that if she read it so quickly, then why did she not write anything until now? Nervously, he continued to look at the phone screen, only realizing that he had not prepared himself mentally. Then a reply appeared that she agreed, because she also needed to say something. The hero and his comrades were shocked. Someone said that they needed to go back to work. The colleagues began to disperse to their places. Soo-hyuk began to climb into the trash bin, saying that he would also return to his place and thanked him for everything, but Sankti asked him to calm down. Looking at the hero with worry, the man said that nothing had been decided yet. He could think of this as the last time and hold on to it as tightly as possible. Kangshik reminded him that this time he got a new house and now he should put on nice clothes and reserve a nice restaurant. Tearful, Soo-hyuk looked at his friends. Kangshik also said that he needed to do everything so that the bouquet was made of many roses. Dressed in a suit, Soo-hyuk decided that everything was perfect. He looked at his palm, it said to offer to go on a trip. Once again, he decided that the preparation was complete and there was even a speech. Walking along the streets, he said that he needed to come 20 minutes earlier, after which he took a deep breath. Now was his last chance, he needed to show himself in a good light. Suddenly, a red screen appeared in front of him. The message said that this was an urgent mission. He needed to save a motorcyclist from a drunk driver. He looked at this message in confusion, after which he looked towards the road. There he saw that same motorcyclist. A guy in a helmet was calmly standing at a traffic light. Hearing some sound, the guy looked behind him. A car rushed past him. He carefully looked at the driver's seat. There he saw a drunk man. The car was quickly approaching the motorcyclist. Throwing a bouquet, Soo-hyuk rushed forward. The bright sun illuminated the dark roof. Someone asked if the interlocutor had seen the video of the motorcyclist in an accident, and Yoon-sung looked at her colleague. She said that this time too, firefighter Soo-hyuk saved a man. He is the firefighter who was active during the tsunami. The phone screen showed how the hero saved a man. Her friend said that the car later crashed into a pole and the driver was taken to the ambulance. A little embarrassed, the girl asked Yoon-sung if she had a firefighter boyfriend the previous day. Then Soo-hyuk ran next to the doctor, saying that there was an accident and also that the pulse was normal, but there was bleeding in the abdominal cavity. The doctor and nurse took the patient to the intensive care unit. All covered in dirt, he only thought that it was good that there was a hospital nearby. Then he looked at something in surprise. Seeing the time, he remembered Yoon-sung. Running out of the hospital, he realized that the meeting time had already passed. Walking along the dark street, he wondered if Yoon-sung was waiting for him. Gritting his teeth, he couldn't understand why this was happening to him on a day like today. The sign on the front of the restaurant was brightly lit. The guy looked at it in surprise. Yoon-sung came up to him, saying that maybe she should leave. From the street, bright lights could be seen in the houses. The girl was standing alone. She raised her head, looking up. Then she turned around, hearing her name. In front of her, she saw Soo-hyuk, who said that she was here after all. Putting his hand on the back of his head, he apologized for being late. That this time, he really wanted to keep his promise. Looking at the girl, he wanted to tell her that there was an accident on the way here. Although she might not believe it, it was true. She looked at the hero's dirty clothes. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. Soo-hyuk was very nervous when Yoon-sung noted that all his clothes, like his face, were dirty, and suggested that he just go home and rest. He replied that he was completely fine. Putting his hand on her back, he asked where they could go. Trying to smile, all he could think about was that the date had failed. Afterwards, he lowered his head, arguing that he had used his clothes to stop the bleeding of the victim, and now he looked even more like a homeless person than usual. Not to mention forgiveness, this is the level where he should be slapped. He looked at his hand, which began to glow. Seeing the speech he had prepared, he remembered that he did have something after all. Then he looked at the girl. She put her hand on his shoulder. Smiling, she told him that he was good. The hero looked at her in surprise. His hand remained up, but he still clenched it into a fist. The girl was surprised when Soo-hyuk apologized. Lowering his head, he noted that he was quite selfish and always made her wait. Yoon-sung opened her mouth in surprise when he also said that as soon as he saw the object in front of him, he tried to correct himself, but it did not work. Walking along the street, he also noted that his feelings for her were always sincere because they had fun together and he always wanted to make her happy. Then he lowered his eyes again. A tremor appeared in his body. Turning to the girl, he said that he wanted to hold her, but he could not, and thanked her for everything. From these words, Yoon-sung widened her eyes. They silently looked at each other. The guy did not take his eyes off her. The girl opened her mouth and said his name. Looking into his eyes, she wanted to know what he was talking about now because it looked like a breakup. Frowning, the hero answered yes, but then he himself was surprised by this. From this, he literally began to shake. He shouted that he did not mean it. Folding her hands, the girl asked why he was saying such a thing, and Soo-hyuk asked again, was not this why she called him? The girl was surprised, asking who said that. The guy only looked at her with his mouth open. She said that when she met him, she was going to apologize. She remembered her helicopter ride and how she still couldn't do it. Sitting next to Sang-tae, she said that she tried to think only about the good, but she was always anxious. Then the man looked at her silently. Turning to him, she heard him say that maybe it was above his authority. Then Sang-tae leaned over and asked him to look after Soo-hyuk. Yoon-sung opened her mouth in surprise. Sitting next to her, he said that she understood that Soo-hyuk did not know what caution was and sometimes acted rashly. He remembered the hero, saying that there were times when problems arose because of him, but the biggest problem was himself. Looking at the city below, he said that someday he would improve. The girl looked at the interlocutor again, who noted that he was saying this not only for his own good, but for everyone, and asked her to always be near Soo-hyuk. Meanwhile, the helicopter continued on its way. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the hospital that day. Sitting in the corridor, Yoon-sung thought that Soo-hyuk was in a very bad way now, and it was possible to gradually correct him. Looking down, she decided that this was right and this was what she could do. At that time, Soo-hyuk left the ward. He approached the girl, saying that there were still those he had to save, and he had to go. Then the girl only answered that he should go. Looking at the hero, she told him not to pay attention to her, and now that the third rescue team had arrived, he could return with them. Now she noted that she said this for the good, and he took it as parting. Soo-hyuk only opened his mouth wide. He replied that he thought so because she had a very serious face. Pointing at the hero, Yoon-sung asked if it was strange to make a cheerful expression at such a moment. But he reminded her that she had never texted him since returning to Korea, and then the girl replied that she was embarrassed because of the fight, so she waited for him to text first. Putting his hand on his chest, he replied that he was waiting for her to do it first. Yoon-sung smiled sweetly, and a smile appeared on Soo-hyuk's face. Putting his hand on his head, he heard that she was hungry and said that he was too, but reminded her of his appearance. The girl replied that it did not matter as long as both his hands were fine. The sun illuminated the walls of a large house. A few weeks later, rushing to leave, Soo-hyuk noted that he could not get used to the new place and would return soon, but Yoon-sung told him to wait. Wiping his face with a towel, she said that no matter what, he can't leave without washing his face. Then she handed him his bag, saying that it was his lunch. The guy went outside. Turning around, he said that he was going to work, and the girl wished him luck. Clouds floated across the sky. Inhaling the steam, the hero said that it was cold. Entering the office, he noted that it was warm inside and greeted everyone. A colleague noted that if he dressed like that, it would be cold, and asked why he was wearing summer clothes. Pointing to himself, the hero replied that this is training in everyday life. He wants to create a body that can generate heat and warm itself. His comrades looked at him with incomprehension. Later, snow appeared on the streets. Time passed, and at some point, winter came. Every year in winter, when the weather becomes dry, the number of calls to fires increases. Soo-hyuk rubbed his face against the cat. At the moment, everything is peaceful. Sang-tae folded his arms with a serious expression. Everything was peaceful except for the man's psychological state. Turning to the others, he said that he had something to tell them about their last documentary shoot. But he was interrupted by another man entering the office and greeting everyone. Gritting his teeth, the hero looked at him. Smiling, the man in glasses noted that he was counting on them this time as well. The documents fell on the table. Standing in front of his boss, Sang-tae asked what this was. Leaning back in his chair, he told him to look carefully. It was an official letter of cooperation in the field of documentary filming, to which Sang-tae objected that these were the same people from last time, and he had already said that he would not do this again. Looking at his interlocutor, the boss told him to put up with it one more time because this was a request from above. If this increased the chance of a better public opinion, they themselves would provide more support. But Sang-tae looked at the chief and said no, because these guys are the most annoying. They don't even know how the fire department does business, and asked him to refuse them. Then he turned to leave. He had to stop when the chief asked how they managed to get the money to go to Thailand. He looked down when the chief reminded him that it was because the chief gave his consent. Later, the commander apologized, said that this time he was powerless and they had to endure it one more time. Soo-hyuk was very unhappy. He and his colleagues looked at Sancti carefully, asking if someone had suddenly shown up here without warning. The man replied that it was his mistake because he mixed up the dates, thinking it would be next week, and apologized. Smiling, the man in glasses replied that they should treat him better because their guys were thinking a lot about what happened last time. Trying to be kind, he noted that they would show the world what it meant to be a firefighter with their outstanding organizational work, boasting a 10% rating. Soo-hyuk and his comrades looked at him silently. Seeing the guy with a bandage on his nose, he thought that the other guy was speaking very convincingly, but he shouldn't have brought the guy who caused trouble last time here. He couldn't be trusted anyway. The windows of the fire station were brightly lit. Someone called out to Soo-hyuk. The hero looked up. The man approached him and asked if he could interview him, but the hero replied that he was currently recharging his stamina. Soo-hyuk turned to the man when he asked about recharging his stamina and explained that firefighters don't know when they'll be sent out on a call, so they have to stock up on stamina in advance, and then asked the man not to talk to him if possible. The man closed his eyes and replied that he understood everything. Returning to his colleagues, the guy with the bandage noted that today, unlike last time, it was more difficult to interview. The producer clenched his fist, answering that it was. He asked if the firefighters cooperated with any consulting company. The guy looked at him silently. Suddenly, he and Sancti heard a sound. Soo-hyuk and Jingwoo got up from the table, hearing the message about the outbreak of a fire. The rescuers rushed forward. The houses in the car window quickly changed. The dispatcher said that it was the Sinal Tower. Sancti, who was sitting in the passenger seat, noted that it was very high up there. Later, several ladders were already climbing up to the fire. The fire was on the 23rd floor. Turning to Kangshik, he asked about the situation inside, and he replied that it was assumed that the fire started near the warehouse. Then the man asked about the route to advance. Introducing the people inside, the guy replied that most of the victims were using emergency ladders, and it would be faster to get there on the extension ladder. Wearing a mask, Sancti said they needed to stop the fire before it spread further, and they were heading straight for the fire. Later, rescuers were climbing up on an extension ladder. Sancti hit the glass with an axe. When it crashed, the fire poured out towards them. He frowned and said that they were going in. At that moment, a minivan pulled up next to one of the fire trucks. When his foot touched the ground, the producer, looking at the fire, noted that the scale was smaller than he thought. The cameraman said that there was nothing to see here except smoke, and it would not take long to extinguish. Meanwhile, the rescuers began to extinguish the fire. As they thought, the place of the fire was a warehouse. Holding the hose in his hand, one of them said that the extinguishing was almost finished. Black smoke was coming out of the extension cord. The guy did not notice it. Standing among the ashes, the team concluded that they were done and decided that it was a simple electrical fire. Looking around, Sancti said that this was a warehouse that was rarely used, so they neglected the safety equipment. If only they had a fire alarm. To his comrades, Soo-hyuk thought that they were finished faster than he thought. Looking through the smoke, he wondered if everything was okay because he had a bad feeling. Someone was coming up the stairs at that moment. Following the producer, the guy reminded them that they were told not to go in, but the man replied that since the fire was out, everything was okay and they were just collecting material. Then he glared at his colleague when he wanted to object, saying that if he was going to go further, he should not act like an idiot. Didn't he know what made them different from other documentaries? Gritting his teeth, he said that this was reality. After all, no matter what anyone said, this ironclad rule made their documentary a hit. Could a few firefighters really overcome this motto? The guy silently lowered his eyes. Seeing the door to the floor, the producer told his colleague to stop talking and follow him. They were almost there. The man opened the door. In front of him was a completely burnt out floor, and he said that it was incredible. There was a sound under his colleague's foot when the producer ordered to take out the camera and film. Soo-hyuk heard something. Seeing the two, he asked what they were doing here, since he was told not to enter. The producer asked if it was really impossible to film if the fire had already been put out. The man grabbed the door handle when the hero told them to leave here. He replied that he understood everything, they would go to a safe place. The man began to open the door. The rescuer frowned in fear. He stretched out his hand forward, trying to stop the producer, and shouted at him not to open it. Then he rushed towards him. The producer's face was illuminated by fire, and he asked what that thing was. The fireball completely covered him. The firefighter managed to put his hand on the producer's shoulder. Backdraft. The room was engulfed in flames again. This term was called a firefighter's nightmare. It usually happens during a lull, when it seems that everything has already been put out. The air came into contact with the smoldering coals that lacked oxygen when the door opened. Then the fire flared up again. Now the rescuer covered the stupid producer with his body. The man looked at Soo-hyuk in shock. The rest of the team looked at them both. Frowning, Sancti asked how they were. The hero's uniform was badly burned. They bent down and turned him over, saying that they needed to carry him out of here. The producer managed to get to his feet. Turning to the fireman, he said that it was not on purpose. The rescuer just looked at him angrily. Later, Soo-hyuk saw the ceiling. Doctors were rolling him into an office. On the door, it was written that this was an emergency medical center. Later, the hero lay with a bandaged head. Talking to his colleagues, the doctor noted that the injury was more serious than they thought. He was in a coma and it was unknown when he would wake up. The men lowered their eyes, hearing that it would take several months to stabilize his condition. Soo-hyuk clenched his teeth. Several people were sitting in the common room. The producer was thinking about how he was going to work now, looking at his bandaged hand. Someone was quickly approaching him. Then he grabbed his shirt. The hero looked him in the eyes, saying that last time they told him not to go to the scene of the accident, as well as this time. But the producer asked why the guy was acting like this. The others paid attention to this. The producer was indignant that he did not know anything like that. No matter how much he asked about it in the office, no one knew anything, so why did he come and yell at him? The hero angrily clenched his teeth when the man also said that they should have told in advance so that the film crew could prepare. The people watched in amazement as the producer yelled about a fireman hitting a man. Here is the victim. Pointing his finger at the hero, he asked if he really thought he would get away with this. Having become famous, he now brags here. He walked towards Soo-hyuk, saying that he only needs to say a few words for the hero to go to hell. He asked if it was worth showing to the general public. Someone knocked him down. With his hands in his pockets, Sancti said that the treatment will take a long time. Then he pushed Soo-hyuk in the shoulder, saying that they were leaving. The producer sat on the floor, hearing that the guy should not worry about him anymore, but focus on his work as a firefighter. The man clenched his fist. Then he cursed at the firefighters. The guy approached his colleague, saying that he heard about some incident, asked what happened. But he replied that he should not ask because the producer has been under pressure since yesterday because of this. At this time, the man was studying some documents. Taedong turned around in fear, hearing how he was addressed. Frowning, the producer told him to go to him. The man looked at something in the documents and the guy asked what happened. His boss smiled to himself. He handed over the folder and told Taedong to sort out the data and pass it on to the editorial office. The video he had filmed had been very useful. They should also edit the video so it could be uploaded to YouTube. As he left, the man laughed, saying that he thought the guy only had a bad personality, but he was also stupid and had caused all sorts of problems for the firefighters. It was surprising that they had tolerated him until now. Taedong looked at the documents in surprise. The bright sun was shining on the walls of the fire station. Many people had gathered at the entrance to the building again. The guy looked at them in shock. Then he hid around the corner, wondering why there were reporters here again. He looked closely, noticing that the atmosphere was completely different today. One of the reporters looked around. Entering, the hero said that he had recently found a secret passage, so now he could easily pass even without a disguise. Opening the door, he greeted everyone. The surprised people looked at him. Sancti looked at him and told Soo-hyuk to look at it. He walked up to his desk and looked at the screen. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. There was a news story on the screen with the headline that it was the truth about firefighter Soo-hyuk being a national hero. By the way, it was stated that Soo-hyuk was not acting on orders from his superiors, putting the rest of the team in danger. And below that, there were several comments. Someone commented that they did not need a firefighter who thought he was better than everyone else and acted alone. Soo-hyuk looked at the screen in confusion, imagining the hero walking amidst the fire. It was said that the reporters had recently revealed in detail the true identity of firefighter Soo-hyuk, who was celebrated as a national hero. Until now, firefighter Soo-hyuk had been doing his job arbitrarily, not following orders from his superiors and committing brutal acts. As the other rescuers were cleaning up the aftermath of the destruction, it was noted that there were actually countless instances where he had almost killed his teammates due to his greed. During the incident at the station, he had ignored safety rules and forcefully entered the subway, putting the lives of all of his team members at risk. If firefighter Soo-hyuk's criminal actions continued, it was predictable that more people would die soon. The boy watched this in silence. Sancti became angry and gritted his teeth, saying how could the reporters write such an article. The boy noted that not a single person had died, but seeing that it was written on Ev's news, he noted that there would be a big scandal and it looked like it was written by that producer. The man jumped up and slammed his hands on the table, saying that the producers were annoying him, but Soo-hyuk asked him to wait. Holding his comrade's hand, he said that there was no need to be angry, there were no lies in the article. Turning around, Sancti asked what he was saying, didn't it make him angry? The guy looked down and said that what should have happened earlier had happened now. Kesha and Jetta silently looked at the hero, who asked them to ignore it, he would go get some air. The hero stopped in front of the exit when Kesha said that the incident at the station did not deserve such criticism because he saved many people. The guy agreed with this, but smiling a little, he also said that this was not something to be praised for. Kesha opened his mouth in surprise. Sancti gritted his teeth again. He said that he could not stand it. The man sat down at the computer again, wanting to know how to sue for this slander. The light was shining brightly in the windows of the Ev's building. On the screen, a preview of the video about the duplicity of the hero Soo-hyuk was visible. The producer looked at Taesung with a smile, said that the video had caused a very strong reaction, and the guy had done a good job. Continuing to look at his colleague, he told him to continue this until he heard the news that the hero had quit, because he needed to know what would happen if he was disturbed. There were angry comments under the video. Someone wrote that they were firefighters who could not work. Taesung looked at the screen in confusion. The bright sun illuminated the city. Soo-hyuk was walking along the street. He lowered his eyes, then he closed them. As he walked on, he thought that he would not dwell on this. It was true that he was harming his comrades because of such actions. Therefore, he must answer for it. The sun was reflecting off the surface of the windows of the fire station a week later. Our hero turned his attention to two colleagues who were surprised by some lone protest. A man with a poster in his hand was visible through the window. They wondered who knew that such a thing would happen. The poster demanded that Soo-hyuk be fired. The hero looked at it in confusion. Walking down the hallway, he only thought about ignoring it. But he looked up in surprise when he heard a question about where he was trying to go. In the office, he saw a confused Taesung who was being told to leave right now. He looked out the door, saying that he really wanted to say something. Seeing Soo-hyuk in front of him, he turned to him. Coming up, Taesung grabbed his hand, asking if he remembered him, because he was an assistant director, and asked to take a little time to talk. Later, our hero and the guy were sitting opposite each other. Soo-hyuk said that he never thought that the assistant director would come to him. Taesung looked at his interlocutor in confusion, asking if he really wouldn't say anything. The lights on the ceiling were brightly burning. Taesung also said that anyone who saw those articles would understand that it was done intentionally. Of course, this does not mean that there is no truth in them. Imagining how the hero was written off, he also said that the facts were distorted too much in the other direction, because it was disrespectful to the firefighter, as if Soo-hyuk was not a person at all. The hero just looked at the interlocutor silently. He simply lowered his eyes. Then he clenched his hand into a fist, admitting that he was also a bad person. Looking at the floor, he noted that knowing the whole truth, he was afraid of getting hurt and therefore remained silent. Soo-hyuk looked at him intently. Then he had an idea. The bright sun illuminated the fire station the next day. Soo-hyuk treated the cat with sweets, asking if it was tasty, and offered to play with him after he finished eating. But the cat just walked away. Then the guy grabbed it, trying to find out why he was not playing with it. Frightened, he looked behind him, hearing his name. There were two colleagues standing behind him. Sancti showed the screen of his phone, asking how he did it. On the screen was an image of the producer and the news that he was fired. Gina asked where the guy got such strength from. At that moment, the cat pressed its paw to his face, asking if the hero was really the illegitimate son of some chairman. He asked again if he really thought so. Then Kesha stepped forward, asking how he did it at all. Soo-hyuk looked up. He remembered his conversation with Taesung and how he told him not to do anything. Then, looking at the assistant producer, he noted that not everyone can be brave, and that is why there are people like them. He also remembered the collapse at the station, saying that bravery turns into recklessness, and this can put him and others in danger. But he opened his mouth, saying that there is no particular reason why he is sitting idly by. Continuing to look his interlocutor in the eye, he explained that although there are people who hate him, at the same time there are people who believe in him. Taesung only looked at the hero, confused. He continued to look when Soo-hyuk said that he did not think he was so perfect that he would be loved by everyone, so he was enduring it now. He opened his mouth even more when the hero told him to do as he wanted. Now Sancti and Kesha were standing in front of Soo-hyuk. Sancti asked if the producer was really fired like that, to which the hero replied that it seemed like his subordinates also had a lot of grievances, because there was more than one article about him. Surprised, Sancti opened his mouth and said that it was good that everything ended this way, but what about the article in the newspaper? What to do with public opinion? The hero replied that everything would be as before. Pointing at the interlocutor, he was surprised that the guy could laugh at this, but Soo-hyuk replied that there was no lie in that article. Then the man lowered his head, asking him not to be so indifferent, because it was hard for them to watch. The hero smiled in response, said that new good articles were appearing. A photo of Soo-hyuk appeared on the screen with a question: should the public just criticize him? To which they answered that you need to believe what people and their hearts see. A cup of tea remained on the table. Someone asked to send the results of the examination. Holding the papers in his hand, the doctor said that it was called PTSD. He explained that he was talking about post-traumatic stress disorder, and it seemed that the patient had a little of these symptoms, and also found a slight depression. Taking the tea in his hands, Soo-hyuk heard a question about whether he might have had difficult memories of the past. Putting his hand to his face, he thought, Then he took it away, answering that he definitely did not remember now, and then the doctor asked him to remember something. Putting his hand on the back of his head, he still said that a few thoughts came to mind, but he didn't think they were that big of a deal. If something like that was a problem, then he thought all the citizens should get treatment. Meanwhile, Yoon-sung was waiting in the hallway. The hero came out of the office. Coming closer to him, the girl asked if everything was okay, and the guy replied that it was. He awkwardly looked away when the girl asked what they were talking about and replied that it was nothing special, but the girl asked him to tell her at least something. She looked at Soo-hyuk when he said that he was just tired and under a lot of stress. The doctor said that many people are going through this lately and there was no need to worry. Then he said that he was hungry and suggested that they have lunch together. The sun's rays illuminated the walls of the fire station. The cat purred happily. Opening the door, Jingwoo greeted the others. Kesha and Soo-hyuk looked at him happily. The rest of them ran up to the boy, asking if he was okay. Jingwoo replied that everything was fine now. Sang-tae gave him a thumbs up, welcoming him to hell. Kesha was glad that since Jingwoo was back, there would be less work. The boy picked up the cat. Jingwoo was back safe and sound. Considering that he was back 2 days earlier than he was supposed to be discharged, it seemed that the third rescue team was quite worried about it. Soo-hyuk felt sad that the cat would no longer even look at him. Yehan looked up, hearing that the third rescue team was being called. Sang-tae and Kesha rushed forward. Jingwoo sat behind the wheel, thinking that he was wrong to come back early, and Sang-tae asked for a report on the situation. Looking at the radio, he heard that there was a suicide attempt on the roof of an apartment building. The bright sun illuminated the white wall of the building. People looked up. The guy looked pretty bad, saying that he hated everything. Standing at the edge, he screamed that he was fed up with everything, not understanding what the problem was, not hurting others, but just die. The man standing behind asked him to think about what would happen to his mother if he did this, because even now she only works for him. Turning around, the guy said that his mother was the very person who only dreamed of him disappearing as soon as possible, and demanded not to talk like he knew everything. The rescuers looked at the roof, hearing that the guys should not dissuade him. Go. Sang-tae demanded to lay down a safety mat and told Soo-hyuk to follow him. The two guys were climbing the stairs. Soo-hyuk tried to move as fast as he could, but he felt something, thinking where did this feeling come from. Sang-tae turned around when the hero turned to him, asking if he could act arbitrarily for a while. Looking at the hero, he tried to find out what he was going to do on the second floor. The hero rushed forward when Sang-tae lowered him down, saying that he would go to the roof himself. Meanwhile, the man tried to dissuade the guy and think again, but he replied that he did not want to listen to anything else. Having entered the roof, the rescuer tried to stop the guy. Holding his hands in front of him, Sang-tae tried to persuade the guy that he would regret it as soon as he jumped, and therefore he should stop. Holding onto the railing, he was surprised when the rescuers managed to arrive. Sang-tae advised him to take a deep breath and turn around slowly. Looking behind him, the guy shouted for the man to not come closer, but his foot slipped off the edge. In surprise, he opened his eyes wide. Then he fell down. One of the observers pointed at him. Falling down, he screamed loudly. Looking up, the other rescuers said that the mat was not ready yet. At that moment, Soo-hyuk opened the balcony and stretched his arms forward towards the falling man. He managed to grab him. Holding the guy, Soo-hyuk landed on his back and slid a few meters. The rest of the people began to gather around, surprised that someone had jumped out of the window. Someone noted that it was firefighter Soo-hyuk. The guy just sighed with relief. Standing up, he asked if the fallen man was okay. In response, the guy trembled and cried. The hero was very surprised to hear a reproach, why the hero takes responsibility and does not even let him die. Kneeling, the guy said that he is a useless person. Later, the stars shone brightly above the hero's house. Lying in bed, Soo-hyuk clenched his teeth, after which he got up with a scream. Yoon-sung stood next to him, asking what happened. He replied that he just had a nightmare. The girl offered to drink hot tea. All in sweat, the hero refused, thinking that he had not forgotten the person he saw today during the day, and was surprised by the anxious feeling. Meanwhile, the lights were on in the windows of the houses. Someone was carrying a canister in his hand. The guy who wanted to jump off the roof was carrying canisters, cursing that they wouldn't let him die in peace. He opened the lid of the canister. The guy lit a fire. He said that he would make it so that there would be no choice but to die, and everyone here would die. The lanterns illuminated the dark street. Someone was walking along the road, holding their hands in their pockets. The hero said that he couldn't sleep today either. Then he leaned on his hands, thinking that it might be because he couldn't use up all his strength, and decided to do some push-ups. Soo-hyuk stopped when he heard someone laughing behind him, surprised that there were people at this time. Getting up from the ground, he decided to finish with a walk and go home. On his phone screen, he saw an incoming call from a colleague and wondered why he was calling. Putting the phone to his ear, he heard that they had an urgent call. The hero was surprised to hear that everyone was being called, even those who were not on duty, and asked to come to the market. Flames engulfed all the pavilions. A colleague said that there was a big fire there. One of the rescuers held people back. They asked how this could happen and worried about the fishmonger. Standing in front of the fire, a reporter transmitted urgent news. The fireman watched what was happening in horror. The fire was reflected in his eyes. He and his colleague stood in front of a big fire. Kesha pointed to the flames, and his colleague noted that it was difficult to get there. An order was heard to quickly prepare the fire hose. Clenching his fist, Soo-hyuk thought that no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall this fire in his memory. Remembering the destruction, he thought that all the events so far had happened the same way as before his return. Then he remembered the water in the streets, reasoning that minor details changed, but in general everything was similar. Now he gritted his teeth, thinking that he couldn't remember this big fire at all and didn't understand why. One of the rescuers looked at his colleagues, saying that it was hard to put out because someone poured gasoline. It must have been done intentionally, they shouldn't go in there quickly. Looking at him, the colleague noticed something. His eyes widened in surprise. He saw a man on the roof. The same guy was throwing a can of gasoline. Soo-hyuk looked at the big flames in front of him. An image of the guy on the roof appeared in his mind. Then he rushed forward. His colleagues looked at him questioningly. Sancti put his hand forward, asking where he went. But the guy rushed forward, thinking that it was because of him. He remembered how he caught the unfortunate man, realizing that he changed the past. Running past the flames, he thought that this should not have happened. A new message appeared, saying that he needed to save objects in trouble. There are 32 people in the market, and he needs to save as many as possible. Soo-hyuk was already thinking that people can't die because of him. The entrance to the pavilion was engulfed in flames. The hero went inside. Reflections of flames were visible on his mask. The firefighter was surrounded by a blue shield. As he walked further, he noticed that the heat was breaking through it. The ceiling began to collapse from above. The hero tried to dodge the debris, but one of them still hit him on the helmet. From the impact, he fell to the floor. Soo-hyuk tried to clench his hand into a fist. Frowning, he knew that he needed to pull himself together. Meanwhile, his comrades were trying to put out the fire. Sancti told the others to carry fire extinguishers. As they continued to put out the flames, one of his colleagues cursed at Soo-hyuk. Sancti noted that it was not for nothing that the guy had been so quiet lately. Seeing the silhouette of a firefighter with a man in his arms, he asked if he was really going to die. But he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Soo-hyuk was holding the girl in his arms, on her back. He put her on the ground and asked for first aid. Soo-hyuk turned around and said that he was walking again. Many of us grabbed his hand, telling him not to walk, because if he did now, he would definitely die. He turned around and asked that this wasn't the first time, was it? His body began to tremble when he noticed his condition. It was hard for him to even run now. Then he pushed her away. Sancti watched as the guy. Frowning, Sancti seemed to remember the guy on the roof. The flames had engulfed the entire market. The suicide bomber was lying on the roof. Looking at the sky, he noted the great view. Clenching his fist, he asked if it was interesting for everyone to die together. Tears streamed down his face as he said that was why they should leave beautifully. Our hero looked at the guy. With difficulty moving his legs, he was surprised that a person survived in this flame. The suicide bomber looked at him in surprise. Soo-hyuk looked exhausted. The woman was very hot standing in the middle of the flames. One of the rescuers noticed her when she asked for help. While putting out the fire, he asked them to wait a little longer. But frowning, Sancti realized that it was too late to put out anything, and maybe he should go there. Seeing the woman fall to her knees, he knew that there was too much fire. However, if she was not saved, she would die. He noticed someone running past while he was thinking about what to do. In the fire, Soo-hyuk extended his hands to the woman. His colleagues looked at him in shock. The woman grabbed his hand, and he calmed her down, saying that everything was fine. Then he picked her up and rushed forward. In this way, he quickly reached the others. Sancti looked at him silently. Then the hero turned around and headed inside. Raising his hand, Sancti asked where he was going looking like that. But the hero kept walking forward, thinking that there was only one person left. The flames were growing. Sitting on the ground, the suicide bomber asked why Soo-hyuk was here and why he had come here for him. Trying to light a fire, he approached because there was still gasoline in the canister and they would burn together. But the lighter flew out of his hand. Putting him face down on the floor, the hero grabbed his hands. While the guy was indignant, Soo-hyuk tied them together. Then he put them on his shoulders. He walked with him to the exit when he demanded to let him go and asked why he was doing all this. Looking into his face, Soo-hyuk told him to shut his mouth. Gritting his teeth, the hero told him that he no longer wanted to talk to him. All this was not for him, but only because of Soo-hyuk's beliefs. Now the arsonist would have to answer for the arson. Out of anger, he clicked his teeth. And then with a toothless smile he asked the hero if he was interested in why he did this. Was he just going to save him and that was it? The arsonist remembered his rescue during the day, saying that people like him always tell him not to die, to hold on to hope and only say good words, but inside they consider people like him to be social outcasts. Soo-hyuk looked down when he asked if he was raised the same way as the arsonist's parents. He thought that everything would be different. Sweat was running down Soo-hyuk's face. Looking at the arsonist, he replied that he had no parents. Then the victim opened his mouth wide. Watching the fire, the hero noted that he could not understand his pain, just as he would not be able to understand the arsonist's pain. The guy on his shoulders looked at his savior in surprise. The hero had already closed his eyes. Then he looked at the guy again and said that even if there are no parents, there are many ways to be together. Sancti noticed them. The hero smiled, seeing his comrade. His leg began to shake when he thought that he only needed to take one step. Seeing his comrades, he thought that he had done it so that no one would die. Walking towards the exit, he heard a sound. Soo-hyuk looked to the side. A hissing sound was heard from the cylinder. The hero opened his mouth wide in fear, so he grabbed the rescuer. The guy was surprised at how he was grabbed. Soo-hyuk threw him away. He fell at the feet of his comrades. There was an explosion behind Soo-hyuk. Flames engulfed everything around. Sancti could only stretch out his hand. The shock wave caught Soo-hyuk. His silhouette was visible in the fire. Looking up, he heard how they called an ambulance and demanded to bring a fire extinguisher. Looking at the fire, he thought that in the end everything turned out like this, that this time he really had no chance of surviving. Lying in the fire, he was still happy because he was able to save everyone. He was still trying to look ahead. A line about the last quest appeared before his eyes. The windows of the hospital building were glowing. Sancti and Kesha approached him, but the doctor shook his head. Soo-hyuk was lying on the bed, completely bandaged, and the doctor explained that he had suffered severe burns. Almost no skin tissue remained, and most importantly, his lungs were severely damaged. The man looked down. His comrades said that even if the hero were to recover by a miracle, he would not be able to live his previous life. There were some sounds coming from the ceiling. The guy, his eyes were closed. It seemed that he saw a fire. Then he opened his eyes again. Now he was sitting by a concrete wall, not understanding where he was. Seeing the flames, he remembered that this was the place where he died before regressing. He smiled, thinking that it had all been a dream and now he had returned to reality. Someone's silhouette appeared nearby when he thought that this could not have happened at first. But he looked away, hearing someone address him and say that they had not seen each other for a long time. Someone's figure was standing nearby. The hero opened his eyes wide. In front of him stood a man who looked very similar to him. The one looking at him asked how he felt and clarified that he was talking about the case this time. The flames engulfed everything around and the interlocutor asked again how he felt. After all, he saved more people than last time, isn't he happy with that? Soo-hyuk just looked at him in surprise. Then he lowered his head. Sitting with his head down, he noted that in the end, nothing was different from the past. The interlocutor looked at him carefully when he said that his abilities had improved, he had acquired skills, but there were still people he couldn't save. After which he called himself a useless idiot, thinking that there could have been someone instead of him. The guy smiled. He sat down next to the hero and asked why he decided to become a firefighter. Soo-hyuk looked at him in surprise. While the flames engulfed everything around, our hero asked again what it meant, and the interlocutor clarified from what moment Soo-hyuk promised himself that he would become a firefighter. Scratching his head, the hero said that he didn't know, because so much time had passed, so he no longer remembered. But the interlocutor asked him to think carefully, because he remembered exactly. Opening his eyes, he heard that he was first saved by a fireman. Even if he was a child, he still remembers, right. Then little Soo-hyuk cried loudly. Holding him in his arms, the fireman calmed him down, saying that now everything will be fine. Another rescuer saw two people inside, but there was fire in his path. Covering their faces with scarves, the woman asked to save the child first. The boy looked back at his parents. The crying woman looked at him, not understanding how this was possible. Taking him to his colleague, the fireman said that the child was safely saved, who noted that the fire was growing. He grabbed his hand when he wanted to save the remaining people, and said that if he entered now, he would die with them. The flames completely engulfed the house, and they said that they would consistently put out the fire, because this is the best thing to do. Later, at the entrance, there was information that this was an orphanage. The boy was sitting alone on a bench. He just looked ahead. Then Soo-hyuk saw his mother in front of him, who offered to go to the amusement park with him. A moment later, the woman disappeared. The hero silently lowered his head. One of the children pointed at him, asking what was wrong with him. Soo-hyuk was wiping away his tears when someone asked if he really made him cry, and he answered that he did not. Now the hero lowered his head, hearing that then he made the decision to become a firefighter so that there would be no more people like him. He opened his mouth a little, said that it was so, then everything was. He smiled, answering that now he realized, there are things that cannot be done with just one desire. People were in danger because of his choice. The interlocutor looked at him angrily again, hearing that even though he was alive, he was still really useless. At first, the interlocutor remained silent. Soo-hyuk raised his head when he heard that he scolded the arsonist for the same thing, and now he was doing the same. The fire around him started to fade away as the hero asked what it meant. Afterwards, there was only ashes around him. Sancti's image appeared behind him. Then, Sancti just stood there. The next moment, it showed Hansian asking why the hero was running around there alone. Soo-hyuk looked at the screen in confusion, hearing how such a fool could be called a firefighter. Sancti didn't respond to this. Leaning forward, Hansian heard that Soo-hyuk was a great help to the rescue team number 3. Standing in front of his boss, the man also noted that he had done something similar about 10 years ago, but he himself rarely saw firefighters risking their lives like him. Soo-hyuk was part of their team, and he was needed here. The hero lowered his head in surprise, hearing Sancti's words about shifting all the responsibility to him. Then, the hero saw Yoon-sung. Someone asked if she was Soo-hyuk's guardian, and the girl answered that she was. The man in the white coat clarified that the patient had a tendency. The girl, sitting in front of Yoon-sung, asked her if it was hard for her, and she answered that it was a little sad, after which she remembered the Soo-hyuk she knew. She smiled, said that he always does any work with sincerity, although she worries. The hero was confused, hearing that she asked if it would be good if he continued to stay nearby. A tear flowed down his cheek. Then he began to openly cry. Soo-hyuk lowered his head. The interlocutor looked at him silently. Then he put his hand on the hero's shoulder, asking if it was hard for him alone. But now enough. Standing above him, the interlocutor. The blue screen announced that the last quest was completed. The name of the quest is to find yourself. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the fire station. The cat sat on a chair. While petting him, Kesha noted that he now sits in Soo-hyuk's place every day and asked the cat if he missed the hero too, offering to go visit him together. Jingwoo approached him, asking if he was joking, because what kind of cats are there in a hospital? But Kesha replied that the cat is a member of the family. Sancti entered the office when Jingwoo called Kesha a psycho so that he would not say such a thing in front of the hospital patients. He smiled, asking if everyone was ready because they were leaving. His comrades looked at him with a smile. After that, the three headed for the exit. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the hospital. Someone's scream was heard in the corridor. A guy burst into the ward. His eyes were wide open. He saw a man lying on a bed. Rushing to him, he asked how this even happened. Crying, he grabbed his head, screaming that he respected him so much. But turning around, the man asked the guy who he even was. Someone asked who it was. The woman approached them, and the man replied that he didn't know that the guy had attacked him while he was sleeping. Yuan awkwardly put his hand behind his head when he heard his name. Smiling, Soo-hyuk asked what happened, but he raised his hands in confusion when he shouted that the hero was fine, and asked him not to shout because this was a hospital. Yuan said that he was worried, thinking that he had died. Sancti came up from behind when Soo-hyuk replied that he hadn't. Then he turned around in confusion. He was happy to see the three of his comrades. Kesha joked that Soo-hyuk was telling everyone that he had woken up. Sancti noted that he knew that the hero was here even when he was not in the hospital. He looked at the hero with kindness, saying that he looked fine. Soo-hyuk was happy to see Visha and Sancti. The rest of the beds were empty. Someone asked how this was possible, despite the fact that it was a burn all over his body. How could it heal as if nothing had happened? Then the hero answered with a smile that it was all because Yoon-sung sat with him 24/7 and looked after him. Although it was very hard for her, she did not even sleep. The couple took each other's hands, and the girl answered that it was all thanks to Soo-hyuk's steel endurance. A man in a hat approached them, asking what this meant. Leaning on a cane, Jim noted that it was all thanks to him. He waved his finger. If it were not for the latest surgery of the American medical company in which he invested, his face would hardly have been restored. The hero thanked him. Then he looked at the man in confusion when he noted that if you received something, then you need to give something in return, and asked what he could do for him. The hero imagined a little girl when her father said that she was throwing parties in a pink house for 7 days and 6 nights. All that was needed was to be present. The boy thought about running. Kesha joined the conversation when Jim said that his daughter really wanted to see him and noted that he was very jealous of him. The hero offered to go instead of him if he wanted to. He smiled when his comrade still refused. Looking at the people in front of him, Soo-hyuk thought that this was all thanks to everyone's efforts. He remembered the blue window that said that completing the quest would give a reward in the form of recovery. Tears were streaming down his face then. Turning away, he now thought about how after that day, the status window no longer appeared, as if he had already finished everything he had to. Then he silently looked away. Someone suddenly put a hand on his shoulders. Ian hugged Soo-hyuk and Kesha, offering to take a photo as a keepsake. The others agreed. Sancti's phone rang when he wanted to tell someone who needed a photo as a keepsake. He put it to his ear and said he was listening. Soo-hyuk looked at his comrade in surprise when he said that the third rescue team had an urgent call. Taking the phone away from his face, he reported an accident with a collapsed shopping center. They need to leave immediately. Running to the exit, Sang-tae told Soo-hyuk to rest. Yoon-sung looked at the guy in surprise when he wanted to say something. At first, she looked at him silently, but the hero looked at her friend in surprise when she told him to go and that it made no difference if he moved his discharge one day earlier because he was already completely fine. Then she took his hand, saying that the main thing was that he did not lose it. The ring sparkled on his finger. Yoon-sung smiled sweetly. Soo-hyuk smiled back. The second floor of the building was destroyed. His comrades met their colleague, who noted that fortunately there were no people when the old building collapsed, but there were people left in the basement gym. They needed to be pulled out. The rescuer opened his mouth wide, hearing that presumably 31 people needed to be saved. Soo-hyuk rushed forward, saying that they needed to hurry. His comrades watched him enter the building, calling him a brat. The guy disappeared from sight. Then he ran out of the house. He approached Sang-tae, who asked what happened. Looking at his boss, he asked to give him instructions because they were one team. Sang-tae and the others looked at the hero in confusion. Then the man smiled. There was a rescue car nearby, and Sang-tae suggested finding a passage first. Meanwhile, the guy watched what was happening, looking at the screen. Rescuers were clearing the rubble. A man similar to Soo-hyuk smiled. Then he disappeared. A blue window reported that the quests were completely completed. The rescue system ended. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.